Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you America's top foundational health coach, Dr. Joe D.
Hey there. By now, you know that I am Dr. Jody Bear. It is so wonderful to be back here, day 3, for our Healthopedia Virtual Summit. This is putting together the pieces of foundational health. As a child, guys, I was just going to tell you, my wonderful viewers, I was about 8 years old. I remember watching Jerry Lewis. He did those MDA telethons, a 3-day telethon. I remember saying to my mom, gee, mommy, one day I'd like to do that. Well, who knew? Here we are, day number 3 on this telethon of spreading the message of hope, gratitude, and love through Healthopedia, because those 3 emotions can change the trajectory, not only of your health, but of your life. I can truly say this word came to me about 2 weeks ago. I've been using it as a thread throughout. Who knew? Who knew that this young health coach who just was ardently desiring something for her son who was in pre-kindergarten so that he wouldn't be saddled with this diagnosis of ADHD? Who knew that this would happen, that I would seek out Dr. Hulda Clark, who took this passion that I had for health coaching into a towering inferno, made me write the now infamous gold card in 1984 that said, I will pen the Eastern medical version of health, We need Western medical doctors. We need the PDR. But now we have a complement in Healthopedia. Who knew that we would spend 3 days together unearthing and unleashing the keys to you and your foundation of health? See, it's not just about me and my story. It's about, what is your story? Ladies and gentlemen, what is your story about health? Your health can begin to rejuvenate just with the next step, the next breath, the next right choice. In our book, Healthopedia, you will have 40 stories that will change you and their action steps, one step at a time, in all 6 pillars, starting with spiritual, physical. Then after the physical is the mental. You'll hear about this mental mindset from our keynote speaker today, emotional, social, and then financial. Who knew that I would write a gold card I would find in 2021? And now Healthopedia is here, debuting, and the launch of the book, and our book that will change, I believe, the trajectory of health, and beginning, as Kimberly Meredith said, just that once. That's what we're doing today. Who knew? Who knew that the universe would bring this into our lives right now? But the creator of all knew. Yes, the universe and the creator of all knew. So are you ready to go in? That vision of that I had in 1984 with that simple gold card. Now it's vision, mission, fruition. If your life, you've ever had that kind of a desire, have you? Well, that is heart passion. Passion unbridled becomes just exactly that. It can be pure ambition, which sometimes pure ambition runs into burnout. But heart passion, when you lead your heart, lead the way, it will always, always come about. We've had 3 words during this time. These 3 words have been hope. Day 1 was hope. Hope is to heal yourself. No one knows you like you do. So go down in to heal. Go up in opportunity to your true north. P is for positivity. Draw in and not just do, but be the positivity of the law of attraction. And then go out and empower yourself. Then you can empower others and the world. Take care. When you take care of you and your world first, ladies and gentlemen, it will empower the world forever. And then after hope, we went into gratitude. What is gratitude? Gratitude is simply this. And I know that you'll remember this. This was big on Wednesday, day 2. Gratitude is to grow in relationship with action towards inspiring together in unity for daily experiences. Gratitude is an experience. When you have gratitude, you push up your regenerative health. When you start with hope, you have confidence. When you go in gratitude, you get to peace. And that peace, as Dr. Bernie Siegel says, is that faith. His Bernie Bits, something to snack on, in the back of our book, page 458, says faith is the most important factor in the world. When your faith is in the spiritual world and enters your personal world, there is peace. So you have that peace, and then you get to day number 3, the next and greatest feeling, emotion, I believe, in the universe, and it is love. What does love stand for? Love is looking for opportunities and in value in your experience. In those experiences, where do you value your experience? Where do you value those things that make all the difference in the world? I will say our keynote today, I value him. He is love in action. He is love in action, and I've seen him with his heart-centered leadership, as our wonderful Les Brown says. What we need in this world are heart-centered, servant leaders. Manny Lopez leads from his heart. I have been honored to be a part of his tribe now for almost 3 years. When he called me and said, let's just do this, Dr. Jody. And he just has an infectious enthusiasm about him because he's a humble servant leader. He epitomizes H2, humble and hustle. He's humble in his beginnings. He's humble because he was a foster child, from foster to CEO. Now, he could have stayed in that despair. He could have stayed in being in multiple foster homes, but he decided to lead himself out of this. That takes certain heart, certain courage beyond anything that I've really experienced in my life. Now, I lost my father when I was 3, but I still had my mother. Manny figured out a way to get to the other side. As Justin Estes said, it's the ripple that you get over the ridge, like the potato chip. You get over the ridge of the ruffle and you get to the other side, and there is peace. There is a miracle. As I say in my power quote, miracles occur in life every day. Beckon them in. I consider Manny Lopez one of my miracles in my life. I'm honored to be coaching with him as one of his mentees. The Network of Influence is an amazing program. His Orphan to CEO, where he is actually empowering entrepreneurs out of foster kids who have a ridiculously high just mortality rate. He is doing the work. And Manny, when I was looking before I bring you up, everybody is getting their own Bernie Bit. Now, Dr. Bernie Bits, he gave me the rest of this. He goes, I'm 90. You're not going to have the whole title. Dr. Bernie Bits, something to snack on. Manny, this is yours. You must love yourself enough to do what is necessary for your own healing. You found a way. You are epitomizing love and what you do in love for these orphan children that turn to adults to empower them to be business owners and entrepreneurs. You love us through our strengths on the Network of Influence. You just love your wife and your children, and you truly, truly are the one to start day 3 off. Manny, I do love you. Thank you for all you do.
Oh, thank you. Great intro. That was awesome. Definitely, got me pulling at the heartstrings there. I love it.
And that's what you do. So just share from your heart what, like you always do, just for the next 15 minutes. I want to hear some Manny Unplugged. The stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome to the party. I am going to share with you a process I call serving your way to success. See, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a speaker. I'm a coach. I'm an author. I'm a consultant. I teach entrepreneurs how to get better results without having to be a sleazy salesman. That's kind of the easiest way to look at it. I teach this concept of really building relationships, doing it strategically. And, the reason why it came about, and I've been in business since 2011, so a little over, 12 years now that I've been at this entrepreneur journey. And there's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of chaos, there's a lot of blessings. Maybe we'll just call them chaotic blessings. You know what I'm saying? But the idea for me was really understanding that you can truly build a business by serving. I used to be the type that was always selling my way to success. I'd go on stages, I would speak and I would sell. I'd sell in the back of the room, I'd sell on stage, just constantly selling. Everyone was just a number. I would look at a room and I would say, okay, percentage of sales would be, and it just got to a point where I'm like, man, this isn't fun anymore. This is just, I'm basically just doing math all day versus truly building and creating impact. So 2017 hits. I hit this big fork in the road in my business and I had to literally start all over. And I was like, okay, so if I'm going to start all over, let me do this the way I wanted to do this originally, truly serving my way to success. And for me, it was very interesting because within 2 months, if I did not have results in this new venture, in this new idea, I would be putting my family at the risk of being homeless again. Yes, homeless twice by the time I was 25 years old. And difficulty for me was really understanding that it was possible. You see, I had a mentor at that time. I didn't even know what a mentor truly was. And he told me, Manny, it's time for you to stop waiting for permission to build someone else's dream. It's time to build your own. And for me, I come from the foster care system. I'm wearing this shirt here. Foster kids get a trash bag in 10 minutes to pack up their lives. Let's talk about that. And that was me. 8 different homes I had gone to with a trash bag, with nothing but whatever was left over of my belongings going to the new home. By the time I got to my 8th home and was finally adopted, nothing in that trash bag was originally mine. It was just old hand-me-downs of clothes and just really gross stuff because it was very dirty. And a lot of these kids have to deal with this, and that's a very big hit to their self-esteem. I mean, think about it. All of your lifelong possessions and valuables and memories in a trash bag, right? I mean, how valuable do you think a kid really feels? I mean, you got to look at the numbers. 2 out of 3 of these kids who age out of foster care, meaning they're now adults, right? There's 26,000 kids that are aging out every year just in the US alone. Within 1 year, 2 out of 3 of these kids are either dead, homeless, or in jail. See, when I came across that quote in 2017, I said, you know what? I want to fix that. I want to change that situation. So I created a business model that I call Serving My Way to Success, where I create resources, education, opportunities for kids that are aging out of foster care, completely free for them, that I fund through my business. This is like a Tom Shoes business model. If you guys are familiar with Tom Shoes, it's a shoe company. They give away a pair of shoes every time somebody buys a pair of shoes. And they're giving them away to somebody who would never be able to afford them. Same concept that every one of you can do if you're an entrepreneur. Maybe you don't have a business and you can mentor. Maybe you don't even have an opportunity that you could share with people, but you can learn. You can be a sponge for knowledge. Be that example, right? We as entrepreneurs, myself included, I feel it's a duty that we have to be able to create something that we can give to the next generation. For me, that's generation of entrepreneurs, right? And when I say serve your way to success, what do I mean by that? Specifically, let's look at process. So if you're watching this and you're an entrepreneur, you're like, hey, I want to learn how I can do this. How can I truly serve my way to success? Well, it's focusing on the 80% of business, okay? 80% of the sales that you're going to generate in your business are going to be somewhere between 5 to 12 contacts or even more, okay? Only 10% of business happens within the first 3 connections of value. Most entrepreneurs, more than 90% of them, never go past 3 contacts. You are different though. You are serving your way to success. Come up with different ways that you could just give value, give freely, give your process, give something in exchange for data, for feedback. That's pretty much all I'm doing publicly. So I say, hey guys, I will give you my process for free. The process that I get results with in my business, I'll just give it to you for free. Who wants it, right? Very simple. Whether you're speaking on stage, you're at the grocery store, you're hanging out with friends and family, there's a lot of ways that you could just generate interest by just giving it away for free. So what I usually do is I focus on a mobile strategy, right? Text has a 98% open rate within 5 minutes. So sending people to my website, I'm wasting a lot of efforts. Most people just leave. They scroll up and down, then they leave. They don't click on anything. Capturing emails. Well, I got about a 10 to 20% open rate on emails. Most of you probably similar if you're tracking your numbers. So you're already wasting 80 to 90% of your efforts. And then social media followers. I mean, that's great and all. I've got 50,000 followers on Facebook alone, but you've got about a 5% reach to your network whenever you're posting to social media. So that means 95% of people are not seeing your stuff. But if I got cell phone numbers, which I've got close to 10,000 phone numbers now that I've generated over the years, now I could just text them. And within literally seconds, I'm getting responses back because I'm just asking questions. I'm saying, hey, I want to give you something for free. Do you want it? Hey, I want to actually give you access to this event. Do you want to access it? Hey, I want to give you this PDF. Can I send you the link? So it's all these different things where I'm just saying, hey, I'll give this to you for free. I'm gauging interest. That's the serving part. Come up with 10, 15, 20 different ways that you could just give something away for free in exchange for feedback. I interviewed a guy that was one of the co-founders of Constant Contact. He had an exit with that company of over $1 billion with a B. Okay. I interviewed him, asked him, how did you guys get your company that high of a valuation? And his one word, he goes, feedback. I would constantly ask for feedback from clients, from potential clients, from people who are no longer clients, from referral partners, from marketing agencies. Like, you just constantly asked for feedback and implemented the feedback. And that's in essence what you're doing as an entrepreneur when you're growing your business, when you're serving your way out there, is you're just asking the world for feedback. Hey guys, let me know what you think. How does this affect, does this work for you? Does this valuable in any way? Would you be interested in something like this? And by the time they get to that 5 to 12 contacts, they're pursuing you in a lot of cases. Okay. So when I'm serving my way to success, what I like to do is I just give my process away for free. I help speakers, coaches, authors, and consultants generate high ticket clients, right? They're getting paid 4 to 5 figures per client. And I just give them the process. I host speed networking events and I just let them in for free. I let them access my community and build relationships. Yeah, there's a paid version to what I do, but there's also a free version to what I do. That's serving your way to success. I've built my community to over 30,000 entrepreneurs now. And at any point in time, if I want to create opportunities, I just take a small batch of the people I've already been serving for years, and I can just reach out with an opportunity, fill an opportunity very quickly. If I want to fill my calendar, I can just text a couple of hundred people and I'd have 50 to 60 appointments booked on my calendar within 24 hours. That is the power of truly serving your way to success, where people don't see your name and they automatically think, oh, great, what are they trying to sell me today? I'd rather feel like I'm like Santa Claus. People see my name. Ooh, what's Manny? What gift does Manny have for me today? That's serving your way to success. So I will leave you guys with one more quote from the unnamed philosopher. If anybody knows who this is, I would love for you guys to please share that with me. I would love that. Now, by the way, if you guys are watching this and you're like, you know what, Manny, I'm an entrepreneur. I would love to be able to hang out with your community. I'd love to be able to maybe even pick your brain on an idea or two. This right here is my direct line. You guys can text that directly. You also see right here scrolling down, networkofinfluence.com. That is our event page. That'll show you our upcoming events. We have a whole calendar of events you guys can access. Most of them are all completely free to attend. But if you text me the word register to this number right here, I will get you in completely free. Okay. You'll be locked in. You won't have to, pay for anything. It's completely free. Just my free gift for you. And I'll send you my process. I'll give you guys access to my, kind of like a step-by-step guide on how to generate high ticket clients, how speakers, coaches, authors, and consultants can be generating more leads, more referrals, and not have to run any ads or do any email campaigns. It's all building relationships and organic marketing. So I think you guys will really enjoy them. I'm going to leave you with one last quote. And this is what truly embodies the concept of serving your way to success. I found this quote so many years ago, right? Like when I first met my first mentor back in like 2007. And I saw this, I don't know what I was doing. I was like on my computer and I see this like image on an image search result. I think I was looking up motivational quotes or something. And this quote came by and I can never forget it. I believe that we are all created for greatness, not mediocrity, that we are to live our lives accordingly, striving to be agents of change as we attempt to leave this world a better place than we found it. Serve your way to success, my friends, and always remember that you are too blessed to be stressed.
And we're too blessed to be stressed to leave you go with exactly that. Manny, every time I hear you, you epitomize that you can't fake real. You're so real. And doing these processes, ladies and gentlemen, have really changed me. I was a big email person, and now I'm a big texting person. And the conversion rate, and if we're talking about the 6 pillars of success, when you have a success in your monetary life, you can give more love away because as one of my mentors says, you can't, good people do good things with their money. And I just like to spend a moment and just give you some shine of what you and Les Brown and what we have been doing as a community just recently, which has been absolutely fantastic. Just give a little bit of background on that. I would love to. I mean, Les was here first day 1. You're here day 3. Why not? Let's do it.
So the Les speaker program that he does, yes, that is fun. So he reached out to me. This was like probably 4 or 5 months ago, and we had scheduled him to speak at one of our events. And I asked him, like, Les, how can I best serve you? And he's like, I always love helping speakers be able to speak, be able to craft their story, be able to share what they do in a powerful and impactful way. And I'm like, okay, well, I have a lot of people at my network that would love to have a chance to work with you. Like, let's talk about it at my event. And then realize he doesn't have somebody that if I just sent, every time he speaks at my event, I've had him on my stage like over a dozen times now. Every time I give him a list of all the people that texted in his keyword that were like, hey, I'm interested in your resources, or I'd love to connect with you more. But there's no follow-up. There's no one there that's like, hey, let me tell you about this stuff, right? So I was asking him, I was like, hey, we have like 45 people that are interested in your thing. And I was like, who on your team is going to follow up with them? And he's like, well, I don't have anybody. And I was like, nobody? Well, dude, I want my people to get access to this. So let me just carve out the next couple of weeks. I'll make some phone calls. I'll reach out to my people. I'm going to find you 20 solid speakers that we can get into this group, and you can just do your thing. And for the last couple of months, I mean, every week on Wednesdays, we've been hanging out, we've been networking, we've been learning about their stories. And then I love what Les does, where he can listen to you for just like 2 minutes. He'll ask you like 1 or 2 questions. And then he's like, can I take a crack at it? And I'm like, heck yeah. And he'll just literally deliver your keynote with quotes and statistics. And it's like he was like part of you already. I've seen it like when yeah, in like just a couple of minutes, he'll just like, tell me a little bit about your story. Tell me about what you do. Tell me about, one thing that you had happen to you really young in life and that really impacted you. And then all of a sudden he creates a whole keynote vignette about just that topic. It's crazy, that magic he does. And that's like one of my favorite things about how he can just deliver value instantaneously.
I mean, and you've Valued, that's collaboration, like you talk about. That's collaboration. And if it's that like-minded servant leadership with that heart-centered leadership that Les talks about, that's what came in. He didn't, somebody as famous as this, you know, I know our Savior loves him, but he didn't have a follow-up deal. Well, guess what? All of a sudden you came in and you had the king of follow-up, and I'm just going to use your phrase. When you called me up, I said, heck yeah. That was the third time I was doing a program with Les Brown, and maybe it's third time's the charm, like my husband's in life, but it was just, it made all the difference in the world to be there this time and at this moment. And I'm so grateful that you called me. And I'm so grateful to be that program, because that's what's going to change the world and the trajectory of health. And I've just got to honor you one more time to say, Manny, I'm so grateful that you made that first call to me, that you've given me a platform for health. I think that everyone on the network of influence knows everything about Dr. Jody. I had somebody from yesterday said, yeah, it was good to hear that again. So I guess you've circulated me enough along the way. And thank you for putting an endorsement in this book. And thank you for putting a mark on my life, Manny. Seriously, you are what when I became unretired during COVID and came back in, I said, what I want to do is be influenced by millennials to make an impact in their lives. Just like Hulda Clark was a part of my life, that I could, as a young 30-year-old health coach with 3 years of health coaching, I could go ahead and learn from her and take her practices to the next level. So thank you for that. Thank you for being you.
It's all about collaboration. That's the definition of serving our way to success, finding people who have the results we want, learn from them. I bring those people to my community so my community can learn from them. And it just creates a good win-win scenario.
Learning from others to value everything. That is love, and that is you. Well, I'm going to say, see you next time.
Adios, amigos.
So let's hear from one of our sponsors, Live Freely, Proactive Aging. Let's take a look, take a listen.
Aging seniors face a variety of challenges when it comes to their health and well-being. Now, there's a way to take control of aging. Meet Buddy, your personal health assistant. Buddy is a cutting-edge digital health solution that empowers seniors and their caregivers to be proactive in aging. The platform works on smartwatches worn by the senior and paired to their phone. Buddy automatically detects, predicts, and prevents falls. If a fall is detected, your loved one's watch will vibrate and display fall detected, I'm okay, or help me. At the same time, an alert is sent to the caregiver and a 5-minute countdown begins. If the alert is not addressed within the 5 minutes, Buddy will automatically connect to 911. Many times, a loved one is prescribed a walker or cane when they become a fall risk. Through Bluetooth and gamification, Buddy encourages the use of assistive walking devices by providing points that can be converted to gift cards. Buddy also reminds your loved ones to take their medications on time. One of its most innovative features, Buddy uses all the data it collects to create a personalized baseline and measures deviations to alert of potential health issues. Gain greater connectedness, peace of mind, independence, and security through Buddy, your personal health assistant. To learn more, visit www.buddylife.com.
Yes, Live Freely, Proactive Aging. I know approaching the 7-0 in February, I certainly want that proactivity in aging. And it begins with what we're doing here. It begins with just having health in all 6 pillars. And one of them is with one of our sponsors, Vibra 360. I endorse this coffee. There's nothing on my website that I wouldn't say that is there just for nothing else, but I believe in it. A 6 mushroom blend, keeping your body alkaline is key, and proactivity is the other key. So check out our sponsors, livefreely.today and Vibra at theproducts.store. And now you are going to check this out. I'm going to say, as I did on day one, fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. This plane is ready to take off. Enjoy the ride. Dr. Jim Marinakis, he's one of a kind, which we all are. But once again, as I'm saying, a friend of a friend, because I got a call from one of my associates. He said, you need to meet him. But there was an intensity from Timothy, my just wonderful colleague and friend, when he said, you've got to meet him. I had a 3-minute conversation. I drove to meet him, not just on the phone, just not a conference call. I drove to meet him. When I went down to Boca Raton, I'm telling you, one energy bite and one cup of coffee, my life has never been the same. That's what I'm talking about. My quote, miracles occur every day. Beckon them in. I guess I was ready to beckon in someone of this stature that I would drive just for a simple cup of coffee from northwest of Orlando all the way 4 hours to Boca Raton, Florida. Dr. Jim has been in practice over 50 years. When he was in private practice, had 35,000 patients. Check this out. 10 years, all by referral. Wouldn't you want a business like that? Wouldn't you want to have an impact like this? You see, he not only is a naturopathic doctor, he's a homeopathic physician and also an acupuncture physician. In fact, when you open up the cover page of our book, we had to give him the whole line. The whole line. So I am honored to say for the last 8 years, I've been his student. And I'm even more humbled and honored to say that Healthopedia, the book, the project, and the movement and program that you will hear about today, actually, we are now partners in this Healthopedia. So you can go, as you see on the bottom of the screen for part 1, our book, go ahead and open up this health-a-pedia.com. You can go and get an activation code that you'll automatically get notified that our book is going live on Tuesday. This 1984 vision to mission is now fruition because of Dr. James Marinakis saying yes. So say yes to his words, say yes to his wisdom, say yes to everything that is infused with our word for today, love. It is with great honor and privilege that I bring to our stage the absolute one, the only Dr. James Marinakis. So, Jim, hey, Elise, let's take it away and unmute your mic, Jim. I think your mic is muted, so we want to get that unmuted, and then we'll go. Hi, Elise. I think we have to unmute his mic, and then we're going to go. See, visionaries oftentimes aren't the most techno-savvy. Aren't we glad? So just unmute his mic down at the bottom there, and we're ready to go. Nope.
Said everything. So I had to say stuff again.
Okay, there you go. There you go. And that is the epitome, Jim, Dr. Jim, is why we are doing this at our age, because Elise, then your wisdom is empowering the next generation. So, Dr. Jim, I am with just such anticipation, knowing your words, that you will share your story, the man in the middle, your wisdom, and just share from your heart, which is always the best way. You've taught me that as well. The next 18 minutes is yours, Dr. Jim.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to the people here. I appreciate it every time we get together and have these moments. All of us in time. However, it's not that often that somebody identifies us in that time-space continuum in a context other than another individual or human being. Somehow you've put me as a man in the middle, whether it's in the middle between right and left or up and down or front or center. The middle means between two other things. And in health, that thing that a physician or a practitioner is between is usually somebody that is needing or wanting assistance and the source of that assistance. And we call that a healthcare practitioner or a physician. Anyway, when you go to an individual, you're going to somebody that has a capacity, whether it's experience or education. They have used their background to develop a skill set, and the capacity that they have determines whether or not they can assist you. For that reason, medicine is considered to be a practice. Well, I wasn't satisfied with practicing something, so I had to learn something else, something that people could rely on, regardless of what it was that they needed to accomplish. And I continued to study well beyond my initial education. I received 3 doctoral degrees, one in naturopathic medicine, one in homeopathic medicine, and one in traditional Chinese medicine. I still didn't consider my skill set to be adequate, although I was booked with patients from the moment I opened my doors to the moment I left every day. I still wanted to know why people got sick and what they needed to do to recover their health. And this led me on a journey. That journey took me through the far reaches of shamanism. It took me through conventional educations, which I just mentioned, and more. But my own discoveries, the things that I learned along the way through my experience, were my main teachings. And I think they are for everybody. When you're in healthcare, obviously those teachings, those experiences are centered around that subject. And over the 55 years I've been doing this, that's the reason why the majority of people have come to me, although it wasn't my motivation. My motivation was to take people far beyond being healthy. I was interested in reaching for the outer limits of human capacity. Well, there are none. And if you're in the middle between left and right, you realize that you're in the pillar of knowledge that reaches from infinity above to infinity below. We're in the physical world, this pillar. And that is where the most precious experience of life in the form of matter continues on as long as we have our health. And what's required are very basic things. Each and every human being keeps themselves alive. There's nobody plugging them in or turning them on every day. They're plugged in, turned on all the time. If you don't think that's true, try disconnecting yourself while you're sound asleep. You won't wake up. You're plugged in all the time. And it takes a fundamental existence in order for somebody to wake up and decide they want to be different. They want something more. And if you're sick or incapacitated, you don't have to be handicapped. You could be incapacitated just wanting to set a new world record. This is something I've had the honor of helping several people do. You need more than what you have. You need something that you're not obtaining through the measures that you're using to keep yourself alive at the time. And there are only 5 sources of energy that all of us tap into to keep ourselves alive. And we use those 5 sources of energy and we play with them like a musician plays with notes. The difficulty is most of us don't even know what they are. We use them unconsciously, competently, and we keep ourselves alive. But without the knowledge of what they are, we have limitations to what we can accomplish with them. And anytime that you need something more than what you have, whether you're sick or seeking to accomplish something other than what you anticipate or other than what the norm would suggest, you can access that information by going to an individual, whether it's the man in the middle or an expert in a specific field, and gain access to that information about those 5 sources of energy. If you're lucky, you'll find somebody that can integrate all 5 of them for you and apply them as a single application. And when that happens, there is an exponential or quantum effect. If you're sick, that means you get well. If you're an athlete, it means you surpass your previous best. It could be means setting a world record. If you're an average individual, it might just mean living a lot longer, spending 20 years in a career beyond the normal time that you would retire. Oftentimes, I've been called to address Fortune 500 companies to aid them in their efforts to keep their chief executives in office, because every day they're in office, there is a revenue stream that's generated by their presence and their activities within that corporation. And oftentimes when they pass or retire, it's not easy to replace them. Sometimes it means the death of that company. Any of you who remember Compaq Computers is an example of what I'm talking about. Sometimes even household word name brands come and go, they perish because they depend upon individuals to keep them alive. Just like we depend upon those 5 energy sources to keep us alive. And when I deal with an individual, I'm always in the capacity of a teacher. I have been a physician. I've practiced. I've treated 35,000 people in private practice. I don't do that anymore. Many years ago, I chose to leave my private practice as a physician and to go into physician education. And that took me all over the world. Nowadays, the physicians come here from all over the world. And Jody mentioned that I was world famous. What that means is that without writing a book, without advertising, without the assistance, I've drawn people from all 4 corners of the globe to wherever it was that was addressing health issues or education about human performance or whatever the matter was to what I was doing. And people came from far and wide by word of mouth on the merits and successes that I experienced with people. And that wasn't based upon some sparkling personality or some capacity that I have outside of the ordinary. It was based on my ability to enable people to connect to those energy sources, whether it be through physiotherapy or nutrition or meditation, any number of means that are derived or that we derive those energy sources through to satisfy a problem. And fortunately, in many instances, those problems were problems that most people have difficulty achieving. Sometimes they're considered to be unsolvable. There is no such thing. No matter what your problem is, there is a solution for it. In fact, if the 2 don't exist, neither of them exist. You must have a solution in order to have a problem. And it might be as simple as understanding that to deal with the mental aspect of health. Sometimes people don't understand that simple fact. And adding that understanding is enough for the energy to go through the mind to make its way where it needs to be in order to change what is taking place in an individual. Your living soul, your biological computer, if you will, is the source of life in the body. It is what feeds the mind and rises up and gives back to the spirit. Without that immortal soul keeping you alive, sound asleep, and remembering to manufacture hormones and vitamins, and all sorts of things that it does, without you thinking, we would perish. This whole universe was created as a receptacle and playground for the immortal souls. We, the ego, we get to ride along. We get to enjoy the experience more often than not, thinking it's all about us. But in reality, if it weren't for our immortal soul, our subconscious mind, if you will, none of this would be taking place. I encourage people to learn more about themselves as a starting place to satisfy, change any problem that they're having. There are models for human being is that date back to antiquity. Any model that explains the spirit, the mind, the soul, the body, the relationships are a prerequisite for learning how to become a different person. Whether you want to get healthy, or you want to get smarter, you want to live longer, you want to increase your performance, it helps to know what you are, what you're made out of. And the rest of it is about learning how to bring the energy from the highest source all the way into the physical, better than the way you're doing it at the time. Because remember, as long as you're alive, you're already doing it. The only thing you have to do is do it a little bit better. How much better is up to you? It's not up to a practitioner or somebody else. There's no perfect model of a human being. The perfect model of a human being is looking at you when you're in the mirror. Because you can do anything you want with this life. This life is about learning, expressing and enjoying yourself and experiencing everything that's here. It's not about living up to somebody else's standards. When you express yourself and you experience things that are not returning to you what it is that you're looking for, all you have to do is change one or all of those 5 things. How hard could it be? You're doing it all the time, keeping yourself alive, right? It's as simple as sometimes reading a good book, paying attention to what's being discovered in science, or accessing somebody who stands between you and a source of information that you want to learn, i.e. the man in the middle. I think we are rapidly approaching a time when people will look at diseases as a part of history. I know that every major civilization that has existed up until now has perished under the weight of a pandemic. Ancient Greece crumbled. Egypt crumbled under plagues. That's what they were called then. The same thing in China. There was no culture that ever survived a pandemic or a plague and wiped it out. The last plague in Europe killed 70% of the people, and all of underpinning society. And society reinvented itself. It was refurbished, born again. Like the phoenix rising from the ashes of destruction, the Renaissance was born. The Renaissance was a time where it was great learning, where knowledge, information, beauty, wisdom were all brought to the forefront and became the primary motivations for people. And this was taught to the generations that followed. And the result was us. The Renaissance delivered modern age of man. Those survivors of the plague, which were only 30% of the people, created changes that brought us from being men who rode on horsebacks and in carriages to men who flew to the moon. Now, all of us haven't done that. Not yet. I know they're planning on rides there, but I say that in jest. Maybe most of us will never take a ride or anywhere else. But you can go to outer space, right? Within a period of time, whether it's the next 5 years or the next 50 years, men will be capable of interstellar space travel. The first missions to space are already planned, being implemented as we speak. This is something that most of you already know. What is not known to everybody is that in order to succeed at that, people have to learn what these 5 sources of energy are and be able to actively implement them anywhere they are in the universe. And they can and they will, because that's the only way they can get there. When you're dealing with a person who's challenged with their health, if you're not able to introduce these sources of energy to them, whether it be nutrition or exercise, whatever your modalities are, you need to move the person along. They'll go on their own, or you can usher them. For those of you that want to be able to do that, I've been over 45 years developing and introducing a system that teaches practitioners and individuals how to use these, what they are, when to tell if they're working, and to elevate them to whatever level is necessary for a person to accomplish their goal. This is not a small feat. This is what people have been looking for from the beginning of time in the physical world. It's taking place in the spiritual world. It's taking place in the astral world where people dream. It's taking place. The last place it has to occur is here on earth. And this will become a heavenly paradise. This is not a sermon. This is fact. This is what's happening. And the 5 aspects of life that I'm talking about are the last things people need to learn in their discovery to tap into the human resource in its fullest capacity. If you don't believe in it, it's still going to happen. It is the evolution of man. Not because anybody says so. It's because this is what was created in the beginning of time. And all of the sources were put here before man came here to tap into. The reason we don't live 350 years like the children of Noah, Noah's Ark, are because we needed to know how we lived 350 years. In order to do that, we had to take apart what we were doing and learn all the pieces work and put them back together. And that's what man's been doing since the time of Noah. Because of changes in the universe, which we all feel, everything's speeding up. And it's going to sped up a whole lot faster over the next 5 years. In fact, in the next 5 years, our lives are going to change the world around us, if you will, more than it has in the last 300 years. 300 years ago, the United States wasn't even here. The ground that we're on and where we're speaking from right now was in the hands of the red race people who it was given to prepare for what we're doing now. We will be having conversations in the future between planets, and we'll be sharing information about other solar systems. It's endemic to do that. It's meant to be. But without being able to take care of our physical body, we can't get there. We need to finish learning what we've started about how we live, what keeps us alive, and how to strengthen it to the point that we can manifest ourselves anywhere and everywhere that we choose to go. Human beings are the greatest things in the universe. You don't see any animals flying to space, right? They don't have the intelligence or the capacity. We have the courage to do that. And I want to encourage all of you to give up the idea that healthcare is a practice. I did. I realized that healthcare is a performance. And if you let go of the idea that you can't perform what's needed in order to be healthy, then you can certainly inherit good health and you can help others do the same thing. This is our culture. This is something that our children will learn from us, that their children will learn from them. This is something that is not part of a fad or a profession, some idea that somebody can turn into a business and capitalize off of. You can make a business out of anything. But this is something that each and every human being can take the responsibility for themselves and share with others out of a kindness that's inside all of us. and it's unselfish, and it's necessary. Without each other, we don't have anything. In fact, money, which many people pursue, and there's nothing wrong with that, only exists because of that relationship. If we didn't agree on the value of money, it wouldn't exist. So, in summary, I'm encouraging everyone listening to this to follow along with Healthopedia, because I'm going to pour out my 55 years of experience into a didactic form for the sake of Healthopedia. For companies that want to implement the use of these energy sources in a closed environment, you can access a format through the Personal Performance Institute. Right now, these things have been being used for 4.5 years within a closed environment, if you will, in a subdivision of PPI, which is EPI, Employee Performance Institute. And that's where I'm broadcasting from right now. Actually, it's not this virtual living room. In that facility, not all, but many of the principals in the company, the direct reports, the middle management, have been applying the daily living principles through which they access these life-giving sources of energy that create our vital force. And the net result of not only an improvement in individuals, but a 500% increase in the activity of the business without addition other than teaching the people that operate the business how to improve themselves. People will find out in the very near future that the best investment that exists in business is investing into yourself and your employees. Because the healthier they are, the healthier your business will become. The transfer of feelings within a business construct means money. That's cash in the bank. And for anybody that hasn't felt the sheer delight of having a wonderful experience with a waiter or waitress over a meal and paying the bill, enjoying it thoroughly, and finding it to be worth every penny that you spend, you know what I'm talking about. For those of you that have ever enjoyed the smile of somebody over a counter when you buy a cup of coffee, you understand where their happiness and the energy that they put out has a value. That value goes from one person to another and circulates through the universe, and even comes back to you eventually. And when it does, it comes back to you. These are dividends in cash. These are dividends that you can deposit in your bank. And anybody that wants to experience that with your health and wellness as a side effect, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. Stay tuned into Healthopedia, because it's coming.
Yes, we're coming now, aren't we, Dr. Jim? We are
Yeah, we
coming
are.
with this. And I'll tell you, the ppi.international.com, it's live. You will see the video. If you want to see this wisdom over and over again, you will see a part of the commercial that you're going to see here. You'll see it on ppi.international. But I just pulled up this picture. I hope people can see it. This is an example. This was your mentor, Dr. Hulls. And there we go. And
Dr. Hulls
he took you as a mentee. This is how you pass these principles on. So I just thought I'd throw that in. What did that just bring up with you?
No, it stirred a lot of emotion. Dr. Hulls was my first mentor. He tutored me for 3 years while he was the last 3 years of his life. He was a legendary physician. He wasn't famous. He was legendary. He had been heard about. The Pope, the Roman Pope, came to the United States incognito to be
The
treated
Roman
by
Pope.
William
Did you say Pope?
The Pope, the Pope of Rome, came to the United States when he was on a visit in Cuba in the 1960s. He came to the United States incognito for a backache. Dr. Hulse treated him, no more backache. This Hulse did many things. He developed techniques that he used to restore eyesight to 105 blind people, 29 of which were born blind. This was something he developed on his own. It's something that I'm teaching to healthcare professionals through EPI at the moment here in Pompano Beach, Florida. It is something that I've used in my professional career to restore eyesight to people too. It was a discovery that he made through his intent and belief in the holy forces of creation, that a solution existed for every problem. And he found a solution to problems with the human cranium. And it works whether the person's been injured or whether or not.
I've seen it work.
I'm sorry?
I've seen it work. I've seen this because it's a perfect example of the body put in the right condition will heal itself. And you've talked about that in your story. And one other thing, because we've got a few minutes, I wanted to address a couple of things, because your quote, speaking of the previous generation, now you see Dr. Hulse, then where in the world, man in the middle, you address that, but no admiral proves his true worth in a calm sea. Because talking about Dr. Hulse was a pioneer, you have been a pioneer, blazing the trail for others to follow. Give us a little backstory where this quote came from.
Well, that quote was actually something my mother said to a person during one of the many trials I've had in my life. In this case, it was a literal one. And it was a litigation that I won, prevailed in the state of Arizona to establish myopractice, which was a sub-teaching that I developed as a result of my time with Dr. Hulse. And one of my associates turned to my mother and said, "How can you stand to hear them talk about your son like this?" And my mother looked at the person and said, "No admiral proves his true worth in a calm sea," and then looked back at the proceedings. One of my associates was sitting behind my mother and this other associate of mine, and they came to me afterwards and they said, "You know what? Now I know how you can go through this." He said, "I see what cloth you were cut from." And I laughed. It's because my family history is a very famous one. I come from the island of Crete, which was settled by people that left Sparta in Greece. And those Spartans that left there were a clan of people called the Heracleidae. They were the descendants of what the Romans called Hercules. It's a real person.
There you go.
And I have this Herculean blood. And as a result of it, I have led my life and my ancestors as well in a certain way. The word Marinakis means sailor, great sailor. It has a history to it as well. But you can't erase those ancestral lines of anybody, and nobody should even try. You should be proud of your ancestors. Every one of us has an ancestry that dates back to a time in the beginning where each and every one of them were famous. Not just because they won in competitors millions have this life, because they come from the source of all things through their ancestors. And mine happened to be very famous. My ancestors actually were banished because the king of Sparta was afraid that they would overthrow him. And he banished the wrong people who were traitors and did overthrow him and put him in jail. My ancestors sailed back to Sparta, the Peloponnesus, and overthrew the traitors and put the king back on his throne. It's the only thing that's ever happened in history. So there's a lot of reasons why I could face things that other people might find difficult.
That's why there's an admirable truth, the true worth in a calm sea. I've got a little bit of a surprise in the book that I don't think you know, but when I wrote the publisher or the author, presenter, whatever you want to call me, in the book, the dedication, of course I put you in there. There were 4 people, like the four corners of a room. We had 40 authors in the book. It's that stability number. And also your amazing words. I still remember where I was when you told me, just when miracles happen, just say, of course, Jody, because you're on course. That's where my power quote came from. Miracles occur every day. Beckon them in. I could have put, of course, because when you were on course, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to give you a warning. This is caution. I'm doing a promotion. If you thought that this was amazing, hearing this man's wisdom, 35,000 patients, all by referral in 10 years, 400 people that he's trained as a teacher, and some of the most famous, Dalai Lama, et cetera, have come to train with Dr. Jim. Can you imagine?
Not directly. He was trained by a group of people that I was associated with.
But that's close enough for me, close enough for horseshoes, as they say, in hand grenades. But having that association and going ahead and saying, okay, what are we going to do here in February? Remember what I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's more than a book. It's more than a project. It's a movement. Live, February Summit 2024 on the 22nd, 23rd, and 28th. You could go to drjody.com/upcoming-events. Scroll on down, because the first, obviously, on that page is our virtual summit. The second one is, would you like to come to sunny Florida? See, are you in Michigan? Dan, I'm picking on you right now, our producer. Are you up in Boston? How about coming to sunny Florida? But what would it feel like to be able to spend just a nominal fee? Right now, we have 40 tickets sold. We have only 150 seats in this experience. Why? Because it's not going to be a summit where you get all pumped up with this information, and then you go, oh, I have to rest for a week. Or like our next speaker, Jeremy Hoffman, said, or a month. No, you are going to learn the techniques. And I'm going to brag on you just one more moment and then give you the microphone, Dr. Jim, because to know what you charge for this intensive 3-day is 300 times more money than the mere $13.95, which is the early bird price right now, probably for just the next week. And then it'll go up to $17.95 plus the VIP experience. Even with that, it's a bargain, because these techniques have changed my life, Dr. Jim. I am a different person than I was when I just came down the road and got into the tropical storm Floyd. I remember I called you because my umbrella left the gas station as I was pumping up because it was torrential rain. And I said, Dr. Jim, I don't look like my picture. I have bad hair. And you said, don't worry, I have no hair. You always make people feel that they're at ease. And if you just are starting out on this health journey, you will make people feel at ease, but you will leave with your own health epiphany. So what say you about this experience in February?
What I'm going to do, I'm going to take everybody through a small experience of what it's like to experience increased energy where it's noticeable, so that they are now talking about something that they have experienced rather than something that they've just learned about or thought about, and send them home in better shape than when they got there. All too many times I've attended some kind of seminar or symposium where by the end of it, I was glad it was over because it was so enduring. I'm going to do this time is show people how they can change that experience, leave there feeling better than when they got there.
Because energy creates vitality, which transcends to longevity. I guess at 72 and 69 and 3/4, we're living proof, correct?
That works for me. That's funny. I just had a massage a few minutes ago, and I was interviewing somebody for staffing here at the facility, the clinic that we have in Pompano. And she asked me where I had problems, what was bothering me. I said, no, nothing. And she said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, I don't have any aches or pains. And I think that she found that at my age to be unheard of. And I'm limber. I can do everything I could do when I was 19. I just can't run as fast.
Well, there you go. But we're going to run to this next commercial. But I want to give you one other thing that means the world to me. This is your Dr. Bernie bit. Okay, we're kids to Dr. Bernie at 90, right? Your Bernie bit, as he said, he wanted the rest of the saying something to snack on. Life has the ability to create opportunity and meaning for the future. Dr. Jim, that's what you've done for me. That's what you've done for countless people. And this is what we will continue to do through Healthopedia. I'm so grateful that you said yes. When you told me that people have wanted you to write your story like for decades, I'm so grateful that you said yes to me.
I'm delighted.
And until the next time, we're always going to say ciao for now. Have a great Healthopedia day.
Ciao.
Ciao. So this is what I know. I want you to take a look, take a listen. Our next commercial is from author, previous speaker, and from Dr. Jim Marinakis about PPI. Let's take a look, take a listen.
The main reason I believe people's health is declining globally is because they don't do the things every day that they need to maintain themselves. They don't walk enough. They don't get enough nutrients. They accumulate way too much stress. They don't expose themselves to nature. They work under artificial lights that damage the rods and cones of their eye, their brain, disturb functions of their liver. Everybody wants to be free from disease, and they want to enjoy a long and happy life. At the Personal Performance Institute, we teach you how to do exactly that. It starts right in the beginning. The very first things you'll do, which are simple instructions, will improve your health, and they will make you feel better about yourself. Not believe that you feel better about yourself, but actually feel better about yourself. That's what the Personal Performance Institute can do for you.
While being mentored and studying with the iconic pioneer in natural healer, Dr. Hulda Clark, and experiencing her life-changing practices and protocols, a goal card was written and dated in 1984 stated, "I will write the Eastern medical version of the PDR, Physician's Desk Reference." The universe delivered a sign to actualize this goal. Now in 2023, we are experiencing vision and mission into fruition. Healthopedia has arrived, led by the iconic 20th and 21st century icon, Dr. Bernie Siegel, MD, author of Love, Medicine, and Miracles, along with 42 extraordinary healing world changers that will motivate, educate, inspire, and propel you along your own path to wholeness, wellness, and abundance. Every compelling story will uplift you to your own epiphany of health isn't something you do, it's what you become along life's journey.
I could truly say that what are we becoming along life's journey epitomizes our word today of love. And Jeremy Hoffman is the business partner of Jason Estes, who spoke on day one. I met them through Dame Doria Cordova. You're getting the connection here. And it was the same feeling times two. You saw them together, and I felt absolute and energetic love at first energy listen and experience. And I knew that they needed to be in this book with their story. Once again, millennials coming up, not even 30. This young man is a serial entrepreneur. This young man is going to change the trajectory of so many things and so many practices in business with the right energy, the Healthopedia energy. And when I talked to Jeremy and he said, well, that would be an interesting experience to write more than an email. I said, yes, he did. Yes, he took the challenge, probably because there are 2 F's, 2 J's, and 2 N's. Yes, 2 J's, 2 F's, 2 N's. It is Jeremy Hoffman in the financial sector of our book, Healthopedia. And it is absolutely a disgustingly wonderful honor because you're disgustingly wonderfully humble and so successful and so young. And what your story says, Jeremy, is exactly what we have with your Dr. Bernie bit. Something to snack on is this: transcending in love is self-induced healing. And that's what your story means to me. So what was this like, writing this chapter from a victim to victor?
Hey, Jody, and hey, everyone tuning in. Grateful to be here with you all. And, you know, it was a beautiful invitation because I didn't come into the book with what I was going to write. I didn't have anything premeditated or predetermined. I created the space for myself to tune in and to allow Source, Universe, God to work through me. And when I sat down, I gave myself the writing blocks. And when I sat down, of course, wonderfully supported by you and your team to do so, I sat down. I was actually at my parents' house, which I'm not there often, but I was there, and it felt very nostalgic to be there in the house where I grew up. And in front of the computer, I tuned in, I tapped in, and I looked through all of the records, you know, from this meditative state. What has truly allowed me to thrive? What do I view health as? And there were so many different things that I could have, you know, spoken to, many different stories that, you know, came to mind to tell, but there was one distinct moment. And that was when the mindset and the perspective from victim to victor truly anchored itself into my body, into my field. And out of all of the practices that we can do, from the yogas to the breath works to, you know, the stem cells, or to the diets, exercise, all of these different things, for me, and I'll go into, you know, more context around this, but when I switched the way that I looked at the world, when I switched and upgraded, elevated my perspective on how the world, how the universe is actually working for me, always, it changed my life in every aspect of my life.
And it was just like that in an instant,
The understanding was instant. The embodiment and the practice, and therefore the mastery, that takes time. You know, that will, I believe, will always take time. That is the dedication and the opportunity that we have as human beings to truly embody what it is that we understand into lived wisdom.
Live wisdom. Oh, you thought you were slick. You thought you'd get that one pass over here. Let's go. So how does somebody so young, so insightful, and so brilliant learn how to live wisdom?
Well, I think it's by tuning into what is most authentic to us in that moment, right? I would say we can all have understanding, whether you're young or whether you're old. That to me is the conceptual awareness around reading books or, you know, educating ourselves. But the wisdom for me, and I can only always speak from my experience, the wisdom is when we actually begin to practice, to take action, to live our lives in alignment with that in which we understand. And so I can't really answer your question on, you know, how I've been able to tune into this at a younger age than others, but it's not even about comparison. For me, it's, I only know what I know. And so I don't know what it's going to be like when I'm 38 or 48 or 58 or 68 or, you know, 108 or 138, because I plan to live at least to 130 to 140. But
yes,
all I know is that by living in alignment with that in which you understand and embodying it through lived action, it cultivates wisdom. And with that wisdom, you can feel the resonance behind somebody's words when they are actually backing that depth up with that in which they do.
Live, action, resonance, wisdom. Boy, someone needs to write that in the context. So that we talked about Jasonisms on Monday. That's a Jeremyism. Congratulations. And I will say that you do embody this wisdom. And I'm humbled that you said yes. And you did this in such a big way because I know things are moving ridiculously fast in just an exponential way for all of your businesses. And when you said, I know this has been a journey where I'm learning from the wisdom of those that have gone before, and I'm going, and you said it to me, I'm going, that's why Jeremy is Jeremy. Thank you for that compliment. And you were such an easy person to work into this book, and the financial pillar, because you've done it with love. When our acrostic for love, looking for opportunities and valuing everything, that's exactly what you do. You value every experience, now don't you? Give us an
100%.
example. Maybe out of your chapter.
To go into that, I'm going to preface this, right? Every single moment gives us an opportunity for infinite learning, infinite expansion into what we're experiencing. I haven't found the cap. I have not found the end. So, to tune into my chapter and my power quote is, life is happening for you, not to you. So when someone cuts you off in traffic, of course, we could say that happened to us, and we could go into the victim. We could blame that person. We could honk our horn. We could finger them. We could, go into road rage and try to speed up behind them or beside them. And of course, that is not an act of love. Now, the alternative to this is realizing that, this person may be in a rush. Maybe someone in their family has passed. Maybe they're late for work and they just started a new job. And, we could have actually slowed down and allowed them to go in front of us and sent them love and encouragement to get to where they needed to go. Now, inside of that moment, right, we could explore both options. Now, let's say we didn't choose the highest possible route and we got angry. And maybe that's okay. There's no shame or blame in that. We can take, once we realize that, hey, maybe this wasn't the best action that we could have taken, we have an opportunity to reflect. We can say, okay, now how are we going to do better next time? How are we going to show up with more love, compassion, and patience in the future, the next time that happens to us? So we could explore, and why did I get frustrated? Why did I get angry? So we can continue to explore, not dig, but explore with curiosity this moment around why we acted and how we acted, and the reflections we want to take from that. Alternatively, when we allow that person in front of us and we send them off with love and strength and clarity and precision in their journey, all of a sudden we can also explore that. We can explore how that compassion or how that patience made us feel. We could go into that experience. And so this practice of, living, with that intention is the infinite possibility and opportunity to expand and learn in every single moment, no matter what it is, no matter what's happening to you, because it's happening for you.
And it's happening for you. I give an example of Dr. Bernie Siegel told me this story where this guy actually jumped out of his car in road rage. He said, "Old man, where are you going?" "I don't know, but I'm going to send you love." And the guy backed down and just went back into his car. That's all he said. There's an example. Don't you think he changed that man's energy? I mean, for real. So I think that going and looking how you found, they got to buy the book, got to buy the to get the essence of Jeremy Hoffman. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, a portion of our proceeds with the sale of our book, both in September and October, are going to the Maui fires, the victims, through HawaiiFirst.org, and also to Gabe's Heart Foundation. If you just want to go, as many of you do on our Healthopedia network, you've sponsored us just like PBS. It takes money to run this channel. So you give your contributions monthly. That will also go to Gabe's Heart Foundation 100% this month and next month, and to the Maui fires. And when you buy the book, not only will you get the nuggets of how to live for you and not to you, Jeremy's nuggets, but the story. And the 40 stories are rocking. I loved how you changed the trajectory with your own health. Just give us a little snippet of that. That's one of my favorite pieces.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, in my story, it was the combination of primarily lifestyle choices that led to significant and severe chronic stress. So my issues that then came from the chronic stress, and if anyone were to Google what are the side effects of high amounts of stress or chronic stress, you will see a lot, from hypertension to, you know, developing things like sleep apnea. In my case, it affected my sleep, it affected my mental health, and it affected my physical health. And I was in and out of the hospital for a period of years with walking pneumonia, sleep apnea, where I was not falling asleep. And it impacted, you know, every aspect of my health. You know, we talk about Healthopedia, all these different pillars. It impacted the financial aspect, it impacted the emotional, the spiritual, the energetic. And while going through to the traditional system, it didn't work for me. So I, you know, went to what have people done throughout time to feel better or to be optimized in their lives? What was a world without anxiety? What was a world without stress as an everyday waking experience? Now, that brought me down an incredible path of, you know, psychedelic medicine, breath work, cold water, movement, yoga, body work, diet, exercise, all of these different things. But while we can do all of the things that others will tell us to do for our health, and there are some extremely important ones like exercise, just getting in 4 to 5 hours of exercise can significantly benefit your health short term and long term. There's all kinds of, you know, data backed protocols, practices, routines that you can do to better your life. But for me, no matter what it is that you do, if your mind is not in the victor, if your mind is not in this place where you are working with, you are learning from your experience, no matter what's happening, then you could do the things, you could look healthy, you could, you know, your physical body might be able to feel healthy, but that internal world where you spend the majority of your time, you know, in between here or wherever you want to say that space is, if that place is not moving towards being the victor of your life and showing up as such, it doesn't matter what you eat, what you look like, because internally you may be decaying. And that was my, you know, my story. Externally, I had successful companies, I had a house, I had a wife, I looked physically good, like I had all of the things, you know. I was in my early 20s and I had already had 2 investment properties and multiple companies and, you know, all of the things. And yet inside I was decaying. And so that piece for me is to get clear on the internal world. And for me, again, it is so important that you realize that life is happening for you, not just when it's good, not just when you want to celebrate, not just when, you know, you hit a workout or you finish a yoga session or you finish a retreat or a practice or you get a promotion at your job or you start your company. Those are all moments to celebrate. But even when there's challenge and adversity and you know, turmoil or death, you know, these opportunities, every single one of these things is happening and is life providing you with just gold for you to experience and anchor into these aspects of your life. And truthfully, while I don't prefer challenging situations, I'm not going to speak that into existence. As they naturally occur and as they rise, which I believe they will continue because that allows me the opportunity of expansion and growth, those moments almost always provide me with more lessons and more depth and more realness than any, you know, celebration has in my life.
Well, and you talk about experience. Experiences anchor you because you made it that anchor. Suzanne Finder talked about those anchors that really are found in your mitochondria. They're found in your nervous system. You anchored that and used it, speaking before you. And this is a totally random thing off of your story, but Tom Chesser of Rise Up Marketing and Media said, "Hi, Jeremy." Don't we love Tom?
Hey, Tom.
Absolutely. So knowing that experience and anchor, that you make the choice. It's all about choices. So that you only wrote an email. You're ridiculously busy. Tell us again, why did you say yes to Healthopedia?
You know, when I met you, Jody, and thank you, Tom, because without Tom, I may have not met you or may have not met you for a long time. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. And when I met you instantly, you know, there was this connection. We knew we were going to work together in some capacity. And when you said, Jeremy, I believe you have a story to tell, which I also believe myself. You know, I've been putting out pieces of content for a while, but never fully engaged with it. And when you had reached out, I had just started writing, you know, a newsletter more actively, which again is maybe a couple hundred words, 1,000 words tops. And it was this opportunity because I knew that you would see this project through. You know, you're calling me, you're giving me these updates. I'm like, I know Jody's going to go all in on this. And when you started to share some of these other authors, I went, wow, what a beautiful opportunity for somebody to be able to pick up this book and learn from such a variety of different experts in their field. And it becomes this encyclopedia, this, you know, health Bible where people could flip to any page and
Ooh,
find
like
what
that.
it is
Health
that
Bible.
they need.
That was a new one. That was a new one. Thank you.
And flip to any page and be like, wow, that's what I really needed to hear, or that's what I needed to receive today, from the mindset to the financials to the emotional, you know, all of the different pillars that we're speaking to here. So for me, it was a beautiful opportunity to support, you know, humanity with a story and a message that truly has changed my life, like radically changed my life. And also to challenge myself to do something new, and to, you know, not be in the victim of like, oh, I'm not a good writer, or I don't know what I'm supposed to say, and to show up as the victor and say, I'm ready and willing to take this on as a challenge that I know I can get through. And it flowed with grace and ease, but also did still, you know, challenge me to think in new ways on how to deliver my message and my story.
Yes. And your message and story is clear, that when you come from your heart, and when you come from your heart, magic happens. When you come from your heart, it's amazing. And that's what you do. And Jeremy, your heart has never been wrong. Why are you and Jason so in to now taking this from the book, our book, this encyclopedia, this health Bible, as you called it, to now our product and our live seminars?
So, you know, this book is a beautiful manifestation of things that Jason and I have been building for a number of years, right? Our entire ecosystem, and, you know, even people who know us very well don't understand what we're doing fully and how we're doing it, because we're still learning. We see the grand vision, and pieces like on the cover of the book, those pieces of the puzzle are coming together. And we also create enough room for God, because who are we to say it's going to look exactly like this? So for us, this book was one piece of that puzzle that allows us to amplify these messages, but then also fits into the categories, because our vision is to vertically integrate a health and wellness ecosystem that impacts more than half of the world. So we are going from the financial, we're going from the mental, we're going from the physical, we're going from the spiritual. We are building companies that have specifically designed solutions for all of the different pillars of health and wellness. And this will take a significant part of my life, but we are well on the way. We are very passionate, and we are very focused on making sure that we can help actualize these world-changing visions into reality.
Boy, one of those, let's just give a plug because we've got a couple of minutes here. AlignedEarth.org. You're doing that exactly that now, aren't you?
That will continue to transform as the gateway into our ecosystem. Aligned Earth, you know, has incubated a number of companies over the past 2 years. And our goal will to be able to turn this into a full incubator / accelerator and hybrid, where we're able to work with younger and or early established companies to support them, to build custom solutions for them. So we invest into them. We have a legal company. Like, this is all internal. We have our legal, our accounting, our administrative, our operations, our branding, you know, and so we can meet with someone. We can tune into that vision. We can support them on clarifying that vision. And then as needed, support the steps to help them actualize that vision, ultimately adding the puzzle, the piece of the puzzle that they are into that grander vision to, you know, remember that the earth is aligned, coming back into greater remembrance of how we can operate in unity, because I come from the understanding that we are all one. We are all intrinsically interconnected. We may forget that we are all connected. We may forget that we are whole in this amnesia that we have as humans in this beautiful journey we get to go on. But what I believe to be true is that we are all interconnected. All of the projects that, you and I have an opportunity, and all of these others, while there may look like there's separation, books like this, conferences, they are the physical manifestation of us coming together to create these physical ripples out into the world of how the future humanity that is also present now, because what is time, is co-creating heaven on earth.
And co-creating this book, co-creating heaven on earth. I remember when Jeremy, when Jason gave me something in my hand, and I'm going, woo. And he said, okay, you're one of us. You felt it. I mean, it was just one of your deals, whatever that was. It was something like a piece of a rock or something. It was like, oh, I felt this. He goes, I've never had an interview and made the cut just by somebody handing me something. So I'm eternally grateful that I'm in your world, in your sphere. I'm eternally grateful that you said yes, both you and Jason, and knowing that we will have a huge part in what you've invested, not only in Healthopedia, the book, Healthopedia, our summit, but also in going to, and as you said, and perhaps there might be Healthopedia, the virtual summit. I know Dr. Michael Pierce said we're going to Denver. I like Denver in the summer because then I don't have to be cold in the snow, but there's a possibility of our virtual summit going live in your spa. And we've got 1 minute here. Tell us about this rooftop spa that we may have no, it'll be a live retreat.
Yeah, I mean, if we're able to use the spa, we are building a revolutionary wellness clinic that ties in all of the core physical principles as well as the deep remembrances of health and wellness. So I will just tease you guys a little bit. Construction has begun just outside of the downtown core in Los Angeles. We are creating an oasis in that city. So there will be everything from group saunas and cold plunges to immersive virtual reality experiences as you're getting your IVs, all the way through to revolutionary therapies, counselings, massages. This space is going to truly be something that we have not seen in the world. And the beautiful part here is that we also have access to the largest functional rooftop in North America, which means rooftop space that we can use. So our goal is to turn this building into a beacon, into a lighthouse, to educate the local and global communities on all of these pillars of wellness. So stay tuned. We will be opening this location in LA March to April of 2024, and we will have the opportunity to start to host events throughout the end of this year and all throughout 2024. And we signed a 10-year lease, so this could be an incredible location for an annual summit.
November 2024, we are there. So in the meantime, just thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you bring into the world. Thank you for what you brought into my life. You certainly give a fresh and amazing perspective on victim to victor. And thank you for on Tuesday that I can say, because you said yes, Jeremy J. Hoffman, 2 J's, 2 F's, 2 M's, is the man who is an international best-selling author. You can add it to that resume. Thank you for adding love and light to not only this project, our virtual summit, but what you do to the world, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Wow, wow, wow. Did you get the feeling? Have you gotten the scan code? This is our moment to go ahead and go into what we're doing right here, right now. This is your scan code Tuesday. Get the book. Make sure you get the book and get a download. Now take a moment after you've done the free download. It'll only be free for that one day. All right. You will get that free download. Then you go ahead, read a couple of chapters, take an overview, because you got to be honest. Then scroll on down to Amazon and you will see, leave a 5-star review. Give yourself 20, 30 minutes. They're really watching, and give us an honest review. Make sure that you go ahead, and my email address is this. It's drjodybear@gmail.com. We want to get a copy of your review. It will mean a tremendous amount to us. But more than that, what will mean a tremendous amount to us is stay tuned. Like I said, this is a multifaceted. You heard Jeremy say this. We have created an Instagram account that has this, Healthopedia 365. Why is that important? You heard the wisdom of Jeremy. You've heard the wisdom of Dr. Jim, Manny Lopez, everyone. There are 40 authors on and in our book. On Instagram there, you follow us, one author per week for 40 weeks. I'm going to take a spiritual retreat off the week of October, and then the first week, and then we're going to start back. So you will hear this wisdom on Healthopedia 365, and we will give each and every author shine as we move through the end of 2023 and 2024 and beyond. So this is what I'm saying. There are many, many opportunities. You've heard about our live summit in Boca Raton, Florida, February 22nd, 23rd, 24th. And I will be there, but I will be there with my Gravity Ball, which is our next author sponsor. Let's take a look, take a listen to Gravity Ball, okay? Well, once again, this is Dr. Mark, Health MD. Dr. Mark Chavez created this ball. It is an absolute fit, amazing machine, but he is a fit, amazing machine because he is board certified in emergency medicine, but he's so much more. Through our laptop lifestyle, through COVID, through Clubhouse, I met Dr. Mark Chavez. And that's that miracles occur every day. Beckon them in. I believe I beckoned this relationship into my life. It just seemed so amazing. The first time he spoke, I thought, he is going to be in my life. And sure enough, he was. He is in California, Jeremy. Listen up. He could have a thing or two to say about this spa. He is doing much, much more. And I will say that I'm so grateful that he said yes to this book, like I have for all 40 authors. But he was extraordinarily busy starting a new company, doing things for trauma assistance medically and everything else. I'm hoping that we'll see Dr. Mark's camera on again. So give it a whirl. There we go, Dr. Mark. And you can hit off your mute button and I'll bring you up. But I really am grateful, Dr. Mark, that you could come here, be with us. I know you're in your clinic, but thank you for giving your wisdom on how just really, as Dr. Bernie said, how to live between office visits. So why did you say yes with everything you've got going on? Come on, Mark. You are one busy person reformatting this as it's down on the floor here. The Gravity Ball. This is a 1.0. If you go to the site, they are reformulating, I will say, making it a 2.0 version. This is the OG that I have. And he's got a few, but if you think, gosh, I want one of these, I think they've got this model and you'll be on the list to get model 2.0. Just thought I'd throw in an additional commercial. Thank you for being one of our sponsors.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great. You sound great.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, it's about relationships. And because we had formed a relationship prior, even if you're busy and you have a lot of things going on, that really is at the core of what makes us have things going on and to be busy and to be actually of value to the world is the relationships that we form, and you want to maintain those. So I wanted to do what I can, even if I'm busy, and this is really what it's all about, is getting the message out and helping each other.
Well, and you, the thing that I loved about that, and thank you so much. We've come a long way since we've done that first StreamYard look that we wanted to do a whole gravity ball thing. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I am a proponent of this ball, because if you go to my solo book, The 21 Days to Your Best You, in the back, and the author cover says me doing half moon with the gravity ball, and you've seen it's on my business card. It's there. But your Dr. Bernie bit, Mark, is this one was easy. Something to snack at and on. The emergency button. Push your own button of healing.
Huh.
That's from Dr. Bernie to you. You've done that in your personal world now, haven't you?
I have, actually, and this whole sort of journey started it was around 2011, 2012, when I was working like a dog in the ER overnights, eating this. I mean, the worst food served in the world is in the emergency department break room. Seriously.
What did you say you found in the refrigerator? The first time you said that, it was hilarious. I laughed.
Oh, I mean, you find pumpkin pies from last year in the fridge, along with like every single fast food place you can imagine. So anyway, get to the point is I really got really heavy. I gained 60 plus pounds over my ideal weight, and I just didn't feel very well, and my mood was bad. My energy was non-existent. So I really knew that I had to make a change at that point. And that was when I made the decision to start with designing a new exercise method. And very much Joseph Pilates was one of my mentors, because I really respect how he made these different exercise devices and then got the world to use them and to teach them how to use them. And Gravity Ball is like a condensed version of that, a to-go version, if you will. Because really what it does is it really does 6 things. It supports the symmetry of your body, the strength, the stability, your mobility, your agility, which is your ability to move effortlessly and quickly, which we need as we get older. In case we're going to fall, we want to be able to catch or fall. And then finally, your flexibility. So I think the world is ready for it. And it's exactly the thing to save our joints and make our joints last a lifetime.
And you went on this journey, said, no more last year's pumpkin pie for me, no more Twinkies, et cetera, et cetera. I'm on this journey. I'm a doctor. You created this gravity ball. And that's what you found. All of a sudden, making healthy choices, your body responded, because the body's a miracle making machine. You see it every day in the ER.
Absolutely. But, the other thing, Jody, I think we've discussed this before. I actually worked as a family medicine, family physician, primary care. I did that for almost 3 years. So it's a complete contrast from the ER, in that I got to develop relationships with my patients and see them over and over again. And we got to know each other. And that's really when I realized that people didn't know how to exercise, which was shocking to me. So I wanted to give them a prescription for exercise. And that's basically what that boils down to, because everything else can be either looked up or figured out. There's so much information out there. It's just separating the noise from the signal. But there's not really a sort of universal exercise method that can be prescribed to patients and from doctors' offices. Imagine getting prescribed an exercise program by your primary care doctor.
Rather, here's this, do this, as opposed to write out this and go to the pharmacy and just get sicker and sicker and need another compound effect from prescription drugs. My opinion only. Okay.
Well, I think that's a lot of people's thoughts as well. And it's very true, if we want to be honest. And really, the thing that allows us to enjoy life is the body that we have and the ability to move through space with that body.
Okay, that you're not getting. You need to repeat that. That was a gem. Say that again. You're
really what allows us to enjoy life and have quality life is our ability to move throughout space, which our body allows us to do. But if that breaks down and we're not able to move around and move about, then really our quality of life suffers, and so does our longevity, because it's known as once you're not able to move your body, your health declines in a nonlinear fashion. And that is a scary statistic. But the single worst thing that you could do to yourself is lose your mobility. Full
Yes.
stop.
And because of that, just I know that Gravity Ball was something that you were able to help your dad with. Wasn't that because he was a weightlifter? He was a bodybuilder, at least, right?
He was a bodybuilder entire life. The whole time I knew him, since I was a child, I watched him lift weights. He was part of that whole movement that came out of Venice Beach, California, with Arnold Schwarzenegger leading the whole thing. So he was a hardcore bodybuilder, but his joints got really messed up as he got older because he didn't adjust his exercise routine. And also he had a surgery, and after that surgery, they actually damaged the median nerve in both arms, so he lost his grip strength. And then I realized, again, seeing the patients that I was seeing as a family medicine doctor at the time, there was many people that couldn't hold weight because they also had grip issues from various causes. So I saw a need for people to be able to use weight to exercise, but not have to hold the actual weight itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an innovative, and just revolutionary thing. And as you're talking about this and your knowledge, I've always said you're very handsome, but the knowledge surpasses your handsomeness. Okay. When Dr. Jim Marinakis, of one of our keynotes and one of our anchors in the book, before he said yes, because there've been a number of people that have asked him to, will you write my chapter? No. He said, no. And he said, well, I'll consider, are there any other MDs? What yours was the first. I said, besides Dr. Bernie? Yes. Dr. Mark Chavez. He's an ER board certified. And you really see, that's how that connectivity, even though Dr. Jim loved me, that was one of the things that put him in there. And he said, yes. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very honored to be part of this project with such people.
And the true modern healthcare's 5 habits of healthy people, just like Dr. Jim. Don't share all 5 because guess what? They got to buy the book. But share. Would you share part of the 5 habits? Would you please?
Yeah. So since we are already on movement, we were talking about the ability to maintain your mobility. How important it is. The first one is daily movement and steps. And really, I would categorize exercise under that, but I stay away from the word exercise because it kind of spooks some people. So I say, well, don't worry about exercise. Let's just get our move on. Get our groove on, but get our move on. And also, a very simple way that people can know if they're meeting a goal or not is just to have a step count. Now, we've all heard, I think the 10,000 steps is a good target. It doesn't mean there's no importance whether that number has any sort of scientific or clinical relevance. All that matters is you have a goal number. It might be 5,000, and you try to hit that every day. And now our watches, our phones, everything will tell us whether we do that or not. So we can't fool ourselves. Because when I was speaking to people and I asked them as a family medicine doctor again, what is the thing you do for exercise? And by far, the one answer I would get is I walk. And then I would sort of probe a little bit deeper. I would ask, well, how much do you walk? And I say, well, they would say, usually I walk the dog around the block. And I say, well, that's great, but that's not enough. People have to hold themselves accountable, and they have to expect a little bit more of themselves, because it's all about the investment you put in, the return you get back.
I mean, it's about the return that you get back, and the return that you get back with that agility, flexibility, strength, just increases it. I can see a correlation at our event in Boca, and it's going to be so off the chain to meet you after all this time from Clubhouse that I actually get to meet the real man. And it's going to be so amazing because, once again, thank you for being a sponsor of our program here with Gravity Ball. But also, for those of you that come to Boca, there might just be a 2.0 that you'll be able to leave with. And so
Yes.
You've got one to, so a little bit of space in your carry-on luggage. Let's go into your power quote. Achieving and maintaining good health is not rocket science. Was this biology, chemistry, and physics? I thought only an MD could think of that quote. I mean, for real, for real.
Yeah. And this is a quote that I came up with myself. And it's kind of what I like about it is it really isn't rocket science, but at the fundamental principle of health, it's about those three things. And really everything in life is, I was a medicinal chemist in my past life, which basically means an organic chemist. So I deal with a lot of organic chemistry. And it's amazing how everything is made of the same, or so many things are made of the same elements, and there's so few of them, but the combination and how they're put away together is really what makes up that living
Biology,
organism.
chemistry, and physics. And you know what? I didn't do well in any of those three. I'm a musician. When I found health, I found that I could get around it. Nutrition, I didn't need. I was good in biology, but chemistry and physics, no.
Well, I did okay in some of those, not so well in others, but I was also a music minor. So I played a lot of classical guitar during my college years as well, because I was in the classical guitar program. But in terms of the biology, chemistry, physics, the nice thing about this is you don't really need to know much about it other than the simple basics. And that's what I teach people. And when you understand things at a basic level, using sort of basic science principles, it really empowers you as well, because you have a firm understanding of why you're doing what you're doing.
And the firm understanding of doing what you're doing. Let's take a couple of minutes. We have the time. I would love for you to go into, for a minute or so, into your initiative, what you've started doing to really take people, but as Dr. Bernie says, how to live between office visits. That's what you've done with Health MD. That's what you've done in your family practice. That's what you've done with the Gravity Ball. Now you've taken it yet another. You're the serial entrepreneur MD. Jeremy Hoffman wanted that in his title. The speaker author previous, his title is just serial MD or serial entrepreneur. I'm going to put you serial entrepreneur MD. Yes,
okay. I'll take it.
Okay. All right. And so if that's the case, tell us about your new initiative.
So really what my vision is, and what I've been working towards, is these are different ways for us to incorporate new habits into our life in a sort of as effortlessly as possible, because they're fun. And a Gravity Ball, as you know, when you're using it, it's fun. But ultimately, what I want to do is create a separate alternate healthcare system, really, which focuses on health and longevity. So if you can imagine a world where there's two different healthcare systems, one is for when you get sick, but it's not the one that you automatically opt into or are covered for by the government or your employee. The one that most people would opt for is the health and longevity model of healthcare. And then the other one, the sick care system, is always going to be there in case things happen, because things happen. But most of, as you know, what happens are things that we could prevent. And that's really what I'm focusing on, is creating a new healthcare system that is truly a healthcare system.
Healthcare and sick care. I mean, you were slick on that. You just kind of slid over that one. I hope you get that on, is healthcare, sick care. But you're doing something with your IV program.
With the IV program? Oh, you're talking about what's that?
Yes, your new clinic with your IV program.
So what happened with the clinic is I'm actually doing mobile visits with IV therapies, because we found that in the area I live at, actually, it's more in demand to have people to go to your residence or your work. So that's what I've been doing. So we do IV vitamins, we do IV injections, IM injections. And most of these things are for longevity purposes, because that's really my new focus, is longevity and health span.
Longevity, because energy, as Dr. Jim said, vitality, and I'm going to put the third one in there, Gravity Ball, longevity. Now we have 4, just like 40 authors, the 4 quadrants in the room, 4 pieces of the puzzle. with a architectural structure. That's who you are and what you just so healthcare, sick care. Your last words of wisdom from Health MD, because we could just pick your brain all day, just like those pieces of the puzzle coming out of that head.
I mean, my last words would just be, sometimes you have to believe in something before you can actually envision it and see it and make it become reality. So we need to believe in ourselves first and foremost, no matter how low we might be right now, how much struggles we might be going through, how much challenges we are faced by. Ultimately, we ourselves are our very own keepers. So that goes for healthcare as well. So make the decision to take charge of your health, and you have people that will help you. And I'm one of those people.
You truly are. The emergency button, push your own button of healing. That's Health MD. That's Gravity Ball. That's you. Dr. Mark, I will tell you, that's going to be one of the highlights in February, getting to meet you. And thank you for allowing Lee Forrester. You've got 3 over 55 women doing the routine out there. You're going to be a new
Awesome.
Girls in the Spice Years video. Lee Forrester, Melanie Summers, and Dr. Jody. We're stoked. We're ready to go.
That's
Send us the
beautiful.
choreography.
Can't wait, Jody. Thank you so much.
Can't wait. Much love, Mark.
Okay, we'll
Stop
see
for
you.
now.
Thank you, everyone.
So, you know what's coming. Go ahead and download and take a look at that scan. Scan me. This is Healthopedia. Get the notification on Tuesday. Can you imagine having Dr. Jim's wisdom, Jeremy Hoffman's love in action from victor to victim? Just let's put this all together. Then you go into Health MD, Gravity Ball, and being able to really coordinate all of these to go from healthcare to sick care. That's why we took out the word in our executive summary. It no longer says holistic medicine. It says health care. He just nailed it. Dr. Mark did. It is from healthcare, and that's what we're going to keep rather than sick care. And one of those components comes from Confidence Tones, our sponsor, so that you can take this energy from degeneration to regeneration. Take a look, take a listen for our sponsor, Confidence Tones.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
Feel better, do better, and just have a better life. This is what Healthopedia is all about. And as Dr. Mark said, to have those relationships, to connect those relationships one with another, that's what we're doing. And relationships really are real. To get results in just with enthusiastic attitudes and love. And love is our word. Love is our word for today. And what is love? It is truly, truly looking for those opportunities to value everything. And I value Bobby Kowalski like none other. And yes, she is also in the book, Ignite Your Faith. She was in Ignite Your Faith. We decided, as you heard, to do this blitz as kind of we're doing the 3-day blitz with our virtual summit with our 21 hours of programming. But we were going to do this on Traverse TV with as many authors as we could put in. And Bobby said, yes, I'll help you. And all of a sudden, Jamie Matheson and Bobby just took charge. And I'm going, oh, I like take charge. I like people with action and vision. Those are those two. So Bobby right now and I will say she's a public speaker. She works as the event producer. She's the A-lister for Honda Incorporated. And right now she is up in Detroit, Michigan, in the middle of this UAW strike, doing one of their largest shows that with their new models, even in the midst of this. So I'm grateful that I could bring Bobby via a video, a pre-recorded video that we did last night after she had her break, because her story is compelling. Her story is compelling like all of ours are, but the unwanted visitor, because she may do this during the day, but she's also a death doula, a tuning fork specialist, and a Reiki master. So just enjoy the juiciness of Bobby Kowalski, just giving her amazing choice of her words, and we'll bring Bobby to the stage.
Let's talk a bit about the unwanted visitor. Now, when we talk about the visitor, sometimes we get visitors and we don't know what we're in for. Sometimes they're a surprise. They can show up at the door. Are they coming good? Are they coming happy? What are we looking at when somebody shows up on the doorstep of our life? What I've learned is sometimes they're not always good. But when you get that visitor, sometimes what we're learning with the visitor is they cause us to change, they cause us to grow. And that visitor, don't really want to give the end of the chapter away, but the visitor is our teacher. And when the teacher shows up at our door, we're learning. We learn through our challenges in life, and that teacher gets us through all of our challenges in life. So me personally, as I work with people, I work as a healer. So, yep, I'm a public speaker, but what I do at night is I work with healing in the body. They're mental and they're spiritual. So we've all heard the term dis-ease can lead to illness, and that is very, very true. So over time, when people are dealing with stress in life, that's causing emotion to build up in our body. That's a mental stress. That's an emotional stress. And there's a lot of things that each one of us are dealing with in our lives. When we're dealing with that, we are dealing with illness that's coming into the body. And this is what I call transformation. And this is where we need in life to learn as these challenges come in. How do we let go? How do we grow? And this is what I call the visitor. That visitor comes and it whispers, it knocks on your door. And when it's knocking at your door and you're answering it, are you ready to let the visitor in? That visitor is coming for change. And usually that's our growth. Anytime we're in a part of change that we can't accept or we're learning to get through and it's hard, that's when we're dealing with growth in our life. We need to go from that comfort zone that each one of us face every day in our life, where we get up, we have a cup of coffee, we sit back, we deal with life. It's easy. Not when the pain comes, not when the struggles come. This is where we grow. We need to learn to look it in the face, and we need to grow. And that is what the visitor is. The visitor is coming at a time in our life to help us grow. Is it wanted? Not always. And that's why I call it the unwanted visitor, because the visitor comes and he helps us grow. Now, again, my thing in life is we want to grow and we want to heal emotionally. We want to heal mentally. And this also spiritually, this helps us physically. Sometimes with being a death doula, sometimes we deal with our actual whole healing could be the time of our death. And that is when we heal completely as a whole. So this is where we have to learn our entire life as we're growing. Sometimes maybe growing and healing means letting go all the way up until that final stage in life to where we're actually letting go. And that could be our final healing. But that is essentially what we're all learning to do. We want to heal. We want to grow. And sometimes that takes us to our deathbed as we're growing. And this is my story. When my father passed away, he died. It was painful. It was hard, but this is my growth. This is where I sat in a psychiatrist's office, and I faced many challenges that many of us face in our life, and I had to learn and I had to grow from them. Through that growth, this is where I tapped into a more spiritual realm. This is when I learned to do Reiki. This is when I learned to tap into learning sound. This is when I learned vibrational healing. This is as well when I started stepping into the line of volunteering for hospice, and I started becoming a death doula. And sometimes in that position, when you think you're stepping in there to help somebody else pass on, maybe just a little bit, you're helping that family that's sitting there as well. So each one of these steps in our life that we're facing could be helping another person in their growth. We could be helping ourselves in our growth, but we are learning to let go. And once we have faced these challenges in life, this is where we can turn around and we can help another one face their challenge. And this is essentially what I'm deciding to step up to the table and I'm deciding to help people do is face their challenges as they're coming. So the things that I have faced in my life, maybe now I can hold their hands and we can walk through their challenges together. And we can become strong together. We can heal together. We can bring unity together. And this is where humanity as a whole can actually begin to heal together. And this is actually why I stepped into the Healthopedia platform, because I worked with Ignite, where we talked about faith. And that was the first book where we actually started dealing with the faith as a whole. And it was beautiful because we learned about faith from many different religions, countries, what we believe in and what anchors us. And now once you've been able to form a little bit of faith, let's step out and let's teach people at this point, which is where I stepped in with Healthopedia, where we can actually teach people how we can do this with their emotions, their spirituality, their mental, and as well, we can take that to the next step with their physical. And sometimes if we can't make it completely with our physical, we can help people cross over to where we actually help them all the way to their whole healing as they're going home. And I believe as I'm doing that and I'm helping people standing in hospice, or I'm helping people actually on their deathbeds, we're standing on holy grounds. And this is where we have to honor every challenge that we've been through, every step that we went through to help another human being, and everything we faced as humanity, one by one, to help each other go home. And this is where I chose to take the Healthopedia step so that I could do that with one another. And I believe Healthopedia is not just a book, it's a movement. So can we take that movement and can we take it from writing and can we take it into life? Can we take it into the workplace every day? Can we show people love? Can we show people how we can help one another, how we can hold their hands? It's not just about the book. It's about taking that next step forward. And that is why I chose to do the Healthopedia book with Jody. So that's my story and that's why I'm here.
And I'm so glad you're here. What a beautiful way of putting the pieces of this foundational puzzle together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Absolutely.
truly, because as Les Brown says, we are birthed alone, but we die alone. But in the middle of this, we need each other.
Amen.
But people need you. And knowing that this is such a beautiful way to become whole as we transition in. That's a part of health as well, for real. So Bobby, when you were just in the few last minutes that we have together, your chapter is wonderful. It was absolutely almost pristine because you have a gift. And I know that you got a download that day. And you said, I was just going to keep writing and writing. It doesn't mean if you want to do our next book, ladies and gentlemen, which will be Healthopedia Women's Essence, doesn't mean that you've got to go ahead and do anything more than just do it at your pace. And Bobby got it done in 2 days because you just wanted, you had so much in there. And it was just so lovely watching that with you. But Bobby, I mean, you were the one when I put out that mission statement, I said that come join our movement. And you said, I got a text and you said, I'm so glad you said movement. Why did that mean so much to you?
Because anybody can write, but can you do? Like you can say what you want to say. And to me, actions speak louder than words. You can put something on paper and you can write something, but we need to go a step further. It's not just about reading the pages and holding the book in your hand. It's about taking that next step. It's about loving humanity. It's about helping each one of us get through. It's about adding everything that's in the writing into the physical, because that's what life is about. It's about helping.
It's about helping. It's about being healthy and helping. And and when you just raised your hand again, as I would say, and as we're doing our live event, that's our movement. And Dr. Jim Marinakis will have already spoken by the time people hear this recording of you and I, because you had a huge obligation, your big career that you had to do. So just seeing you fills my heart in this recording. Just seeing you when you raised your hand. Yes. And you raised your hand and you said, me doing events. This is what you do for Honda. You're an event planner. You're the A-lister there, all of that. And knowing that your hands are going to be in there, your healing hands in the Boca Raton, our virtual summit. That is our next part of our movement. What does that mean to you?
It means healing. It means bringing bodies into health. It means wholeness. It means we can take people to the next level and we can help people, because that is what humanity is about, getting each one of us through this together. That is what it is. Because
together we're better. And I want to just love on you for 1 minute, because this is you. This is you. When today on Friday, when this recording will be aired on day 3, I said the word love stands for letting opportunities be valued, everything with everyone. See, that's what love is. Everything and everyone. That is that love. That's the love that I felt with you. That's the love that it just absolutely. Have your one last thought as we conclude this interview. This is your power quote. When the teacher appears, it may not be what you expect, but it can change your life.
That's right.
Expound on that just for a moment, please.
I'm going to expound by saying my father's death was my teacher. That showed up on my doorstep. I wasn't ready for it, but it taught me more through my father's death than probably, I can't tell you how many years. Mm-hmm. It was the unexpected visitor that I didn't want to see, but it was my gift. And that is now my gift to give to humanity.
And my gift that I get to receive is knowing, experience, and loving you, letting opportunities value in everything, because you are that much of a lovely woman. Thanks for us doing this interview. I know you'll be there with us in spirit, and just thank you for being you.
I will be there. Love you. Love my whole Healthopedia community. We got this.
Would they feel? Would their smiles be content than and cry? Cry for the gods, cry for the people, cry for the land that was taken away, and then yet you'll find a way.
I am so excited about Gabe's Heart Foundation 5K walk. It's our 8th annual walk, taking place on September 23rd, Saturday, September 23rd at 8 a.m. You can either walk virtually or in person. Go to GabesHeartFoundation.org so you can register. You can donate any amount, and that gets you in to go ahead and register and walk. And if you want a t-shirt, then definitely order it right at GabesHeartFoundation.org. I just want to thank Mr. Boatwright and Zach Boatwright and all of my neighbors, my previous neighbors that go to great extremes to keep up this beautiful memorial garden in honor of my son, Gabriel Michael Jacobs. And they don't have to do this, but for them to go to this extreme with this level of beauty is something that I will cherish forever. So listen, everybody, take a moment. Go to GabesHeartFoundation.org and let's get ready to have a memorial walk that's going to educate people about sudden cardiac arrest in pediatric youth. We don't want any child to have to lose their life on this earth because of something that could be surgically corrected. So go to GabesHeartFoundation.org now. Look forward to seeing you Saturday, September 23rd at 8 a.m.
The Scan Me code, do you know what that means? The Scan Me code for those 2 amazing organizations, Maui First, with Bumpy Kanalehe, was endorsed by Dame Doria Cordova, who lives half of her time in the Maui area. And we are going to be donating a portion of the proceeds of our book that are sold September, October to Maui First. So it's going to be that you buy the book. Obviously, do the scan code, buy the book, but then go ahead, not only the book there, but Gabe's Heart Foundation, they're doing the 5K run Saturday. And so we can not only keep the hearts beating for Maui, but we can keep the hearts beating for Gabe's Heart Foundation. And if you are one of the people that are my proud sponsors and contribute monthly to Healthopedia, our channel on Traverse TV, and also just like PBS, it takes money to run these organizations and these channels, that you give this money and to our channel. Well, this money is going to them, Maui First and Gabe's Heart Foundation, for the month of September and October. Thank you in advance for your generosity. Thank you for buying the book as well, because the book will change you and will change your life of another and the trajectory of healthcare, as Dr. Mark said, from healthcare to sick care. And right now, I can truthfully say, going ahead and introducing this lovely young woman, a social worker, but she's a social worker at home with these two beautiful daughters. I've known Amber for quite some time, and I just had a hunch. You've heard those hunches. Those are the little hunches that I've gotten all along. And the hunch was this, is I just knew that Amber needed to be in the book. We're spiritually connected in our faith, and we're connected socially now in Healthopedia. When I was at the grocery store, I remember I said, I've got to call Amber. She's got to be in the book. And I got to download after I loaded up the groceries. And she said, I've always wanted to do this. Who knew? See, who knew as I started day 1 and I brought it into day 3? Who knew? Well, the creator of all knew. And the creator of all gave her this download with these words. And now you will hear the wisdom of this young mother, this social worker. And I'm going to bring you up on stage as you unmute your mic, and welcome to Healthopedia, my dear. How beautiful you look. And you are.
I appreciate you.
Oh, listen, I appreciate you too. I like interviewing to my left. Here we go. So why did you say yes? We've known each other for quite a while in different spheres, but why did you say yes this time, Amber?
Well, a couple of reasons. You are very convincing.
And I've been told that 1 or 2 times.
Right, but it was definitely for my good. And another reason, my 2 girls, I want them to be able to hear my story someday or read my story someday when they're old enough to understand the things that we've experienced together. And I want them to see my perspective, but I also want them to see how we overcame together. And I know that will give them encouragement for the problems and the things that they'll face as they grow up in this world that we live in.
Because problems are a big part of life. And I will just say that many people would, and I'm coming back to Jason again, because he talks getting over those ridges in life, whether it's a disability, whether it's a financial distress or a health challenge, as that many people have had. You had a challenge of something else in a relationship, and you went through those ridges. You made a difference and you made a choice. And all I'm going to say is, even though you're tiny, you're a very big woman in the social sense, in this Healthopedia stature, for what you did. And congratulations, because as your chapter title said, you went through that ridge surviving. There's somebody that's going to hear that, and they're going to say, how did you do it? Just give it a little snippet, but you don't hear the whole story, because guess what? You got to buy the book.
Right. So I had gone through a relationship with an addict, and throughout the process of that relationship, I kind of silenced myself, and I tried to begin to take control of things. And throughout my story, I tried to highlight that it wasn't all his issues. A lot of the issues were mine as well. And when you're in a relationship with an addict, you take on an addiction of your own, and that becomes your codependency. And my part in that was trying to keep him from doing the things that he was doing, and keeping the substances from him, keeping this and that. And it wasn't successful. And it just brought me down further. And I'm not really sure how else to put it, but I began to see that, or in my mind at the time, I thought that I didn't have the resources to make things better or get better myself. I didn't have the confidence. I didn't have what I thought I needed. But then at a pivotal point, when he decided to go to rehab, we had so many people step in and help us. And again, I don't want to tell all the story, but I feel like I was so clouded mentally and emotionally by the circumstances around me, but that I didn't see the friends and the family that I did have that were there. It was an illusion of my circumstances that I felt so isolated and alone. I really wasn't. And I'm just grateful that I came to the point that I did of realization that I could come out of that, and I could do better myself, and do better financially, do better emotionally, mentally, all of the areas of health, and I'm just grateful that I've come through it. I've still got a long way to go, because there's always going to be new situations that come up and present themselves. But I know now that I've overcome what I have, and I have the hope and the strength and the courage to carry on and keep going.
Yes, you do, especially with that smile. Not and that kind of fits what she said. You were just in the social pillar. You didn't miss social media, getting this out. I mean, your posts are going nuts, Amber House, on Facebook, and thank you for that, because that's just what you do. You participate. And you grew up in a faith-based environment and thought you were doing all the right things. And I will say this without any question in my mind. When Dr. Peggy Woods, the first time I heard her quote, and the editor of Right Now Publishing, she spoke on day one, that your story will save a life, save a business. Yours may save a life and a soul is their third word. So, I mean, how did that happen? How did you get into that situation in the first place?
Well, I feel like it stemmed from some of my upbringing. I honor my parents, and I'm grateful for that. But I was in the generation, children are seen and not heard. And so again, anytime I felt the need to express something or defend myself, I ended up staying silent. So I learned that pattern of just making myself small, keeping quiet, being good, and in one sense, I was protected from a lot because I didn't get into trouble. But on the other hand, those patterns became habits, and then I'm losing my train of thought here.
But you got into those habits.
Yes, I began to avoid
confrontation, avoidance.
So whenever I started to see the red flags in my significant other, I just kind of dismissed them and chose to believe that things would be better or get better. We'll pray through this, we'll get through this, we'll, once we're married, things will get better. I just kept telling myself that
future. Oh, it's always, there's a better way. Sure.
Yes. So yeah, I thought I had just come too far to just back out once I started seeing those things. So I just stayed, continuing to hope that it would get better. And certain things didn't, but I knew I had to come to the point where I had to start taking control of what I could control, myself, not him. And that's when I started making the changes that I could. A friend approached me once I had left that relationship. I was in a pretty small apartment, 1 bedroom with 2 girls plus
I
myself.
remember that when you said, I've now moved to 1 bedroom apartment with 2 girls and they're active.
Yes.
But you know, I just got to take a minute, Amber. You made it work.
We did.
And your life works now. That's why you're thriving.
Right. And I had a friend approach me. She just felt led to reach out and tell me about her job and what she does. And it really spoke to me. And I remember sitting in her living room as we were talking about it, tears streaming down my face. I said, this is what I need. This is what I need to do, not just for me and our finances, but it felt like a calling.
Yes.
And so I'm grateful for her, my dear friend Jenna. Hopefully she's watching or catches this later, but she was helpful in that time and throughout many other situations. She's been there for me. But so now I'm working for that company. My income had tripled. I got to work paying down some debt, and my credit scores increased, just doing all the things that I needed to fix that had been put aside or drove into the ground during the past, 5 years previous. So there is hope. It's getting there. It's going to get there if it's not there.
And I mean, the thing, you make that change, and we've heard this before by Wayne Dyer, it might just be a different way. Dr. Nefertina coined this. She said, when you change the way you look at, then things change, and that is true. And you looked at it differently. You loved your husband, but you couldn't live with him, with the situation. It couldn't continue because you have that next generation. You had your daughters, and you made that change. Look what's happened. Your income has tripled. You're paying down debt. I think there's something more than a 1-bedroom apartment that's in your life at this point, correct?
Yes. So now we have a 3-bedroom house with a fenced-in backyard for the dog and the kids to run and play in. I have an attached garage. It's just a perfect little place for us. And with room to grow, we have a full basement, all of that. And before all of this happened, I made a list of things that I prayed over. A lot of people call it like a manifestation list or something along those lines. And that house has everything that I asked for, except for laundry on the same floor. I said, I can make a few trips up and down the steps for that. I don't mind.
Oh, there you go. And one of our crew that I was looking at the comments because they were also blowing up. It's part of our faith crew. And Sherry Harris says, "Go, Amber!" Yeah, that's what we're cheering you on, Amber, because this is how things get healed. I hear Kim Jacobs, who was on day 2. She's known as the balance doctor. She said with 5 children. And she doesn't mind to say that she thought she would be married forever, but 26 years, things change. Things change. So what that means to me is this, is that you make that choice that there is life, there is life, and there's a better life, an abundant life, and you made that happen. That is thriving.
Yes. And I wanted to put myself in a better place so that I could show my daughters that this isn't all there is to life. It's going to be better, and we'll make it better. And also I pray that my story, those who read this book, can reach someone who is possibly in a similar situation that I was in, to give them hope and realize there are resources out there. There are people who care about you to help you and assist you in overcoming.
And I think assisting and overcoming and just knowing that as the balance doctor, coming back to Kim, she said her show and her mission is to make things and make life abundant, one household at a time. You've done that. You've done that for real. And I will say that for that, you are my hero. You're my shiro. You are that person that means the world, because your story will mean the world, not only to your daughters. They go, and they'll see in the book. I can only imagine they're going to sit down, because I remember when I gave them one of my books, or I gave it to you, and they said, "Oh, that's Miss Jody in there last year." Remember that?
Mhm.
It was so cute, and so I mean, if that's the case, then we just look and say, "There's," instead of Miss Jody, "There's my mom. There's my mom," and
Right.
that will be all the difference. You will make the difference in that life, to save that life, save that soul. And I'm telling you, it will make a difference. So Amber, I would just love for you to go ahead and just give your last words of wisdom. If somebody's out there, and oh, by the way, this is a perfect time to say, but there is book Healthopedia 2.0. You can go to healthopedia.net and be a part of this and get an early bird start. It will be women's health. But Amber, you are the essence of this when it comes to healthopedia.net. The name is Healthopedia, Women's Essence. It starts from the spiritual perspective, then going down, because we are social beings, we women. So what would you say to anyone who's like, oh, maybe I've got something to say. Maybe could I do this? I don't know.
You totally can. I almost didn't do this because I was in the middle of a new situation, and I was allowing life to kind of press me down again. But I've just got an amazing community of people who encourage me and support me, and Jody is one of those. So she's been in this process with us, all of us authors, every step of the way. It's 100% doable. I work 40, sometimes 40 plus hours outside of my home. I have 2 small girls and house to clean, laundry to do, food to cook, and I made it happen. So there's a way to do it. I will say that once I sat down and really focused on this project and began to write, it just flowed. My story was ready to be told, I believe. So it just flowed right out, and I was able to complete it in just a couple of days, honestly. Now, there was a lot more that goes into it, but
Right.
the writing, the initial writing getting it all out, that went very quickly. Then, we had the edits and all of that. But, the biggest portion for me that was the most daunting and the most intimidating actually flowed easiest. So it's totally possible. I encourage anyone who's interested, definitely go to that website and
Wow.
try to be a part of this. It'll be fantastic.
Well, and I'm telling you, the thing that fantastic, that is you. Fantastic because you made it happen, and fantastic that we're moving in and we're changing the trajectory of everything and everyone, one household at a time. And would you do one more thing for me? Would you go ahead and just give those girls a big old hug from Miss Jody?
I'll do that as soon as I see them.
All right, which is soon. Thank you, Amber. Thank you for all you do. But what you did this time, I'm just going to say, way to go on Tuesday. International best-selling author. It'll be in your resume. Ciao for now.
Thank you so much.
International best-selling author. That's what we're doing. That's what we'll do. We'll make this happen with everyone's help. Just going to that scan code. Why? International best-selling author just means that we've sold a number of books out there. Go and do this. As we said, you go and number one, you go ahead and download the free copy. It's only free on Tuesday. Then you'll pay for the download, but it's free then. Take a moment, because Amazon knows that we're doing these things with download free, and then all of a sudden you go ahead, and what happens is people kind of fix the system. So they're very picky about that. So make sure that you download a copy, wait 20 minutes or so. Then go in, write your review. You have to scroll on down. You see these 5 stars. Now, we can't tell you to write a 5-star review, but we hope it will be. All right. Then go ahead and decide to buy the book. As Martin Pratt of Unidal Media and Tenji Collins of TMZ said in their endorsements, this is kind of book. It's been previously called by Jeremy Hoffman the Health Bible. It's the Health Bible. Let's go ahead and get a copy for yourself and get a copy for that friend. So can I borrow your book? But somehow it never gets back into your library. You'll be glad you did. So as we move on through, let's take a look at the Healthopedia project. See where you can fit the puzzles in this Healthopedia project for you. Take a look, take a listen, and then we'll segue into PPI, Dr. James Marinakis, amazing Personal Performance Institute that will get an experience from this down in Boca Raton, February 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
While being mentored and studying with the iconic pioneer in natural healer, Dr. Hulda Clark, and experiencing her life-changing practices and protocols, a goal card was written and dated in 1984 stated, "I will write the Eastern medical version of the PDR, Physician's Desk reference. The universe delivered a sign to actualize this goal. Now in 2023, we are experiencing vision and mission into fruition. Healthopedia has arrived, led by the iconic 20th and 21st century icon, Dr. Bernie Siegel, MD, author of Love, Medicine, and Miracles, along with 42 extraordinary healing world changers that will motivate, educate, inspire, and propel you along your own path to wholeness, wellness, and abundance. Every compelling story will uplift you to your own epiphany of health isn't something you do, it's what you become along life's journey."
The main reason I believe people's health is declining globally is because they don't do the things every day that they need to maintain themselves. They don't walk enough, they don't get enough nutrients, they accumulate way too much stress. They don't expose themselves to nature. They work under artificial lights that damage the rods and cones of their eye, their brain, disturb functions of their liver. Everybody wants to be free from disease, and they want to enjoy a long and happy life. At the Personal Performance Institute, we teach you how to do exactly that. It starts right in the beginning. The very first things you'll do, which are simple instructions, will improve your health, and they will make you feel better about yourself. Not believe that you feel better about yourself, but actually feel better about yourself. That's what the Personal Performance Institute can do for you.
The Personal Performance Institute. That's what Healthopedia's, this Health Bible is all about. As Dr. Mark Chavez says, going from healthcare to sick care. And now I've got the opportunity to introduce someone that I'm not even sure how to begin telling this audience who's going to experience this woman's heart, her passion, and what she's done with her life in her 81 years, because she really is a BFF in this life and in the rest. Linda Huff means the world to me. She's one of these angels that just come in unaware, those messengers that will mean everything. And I met her when I was in a very challenging time, and she actually was the highlight of my life as I was getting my life back together. And then she makes this self-deprecating humor that says, well, you must not have had much life. Well, that's kind of the truth. And oh my goodness, Linda just disappeared, but I know she'll be back with her computer. So I'll go on and just say, Linda Huff is one of those unsung heroes that makes all the difference. The millionaire that perhaps like Sam Walton that drives a beat up truck, who knew? Linda Huff is one of these people when she decided after she retired from the military to go ahead and bring back and have a purpose in her life. And she has made a purpose in her life. They say older people don't try things new. Let's see. Linda is online. She's doing StreamYard. She's going to be on TV. Then we've got the fact that she's now an author. And she's in this spiritual pillar, and it just fits because she is that messenger in your life, unaware. And Linda is a part of my life forever. And Linda is one of those people, when I said, I'm taking a spiritual retreat after this book, yes, that she is it. So it is with great honor and great pleasure that I bring my BFF to the stage. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you, Jody. I'm very glad to be here this afternoon, and I've had many challenges. My computer stopped just before I was supposed to come on, so I'm doing this by phone. My journey started really when I was retiring. And I met a really wonderful woman named Joan Clements. And she was very committed to ministering to the women in our local jail. And she asked me to join her, which I did. And one of the first things she became aware of was that the women, when they were released, would come back quickly. A lot of them were only out a week or two, maybe some of them. And so she decided that the one thing she needed to do was
Oh, this is what happens when the phone's on. Yes, she's going to be back. There you go, Linda. Keep going.
So anyway, she and I traveled. I traveled with her a lot, looking at similar places, but we never found one that was exactly what we believed was needed, the type that was needed. So she established the Women's Refuge of St. Johns County in 2000 and my brain froze, 2004? Yeah. And we've been operational ever since. Our biggest challenge was Ed, Joan's husband, was very active. He did not come to the home where the women were unless Joan was with him. That was one steadfast rule. But he would be around, come to events we had, and the women got to know him. And he was a very wonderful man. And he was the only really honest example of good father to them. But Joan died in January of 2014, and Ed followed her in September. And at that time, we had two women in the program. One was graduating in a few weeks, another in a couple of months. So we went ahead and managed to continue the program. And after they graduated, we made a decision that we would continue with it. So we've been continuing. We're finished our 18th beginning. No, we finished in our 18th beginning of 19 years of having women actually in the home. And today is, excuse me, today we're looking at building another facility. It's God has really been good. He has brought us women, but he's allowed us to minister to them in a way that they come to know their identity in Christ. They realize that they're not trash, that they're not useless, that they're not unredeemable, they understand and they're able to come and learn how to forgive themselves. They learn how to accept others. They learn how to forgive and build relationships, especially with their broken families. And so I've been doing that. And beyond that, my my retirement, I'm going to start traveling. So I'm looking forward to that. Have you questions and anything, Jody?
Well, you told about the refuge. It is your baby. You're going to do this, and you're passing this off to others like Debbie
Yeah.
Morales and that type of thing. But I said you were born to serve. You served the military, and you didn't have such a great childhood that you could, and with your childhood and your upbringing, you could truly identify with these women that were going through addiction, couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know how many of you have heard that little statement, but for the grace of God go I. And that really is applicable to me, because it would have been so easy for me to take the easy road and do the things that were easy and the ones that were illegal, but I chose not to. I'm very grateful for that. And I'm sorry, my brain isn't functioning
Oh,
well.
you're functioning just fine. You answered that question beautifully. And I love that your story. And I just want to honor you as we wrap this up in our time, that transformation from darkness to light. Please put up on the screen your quote from Despair is Death, but Hope empowers change in your life. Just take the last 30 seconds and said, how are you empowering change in your life, even at this stage of your life, Linda?
Oh, how I do. One thing, I stay active in the refuge. Another thing, I am part of a group of women that we really are able to be very honest with each other, and we look at ourselves and we work on ourselves. I'm astonished that at my age, I'm still finding residual behaviors that don't serve me anymore, that are left over from my childhood. And I really honestly and truly am so grateful. And I feel like I grow every day, every day. I have so much to learn. But the other half of that, the one thing I've learned, that if you're not giving away what you have and you're not helping other people, then you're missing a great joy in your life.
And you are helping people, and you are a joy in my life. Thank you for giving your love, your wisdom, and just your servant heart to those always. But thank you when you gave it to me in my hour of need. You can go to the Women's Refuge of St. Johns County, stjo.com, and find Linda, and you will find love. Thank you, Linda Lou.
Thank you.
Now. So moving right along, here we heard a great story about recovery from a mother. Now you heard the story of recovery. I can hear Dr. Bernie Siegel saying this. There are no coincidences. We heard a story of recovery from women that are in a women's shelter. Now we're going to hear a story of recovery from someone who has this recovery center extraordinaire. I mean, it's one of the largest facilities, if not the largest facility east of California. And as I said to Linda, as I was looking at the time frame here, that actually what we've got is the best day of your life. I've heard Linda say, Dr. Bernie Siegel, this is the quote for you. What's the best day of your life? Today. And one of the best days of my life was today when Renee Brown came into my life. When she came in from a friend of a friend of a friend, actually, this was Manny Lopez. I needed someone to fill in this mental health place on our Healthopedia channel for Doctor Talk. Come play on our Health Sandbox. And actually, it's going to be back to back. We're going to have Renee Brown, and then Dr. Michael Pierce will be later. They're both appear in our month-to-month symposium. Renee Brown is the CEO and co-founder of Next Level Recovery Centers and Next Level Recovery Housing in the state of Utah. It's been used as a model all over the United States. So when you see how this QR codes and what's going to be in the book and how you can find the authors, she is the QR queen, but she's really my queen for what she delivers to the world. So Renee, welcome to Healthopedia. And I will say, just Renee, take it away. I know that you've got a message. I know how you deliver. And I will say the next 12 minutes is yours.
Oh, thanks so much, Jody. And I just want to express so much gratitude to you for inviting me to participate in this incredible book journey. I've been really fascinated by your gut remedies, your nutritional options, and I've also been inspired by every speaker today. Earlier on, I had the chance to read about Dr. Mariakis's personal intention. I loved what he wrote concerning finding your true self. My name is Renee Brown, and I've been in the field of addiction and recovery for the past 20 years. I'm a thought leader and an expert in my industry. My passion is to serve those who have suffered with chronic addiction. So let me ask you, have you or a loved one ever suffered with addiction? So sadly, most of us have had this experience. And I'm going to discuss my own story, as well as introduce a fresh concept in recovery. About 23 years ago, I separated to divorce with my first husband, who I'm going to call Nate. Back in the 90s, we were married. He was really bright. He was an AI programmer, and at the time, I was teaching what was new in computer technology. Nate had been free and clear of any addiction up to that point, and I felt like the princess bride. A few years later, everything came crashing down. It changed. We were in a car accident. We were hit from behind at a pretty high speed. My head went right into the windshield, and I sustained a TBI. Nate ended up with a really complex back injury. Nobody was blinking at this time. This was the 90s, right before the opiate crisis was announced. And no one thought twice when OxyContin, Percocet, or Vicodin was being prescribed. And what I was about to experience was that Nate was about to be prescribed all three of these narcotics all at once. Now, I'm not wired for opiates. When I tried one, I got sick, and I decided to just go ahead and reach for ibuprofen instead. But Nate's only relief, like so many other people, came exclusively from opiates, and it made him a candidate for serious drug addiction. An injury can easily play a part in addiction. We see this time and time again at our center. But often, one becomes addicted when they have an underlying condition, like depression or anxiety. Nate had social anxiety. He rarely started conversations and wasn't one for much chit-chat. After the car accident, he became much more of a conversationalist. And in my opinion, that was his greatest high. After a short while, Nate's condition became very concerning. So I went with him to his prescribing doctor. And what I took note of at that time is it seemed like he had narcoleptic symptoms. And in fact, we were in the doctor's office and he began to nod off in the middle of conversation right then and there. And it just kind of looked kind of like that. And to my surprise, the doctor didn't acknowledge or talk about the narcolepsy. Instead, he asked me what I knew about the difference between addiction and dependence. And he was going to try to explain the difference. And the truth of it is there isn't any. Later, when I tried to catch up with him, I found out that he lost his medical license. In 2016, CNBC published that the US took up 80% of the global opiate supply. This is such a sky-high number, and I believe that this started in the 90s or even much sooner. I ended up going through what I call a death divorce. It was worse than just mere divorce. I couldn't recognize Nate any longer. We completely parted ways, and he continued to decline. Years later, I met my husband, who I'm married to now, Michael Brown, and we were both serving at the Homeless Task Force at the time. We saw eye to eye on most everything. We soon married and decided to do something to contribute to social reform. His family was into both medicine and as well as social work quite heavily. Mike and I decided to do something that would create a recovery option for most people. At that time, treatment for addiction wasn't covered under insurance policies, and many families were losing their mortgages. And this took place in the early 2000s. We decided to create the very first recovery house in Utah. Now I want to segue a bit into the current landscape of treatment choices. And my wish today is to say something that most of you have never heard before when it comes to treatment options. When people are looking for help, they usually reach for what has been termed as the gold standard of care. And what that is it's inpatient treatment. It replaced an institutional look and feel in the 1980s. And the earliest brand was called the Betty Ford Centers. Today, there's many brands, many options, and all of these come at quite a premium. Inpatient care is what is called most restrictive. This is a scientific term, and there is a way to scientifically understand this through an unbiased assessment. Most restrictive is only evidence-based for a minute percentage of people with addiction. For the rest of the population, it isn't an evidence-based solution. Inpatient care has a recidivism rate that nears 80%. So this is something we definitely want to pay attention to. This type of care should just be used to stabilize people, and it's best utilized when there's a crisis only. But what we usually see is that people who are admitted to this level of care stay there until their insurance benefits run dry. And the thing of it is that means that there isn't a way to easily afford care in the less restrictive space where recovery is best addressed. Now, if you think about what happens when someone has their arm in a cast, you can imagine atrophy. Now, in the case of too much care, what happens is executive brain functioning in the brain shrinks a bit. It's underutilized. And that's responsible for good choices that we make, what we're going to wear to work, what time we're going to get up in the morning, our nutritional choices, which is just so big. And for the most part, executive function has a lot to do with life skills and even a sense of well-being. So sometimes I'll talk to people, I'll talk to loved ones, I'll talk to parents, I'll talk to the families of somebody that has addiction, and they'll mention that possibly this person could get better if they were incarcerated. So I wanted to share just a little bit. When people suffer from chronic addiction, typically they have already undergone incarceration. This is a most restrictive modality. And many people think it's great to shake off a pernicious addiction would be incarcerated. But what NIDA says, the National Institute of Drug Addiction, is that they did a long longitudinal study and they looked at those that were incarcerated for drug addiction. And what they came out with was about 16% of the people met that metric. So what they did is they followed those people over time. And what they discovered is 70% of that 16% went right back into incarceration in less than 3 years. So what is less restrictive? Outpatient centers. These are much better in supporting long-term recovery. You can still work, go to school, participate in encouraging relationships. As human beings, we are social creatures first. We thrive in relationships and when we can contribute. Now, outpatients have less of a blind spot than many other modalities, but I want to share a story that happened about 11 years ago. This happened when we first opened our treatment center, Next Level Recovery. A counselor once asked me, "How do you know how my clients are doing?" All of her sessions are in private and they're HIPAA compliant and all of that. So I went ahead and I responded. You mentioned Jane, and I know that she is missing community meetings. She doesn't have very many friends, and she's quite unhappy where she's at, where she's working. And I think she's absolutely at risk. You asked me about John, and my response to you is he's been volunteering in the house for the last 6 months. He's an assistant house manager. He has just recently got promoted, and he has an excellent circle of friends. I know he's doing well. What she said later is she said that she really wouldn't know what to do if our people in the outpatient center weren't participating in a recovery house. So it was really enlightening for her to see just how much of a 360, how much can we help somebody with that particular modality. So very quickly, I want to acknowledge Dr. Alexander and talk about some of his experiments, because that segues right into what a recovery house really is.
And that's what you've got, Renee. You've got all of this. And I don't know how this just breezed on by this quickly, but just give us that one minute of what a recovery house is, because there's so much to unpack. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, why this is so important? To get to Boca, you're going to hear all about this. So please tell us about Dr. Alexander.
So he went ahead and he worked with mice. He isolated some, he gave them opiate-laced water, created addiction, and then he put them into an environment where there were other mice, things to do, a stimulating environment. And then what he saw is that they began to choose on their own the non-opiate laced water, and they began to heal. And it was so incredible. And that is so much a part of what recovery housing gives as a modality to all of our current treatment options.
And I mean, and so think non-opioid based water. It's all in the water. This is a natural recovery center. And Renee, what you gave in professionalism with this book, what you have given in this moment, the knowledge, the just being transparent. I want to just honor you being transparent to having your story in the book will create a ripple effect unlike any other, kind of like the QR code. So thank you so much for being you. Thank you for being in my life. Speaking of gratitude, I'm going to give you that word of, and that's always your word, love, letting the opportunities be valued with everything and everyone. I love you.
Oh, love you too, Jody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And as we move on to, there's going to be much more to unpack with Renee, and you will see, just look up Next Level Recovery Centers and look up this QR code. Go and be a part of what we're doing so that you can be on the top right here, right now of your health. And you know someone that will need the St. John's Refuge, needs Amber Story, needs recovery housing, so that there is less than zero recidivism and less than zero setback is the miracle making machine of Dr. Michael Pierce. I know him. It's really cool the way this has worked out back to back. Now I've got both of my Doctor Talk people together that are professionals. And yes, we'll be there on Traverse TV. It's always the fourth Thursday of the month, And here we are. So on the 28th, you can hear Dr. Michael be in the symposium. It'll be a back to school time. But right now, he's going to go back to the brain and back to your gut and how diet elimination makes all the difference. Dr. Michael Pierce is a foundational healer, a medical doctor, and a chiropractic physician. He specializes on the brain, and you'll know why. Because there's so much brain in this handsome head of yours. You always cease to amaze me and you always wow me. It's Dr. Bill says it well. Every time you speak, I feel smarter. Thank you, Dr. Michael, for being in the book. Thank you for saying yes. And just give us your best. The next 15 minutes is yours. Oh, you're muted. I will not go away. I just got to, so unmute your mic and there we go. Unmute your mic. Think on your side. Did you just freeze up? Oh, tell me you didn't. Can you unmute your mic, Dr. Michael?
I'm so happy to be here, and I've had a little bit of connection problems. I think we're good, but hopefully this will work. I'm so happy to talk about.
There's a little bit of a delay, but it's just awesome. But I did want to ask you one question. As busy as you are, why in the world did you say yes to our book?
Oh
goodness. We are having frozen people today.
I
now try that
absolutely
again.
have been fascinated by the groups coming together.
I'm going to say, because Michael, you're freezing up, and I see that
Is
Daniel.
this any better?
This is like live TV. Why don't you go ahead? And it is a StreamYard issue. It was a StreamYard issue, yes, on Wednesday as well. Can you? Let's just have. If you can come back with your phone, just turn it horizontally. That's. I'm not sure why the connection, but it is a StreamYard issue. It's not ours. And I'll just go on to Daniel Jew and just come back on because I want to hear your story. Is that a deal?
Can you do that right now, or
Yeah, let's do that right now, and then I'll queue up Dr. Daniel Jew, and then I'll bring him back on.
Yeah,
Dr.
I'll
Michael.
do it right now. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. It's live TV. You never know what's going to happen. That's why it's always good to have an early bird. It's probably because he's on the Pacific Coast. But we're going to do, before Daniel Jew comes on, let's do the commercial because they are our sponsor, not only for Healthopedia, this telecast, but also part of the sponsorship for February 21st, when we were doing our live summit in Boca Raton, Florida. Let's take a look and take a listen to Buddy with Proactive Aging and Live Freely. Shall we?
Aging seniors face a variety of challenges when it comes to their health and well-being. Now, there's a way to take control of aging. Meet Buddy, your personal health assistant. Buddy is a cutting-edge digital health solution that empowers seniors and their caregivers to be proactive in aging. The platform works on smartwatches worn by the senior and paired to their phone. Buddy automatically detects, predicts, and prevents falls. If a fall is detected, your loved one's watch will vibrate and display fall detected, I'm okay, or help me. At the same time, an alert is sent to the caregiver and a 5-minute countdown begins. If the alert is not addressed within the 5 minutes, Buddy will automatically connect to 911. Many times, a loved one is prescribed a walker or cane when they become a fall risk. Through Bluetooth and gamification, Buddy encourages the use of assistive walking devices by providing points that can be converted to gift cards. Buddy also reminds your loved ones to take their medications on time. One of its most innovative features, Buddy uses all the data it collects to create a personalized baseline and measures deviations to alert of potential health issues. Gain greater connectedness, peace of mind, independence, and security through Buddy, your personal health assistant. To learn more, visit www.buddylife.com.
I think we're all going to need Buddy Life, and I know it's going to be necessary in Florida. That is for sure. And I know we've got a spot on ABC TV in the local affiliate in West Palm, and I'm looking forward to meeting not only Arthur but Daniel. Daniel Jew, we heard from Arthur on Wednesday. Daniel Jew is the younger brother and the co-creator of Live Freely. They are a sponsor and also part of our Bestitarian program. So it is with pleasure, Daniel, that I get to meet you for the first time on the screen. That's pretty cool. Welcome,
yes, great
Daniel.
to virtually meet you, Jody. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So your brother Arthur told us that you just felt like you had to do something. How? Oftentimes brothers don't collaborate that well. How did you end up making that collaboration and cooperation help?
That's a really good question. We are definitely opposites. Arthur is much more conservative than I am. I'm a risk taker. So I think being on that opposite spectrum really helped us because it brought us into the middle ground, which allowed us to then to be able to be risk taking, but also to be conservative to make sure that what we're putting out there really works and is really helpful to our customers.
Well, and it's good to have yin and yang. As I say in ancient Chinese medicine, he's the risk. You're the risk taker. He's more conservative. It absolutely works. So, what was your experience watching this all unfold in the degeneration with your parents getting older? What was your personal, experience as one of their children?
Yeah, it's always hard to take care of an elderly loved one. And what I found in that whole process was it was hard to be the caregiver as well as the son or daughter of that person. To be able to say, hey, no, you got to do, these things on a regiment versus being that loved one saying, oh, no, it's okay. You can cut your corners here and there because you really love them and want the best for them. But at the same time, you have to be regiment and say, no, I'm the caregiver and I have to do this.
And it's parenting your parents.
Yeah, exactly.
Parenting your parents. And, Arthur talked about all of this. Did you feel like you were, what do I want to say? You were, for lack of a better word, burning out with this as well. Let's just be honest.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it's with anyone taking care of an elderly loved one, that burnout is there because you have, it's kind of thrust upon you, and you're doing your own daily life as it goes. And now you have extra added burden. Most employers are finding that their employees are burning out a lot faster, and they're trying to create and give tools to their employees to help them to cover their daily work, as well as the work that they have to do in caregiving an elderly loved one. And that's really why we started Buddy, and that's why we wanted to go forward with this, is to empower caregivers to have those tools so that they don't burn out that fast, and that they are able to balance work and as well as taking care of a senior.
Well, and frankly, I will say, Daniel, with what you have here, and Dr. James Marinakis being the facilitator for our live event, and what he does with the Personal Performance Institute to mitigate that burnout, and then what you've got proactively with AI and what you've created, what a magnificent collaboration. Oh, that's just amazing. Just amazing. Glad that you're doing that. So what has been the and how, I didn't ask Arthur this. How long has Live Freely been around?
Oh, Live Freely's been around for over 5 years. We actually started out first doing a lot of clinical trials around what we're trying to do, because we wanted to make sure that what we're trying to do works. And so we didn't want to just put something out there that everyone else has, as well as we wanted to make sure that it was really going to be helpful for the people and impactful for the people using it. And so we did almost 3 years of clinical trials around what we have. And a lot of it too is because technology is now just being introduced into senior care and into helping us to take control of aging. And so, in order to proactively age, we need all sorts of data and sensors and stuff like that around us. But we have to make sure that that data and those sensors are correct, so that we can make the right decisions around our health and our well-being. So the first part of our journey was really making sure all this works. And then the second part was actually then putting it together in a way that seniors would be able to use it and be useful for caregivers as well. Which brings us to now. We've only been on the market for about a little over a year, but we've had some great reception with thousands of people downloading it and using it. And we have great testimonials about how people are really gaining the insights they need in order to proactively age.
And I like that idea that you don't want to be reactive after it's happened. You saw that with your dad. All of a sudden, there you were. All of a sudden, to be proactive and be able to say, okay, there's some signs. I would say, listen to the warning signs of your body, the tap on the shoulder, 2x4 before you get to the Mack truck. But so many, I mean, last night as I was packing up everything and I noticed the red lights going, and it was my neighbor two doors down, and he had a stroke. He's not going to make it. I live in a 55 and over community. That's just one of those things. And how much Buddy would have helped him, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we find that mostly almost 70-80% of all things can be prevented, or at least prolonged. And that's where we're going in with all the sensors and things like that, to be able to help predict and prevent health issues from arising, giving us then longer lives and better health and well-being. For instance, we collect all sorts of data around a person using their Apple Watch and using their Fitbits and using their phones and all sorts of things, as you saw in that little brief video. But when we collect all that data, what does it mean? And that's really our secret sauce in getting all this together. For instance, one of our users, every day at 10 a.m., his heart rate was spiking. And the system noticed that. And we also knew that he was taking his medication at 10 a.m. So the system sent out a note to him saying, hey, we see this irregular health pattern. Maybe you should get checked out by your physician. And so he went to his physician, showed him this, and he found out his dosage was too high. And so they were able to titrate his doses down and get him on the right dosage. That would have never been found out any other way than through Buddy, because nobody's there, taking your pulse and doing that all the time. And nobody can then get all this data together except for artificial intelligence to come out and say, hey, there's something wrong, and we can prevent these things from getting worse and prevent things from happening.
And Daniel, I can say truly, Buddy, the life that you may save may be your parents, may be your own, as to put a put a spin on that commercial that's pretty famous. The life you may save is being your own. Put Buddy in there. I told Arthur that I'm thinking, because you're in the Bestitarian chapter. We made, ladies and gentlemen, we made a 7-chapter book. There's 6 pillars. Jody, what's the 7th chapter? It's be a Bestitarian. What is a Bestitarian? Not necessarily a vegetarian. It could be a vegetarian, a carnivarian, could be a pescatarian. Hopefully it's not a Frankenfood-atarian, or you're going to need Buddy sooner. But this Bestitarian, we wrote into this chapter, all the authors have a testimony. What are you at your best? So what would you say, Daniel, being the risk taker that you are, the brothers, how are you at your best?
We're at our best in thinking forward to see how technology can help us and enable us to have better health outcomes.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're best at. Because technology can be sometimes a scary thing, especially as seniors, and being able to make it so that's accessible, and not that they can have to even interact with it, but that they can take advantage of the benefits of technology in their life without having to deal with all that scary stuff around it. And so being able to say, hey, use technology, but then, and help it. That's why we call it buddy, because it is your buddy. It's around you all the time. And then your buddy can say, hey, you know, we see this happening, or maybe you should do this in order to make changes in your life.
Well, and I know that as far as I'm concerned, making those changes is Dr. Mark Chavez, MD. And by the way, he's out in California, got to meet him. But he said, and he's in our book, obviously, but he said, going from sick care to health care, that's where Buddy is making the difference, going into that health care, that item. And I think we're going to have a mascot, and he's going to be called Bestitarian Buddy after our book. Let's have a mascot at our Healthopedia events. That would be a lovely segue into that. So if somebody's listening and they have an aging parent, if somebody's listening, and I just, before I go into that, just big shout out, because in backstage, Jamie Matheson, who you know very, very well, is an author in our book. And she was the one that brought Buddy and Live Freely to my attention. And I'm so grateful for Jamie. Once again, this Healthopedia, we're connected like a health Bible with this, and we'll be forever. But what is the one thing, if somebody has this proactively, and you've got this parent out there, and you know this is happening, what would you say to that child that's starting to have to reparent their parent?
I would say, first thing, go to www.buddylife.com or livefreely.today, as you see down in there scrolling by. There was a link to Buddy Life. Go there, download the app, take a look at it, and see how that can really help change your life, because then you can help proactively monitor your senior while also being able to have that balance to do other things. And I would say that's the first step in helping make your life easier, and for lessen the burnout, as well as be able to give the best outcome for your parent.
Lessen the burnout, be the best. Boy, that just means that you and Arthur have earned the term Bestitarian with Buddy. You really have. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for giving us that insight and just your innovation. The fact that you took the risk, the fact that you did something that will really change the face of healthcare for seniors. Thank you so much. Can't wait to meet you until we go way on. Now be at the book launch on Tuesday. I know that you and Arthur weren't part of our masterminds, but I'll get you the Zoom link. Got to be there, because it will be epic to see our book take international bestseller on Tuesday. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for what you do with your expertise. Ciao for now.
Thank you, Dr. Jody.
So Bestitarian Buddy, that is really being your best. And I think Dr. Michael got his technology fixed. We're good to go. And he is here. It is just with great honor and pleasure. This is one of those things, as I always say, every angle, Carrie, you're next. I'm going to remove you. I don't know how that happened. You just moved up in the queue when Daniel left, but here we are, Michael. This is kind of a TGIF. Thank goodness we all have air legs today. So Dr. Michael Pierce, your extraordinary functional medical doctor and brainwave entrainment, just give us your best 15 minutes. Just thank you for being in Healthopedia. Thank you. Before I leave, I'm just going to say, why in the world would somebody who has got their own podcast, is a sought out speaker, trainer? The Human Condition is a podcast you've got to subscribe to. And all of this, why did you say yes to being part of this book, Michael? You've got a lot of plate spinning.
Well, Jody, I'm so glad to be here. I followed you for years, and I followed your work, and I've been able to watch you grow this TV station in Georgia and the Southeast. And I've also followed Bernie Siegel. I studied Bernie Siegel when I was a young person, very, very young, and I read his books, and I was fascinated by what he did with cancer and what he did with exceptional cancer patients. And so to be a part of this book was just a no-brainer immediately, to be part of Healthopedia and write a section of this and present my part was elimination diets. So for me, elimination diets are important.
Let's just go. I am going to remove myself from the screen. So give us your best 15 minutes. Take notes, because as Dr. Bill says, you will feel smarter after listening to Dr. Michael. Take it away.
Well, I was a sick kid. I started out as a sick kid. I was a sick kid around 7 years old, and I ate all the typical foods that Americans ate. I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to drink Tang like the astronauts. I wanted to eat, processed food in bags and rehydrate it with water and pretend I was an astronaut floating around and drinking from the little bag. And I thought that was the coolest thing, until my skin broke out, my brain didn't work, my coordination didn't work. I had migraine headaches, but I didn't know what they were because I was a little kid. I later on found out that they were migraines with an aura of this great big donut. This big white donut would appear in my vision like the sun, and that was a visual aura right before a migraine. So we went to all the doctors, and they tried to fix me. We tried everything, and nothing worked. So we read some books and studied some things. At the time, Dr. Robert Rodale, rather, in his publishing group was running Prevention Magazine. Some of you may remember that if you're old enough. We were consulting my grandfather, who was an agricultural guy who understood agriculture and farming and soil science. And he said, you know what? You need to do an elimination diet. Those doctors don't know what they're doing. So I did an elimination diet, and we got rid of corn and wheat and dairy and sugar, and I got better in a few weeks. My headaches got better. I was a better soccer player. I went on to play international soccer as a kid and compete and win medals with my team up in Canada. And it was a really exciting time. So we learned that there's some foods that bothered people. And for me, it was lectins that are in foods and processed food. So I got away from processed food, and I got away from lectins and natural food. So I learned that there were some man-made things I couldn't eat, and I learned that there were some higher-made things that I couldn't eat either. There were some healthy vegetables and some healthy foods that I had to eliminate from my diet. Certain vegetables, certain grains, beans, nuts, and seeds I had to cut out, and I was better. So for me, I ended up on kind of a carnivore-ish ketogenic type diet, and that may not be true for everybody, but for me it worked really well. And for my seizure patients and my patients that I treat that are pediatric patients with seizure disorders, these ketogenic diets work really well, but you've got to do them right. You've got to eliminate the right lectins. You've got to eliminate the right carbohydrates. You've got to increase the healthy saturated fats from clean animals. You've got to use humane and clean animals if you're going to be eating these animal products. I particularly like to do toxin analysis. I like to measure the hair for heavy metals. I like to measure the urine for mold. I like to measure the urine for toxic pesticides like glyphosate. I like to look at aluminum toxicity, which is a big deal and hard to measure. I like to look at a person that might have difficulties with herbicides, pesticides, solvents, gasoline, perchlorate, which is from dry cleaning solutions, which is pretty common in some neighborhoods. It wafts through the air. I like to look at air quality. In fact, I was just talking to a patient yesterday on Zoom, and we were talking about their well. They've got a new well, and nobody's analyzed their water quality. So we've got to find out if their water quality is clean. Tap water is terribly, terribly toxic throughout the United States. You've got to get your tap water checked. You've got to get it analyzed for heavy metals, for pesticides, for herbicides, for other toxins like fire retardants that we see in the home. We've got to look for fire retardants that were in clothing and bedding and furniture to prevent fires from burning down and from burning children. So you'll see that in children's clothing in the past, and it's been reduced lately, but there's still a lot of things circulating out there. If you've got used clothing, if you've got used bedding and mattresses and foam and carpets, there's all kinds of anti-fire materials in those that are designed to prevent them from burning, but they often present such a toxicity that your likelihood of getting the toxicity from the chemical off-gassing is way more likely than your toxicity from getting burned in a fire. So the trade-off wasn't really a very favorable one. Further, our agencies, our government agencies that regulate us and claim to protect us have been captured. We've got captured regulatory agencies that are largely corrupt, and between 60 and 80% of our scientific articles are unusable. They've been captured by industry. They are special interest groups that have paid and done under the table agreements to have different particular special interests write these papers and flood the market of scientific papers with things that are favorable to industry and don't allow the natural stuff to come through. So what's the natural stuff? What's the hopeful side? There's a lot of hope. And the hopeful side is that if you can reduce your carbohydrates, if you can reduce your complex carbohydrates and get your saturated healthy fats up, if you can watch your blood, check your GGT, if you can get your triglycerides checked, if you can get an ultrasound of your liver and your abdomen to see if you've got fatty liver, if you can get your liver and your pancreas checked to look for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is incredibly growing in the United States, and it's preventable and reversible. We've got to get that before it becomes NASH, which is non-alcoholic liver steatosis, which is stiffening of the liver. It gets fibrous and stiff, and you can detect that with ultrasound. And in many cases, you can reverse it. But you've got to realize that the Romans knew that you could damage 9/10 of your liver in war with those little short swords those Romans had, and it would grow back as an adult. So we've got stem cells in our liver. We've got the ability to regrow this stuff without pharmacy. Not to say that you can't use drugs, that you should never use drugs, but the whole idea is we always should be reducing the number and amount and dosage of drugs that we're taking, because these patented substances are toxic. They are toxic by definition because to be patented, they must be different than nature, which means that the lock and key mechanism that they use when they plug into a cell receptor is going to be distorted. You would not want to take a distorted key and stick it in your valued BMW or stick it in your valued door lock, destroy that receptor, which is what happens when you use patented molecules that are not the same as nature. They are not exactly the same, and they do not fit the lock and key mechanism of hormones and of nerve receptors and of neurotransmitters the way that natural substances do. So if you're forced to use something like that because of illness, then please, by all means, you should do that to save your life or save your quality. But if you're doing it as a very flippant kind of a thing just for convenience, you may be taking health and life off of your life. And so we want to be able to look at those things. We want to be able to say, hey, what are the things I can do to reduce the medications, to reduce the chemicals in my life? I want to be able to measure those things. And with today's world, we can use biohacking types of things. We can measure our own physiology. We can measure our stress with galvanic skin response meters. We can do an elimination diet. We can measure our blood, our urine, our hair. We can do that on our own. We can go to our doctor and we can use different laboratories and have our holistic doctor order those for us. And they're not terribly expensive. And many of them you only need to do once or twice. You don't have to do them over and over and over again. So think about the idea of reducing lectins from grains, beans, nuts, and seeds. Think about looking at your blood type and what kind of diet that might work for. Think about increasing your healthy saturated fats and measuring the effect of those saturated fats on you, because it really is a myth that the fat that we eat causes the fat plaque cholesterol in our arteries. That is not true, and it hasn't been true ever. We got hoodwinked in the 1950s that by some special interests that was the main thing we needed to do, and we needed to eat all this grain and all of this processed food. So look out for GMOs, look out for these aluminum containing adjuvants, look out for all these different substances that are out there, and you can live a very healthy life. You can control your stress. You can use QEEG brainwave maps where you put a cap on your head and measure your brainwaves. You can show the changes in your child or yourself or your elderly relative. You can begin to reverse these things. Dale Bredesen, a professor from California, still talks about this, in his book, Reversing Alzheimer's with Diet. Now, another guy named Christopher Exley would go on and say to drink water like Fiji water or Gerolsteiner water. I don't get any kickbacks from these companies, but there's a bunch of mineral water companies around the world that will actually help give you silicic acid in the water, which is a natural mineral that will help you reduce aluminum in your brain. So we've got to get to know this stuff, and we've got to stop focusing on take this drug, take that drug, and get to root causes. My work is about root causes, and Jody's work is about root causes, and that's why we work together. And that's why 40 of us have come together to show you that there's lots of hope. And you don't have to huddle in your house, and you don't have to accept mandates that don't make sense, and you don't have to follow what people tell you just because of special interests are pushing something. There's lots of hope, and there's lots of joy, and there's lots of usefulness for you. And there's ways, and there's people, and there's a tribe for you, and we're out there waiting for you.
Boy, we're the tribe, aren't we? We are the tribe. And I tell you, the tribe is our vibe. That is easy as lectins, just weeds, some beans, some grains. Just look at what it is. It's the combination. We talk about combinations of food groups and all of that. And Dr. Michael, I'm so excited, and I know it's going to work out with your speaking schedule in Denver to have you with our weight loss panel, who the 4 people that will be there, Dr. Michael, have lost a combined 1,200 pounds.
That's fantastic.
So I there's nothing like, can you see that word picture? All right. In our bestitarian part of our book, after Meg Bukel, who did a lot of our photography, what we put in there was the Be the Bestitarian, some healthy, good vegetarian recipes. Okay. Carrie Fisher, our next guest, will love that. But I'll tell you, it is absolutely amazing to have those food groups. This is what you're going to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. If you like to cook, these are good recipes, including my green miracle drink that's keeping me going during this time. But bestitarian appetizer, you'll see big and healthy person. It's a before and during. So that will be a great segue for you. So what is your last message? And yes, guess what? Dr. Bill was right. Every time I'm around you, I get smarter. My IQ goes up. What is your last message that you want to give everyone? Because you have so much. And then I've got your Dr. Bernie bit for you. You're going to love this one.
Oh, good. My message is that there's no diet for everyone. There's no orthodox diet for everyone. You've got to try it. You've got to experiment with your body. You've got to measure things. You've got to see how you do, and you've got to take back your health and not give up your health to some authority. You've got to say, I know how to do this experiment on myself. I know how to find help, and I can do this. I don't need to be dependent on some government agency to tell me what to eat, what drugs to take, what mask to wear, what vaccine to take. I can decide. I have sovereignty of my body and my health, and I can do it.
Sovereignty, the sovereign healthopedia bodies. I love that. Whoa, that could be. We're the sovereign healthopedia soul tribe. We can make this nickname really, really, really long. But the controversial Dr. Bernie Siegel, as he's known as the controversial Dr. Bernie Siegel, and he's said to me when we talked one time, he said to me, I said, Bernie, what was really do you want? Everyone who hears you, I want you to take this in to the Human Condition, your podcast. And if we have that backstage, I think we have that humancondition.com. I think we have your key, because you're going to want to follow him. Dr. Michael Pierce, just don't miss that. Because he's so good. He doesn't even have his degrees. He didn't even put DR behind them. So I'm hoping we can get these up before your time is up. And I said to Dr. Bernie again, I said, Dr. Siegel, I know they called you the controversial Dr. Bernie Siegel. Why did you get out in front and take that risk? Why did you do this? And he said, well, if I kept doing it long enough, especially with 5 kids and 52 animals, finally they just let me go. He said they just expected me to be crazy. And that's kind of what you and I do. But he said, I just kept the idea that what I was doing, being controversial, was opening the door for others. That is your burning quote. You are opening the door for others. You just do that, Michael. You just do. And so I want to put this up. Tell us what your website of your, it's thehumancondition.com, isn't it?
Yeah. Humanconditionlab.com.
Humanconditionlab.com. As I'm doing that, just go ahead and just how does that quote that I'm opening the door for others, how does that resonate for you?
Oh God, I love it. I watched Bernie change the whole cancer world, and my dream is to change the cancer world and take it further to change mental health. And I would say I want to make one thing happen in the mental health world. Every mental health clinician, the first thing they should ask the patient is, what do you eat?
Yes. Yes. Because you are what you eat. And then you can be your own personal lab for having a great human condition. I mean, this is like, I can just see for you, I'll just see you on the 28th. See you next time. Thank you, Dr. Michael, for what you do, who you are, because of what you bring into the world. And that's for real. I feel it.
Thank you.
Love you. Dr. Michael Pierce, the hits just keep on coming, and the hits will be there. Hit that scan code, do your deal, go ahead and be a part of Healthopedia. We've heard it be a health Bible today. We heard that we can be and be sovereign in our bodies from Dr. Michael Pierce. What an impassioned, empowered message. It just is all in here. You can take one story, one action step, then go to the next one for 40 weeks. What will your life be like if we continue to do that? What will your life be like if you just continue to bring this into the world? Well, what will your life be like if you had a person, a woman in your life that came into your life like Carrie Fisher did for me? Your life will be that much richer. When I met Carrie Fisher through Dr. Jim Marinakis, 4 years ago, I remember sitting down and eating sushi, which is my favorite food, eating sushi with her and thinking, that heart, I absolutely just love her heart. And that's what I felt with Carrie Fisher. So we're going to hear from Carrie Fisher as soon as we get back. We've got a couple of commercials to get caught up on. And so let's take a look, take a listen. I know Carrie drinks this coffee. It's healthy coffee from Vibra.
Shannon Roper, board-certified family nurse practitioner, CEO, and founder of Roper's Health Oasis, located in beautiful Carlsbad, New Mexico. Shannon took her vision of true holistic healthcare to promote wellness instead of illness and show you how you can live between office visits, as Dr. Bernie Siegel says. She has your best interest as a priority and incorporates the 6 pillars of health into each day. Join Shannon along with the other 39 authors as she elevates Healthopedia and creates a real health oasis for you and your life.
That's very fitting. Shannon Roper, another author sponsor, is just creating a health oasis for herself. She is teaching her patients how to live between office visits, as Dr. Bernie Siegel said as well. And truly, she is an oasis unto herself. Carrie Fisher, a licensed cranial massage therapist. And when you're a cranial sacral therapist, it all starts in your head, as Dr. Michael just said, with being a brain person. And she has certain modalities. She has a Bachelor of Science in Acupuncture Science. She's got that degree. But what she has is a gift of healing. And like I said, back to the sushi, my goodness, I felt like I was in my own oasis with Carrie Fisher when I first met her. And 4 years later, I am so grateful that she said yes to writing in this book. Having her in this emotional pillar was, she said it was a dream come true for her. It's a dream come true for me. I'm so grateful to say, welcome, Carrie, to
Hi.
our Healthopedia Summit. We made it. We got it. We made it happen.
So happy to be here with you, Jody. Thank you so much for including me.
Oh, and it was my pleasure, and I know that sometimes the pressure was all mine because there was some pressure and what you've gone through, but your story is, I would put it right up with Amber House, knowing that when she was talking about leaving, that she felt she had to write her story for someone that would read it, save a life, save a soul. When what she did to leave her husband and be able to create this life for her children, because she needed to have and leave that addiction. Your story is going to have the same riveting effect to people, to know that the healer is learning how to heal. So how was this experience writing this story for you?
Well, Jody, to tell you the truth, it was very anxiety provoking. And it really, caused me to really search so much more deeply into what my goals were and what did I want out of life, and being vulnerable to share my story.
And being vulnerable is a part of healing now, isn't it?
Yes, and I've been working with, I'm a therapist, a massage therapist, and certified in craniosacral therapy for 36 years now, or 37 years. And I've always been very comfortable holding space for people and supporting their process. And I have always worked on myself and have done a lot of different modalities, healing the emotional components of what's been going on in my life. But it was time for me to go take a much more deeper dive. And that's what I had to look at when I was putting my chapter together.
And that deep dive, tell us about this deep dive, Carrie.
Well, I was diagnosed with cancer in 2019 with breast cancer. And 10 days before that, my boyfriend at the time was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. And I was just quite shocked, and he passed away under 6 weeks after his diagnosis. And I was just, yes. And I just could not believe that we were both diagnosed within such a short period of time. And it was with triple negative breast cancer. And I was just in shock. And my whole life I've been about holistic medicine, and looking at the root cause of disease. And one of the things that I studied was, the emotional component of disease. And I really believed that I could heal myself, going down the holistic path. And, and finding the right people to work with.
Right. And the connectivity with us is Dr. James Marinakis, who was our second keynote of today and just gave his wisdom like he always does. I mean, how did you find Dr. Jim?
Well, definitely, it opened up a whole new world for me, besides being very symbiotic to my belief system. Yes. That was the biggest thing. It's like, it felt like he spoke my language and he just expanded on what I already knew. But at the same time, I really had to look at, the emotional components, and the emotional components. And that was really tough for me because I had so much on my plate dealing with, my boyfriend dying, and then I had mold in my house, and I had to move out of my house, and I had to move back in, and I was learning a whole new lifestyle change, from exercise and diet, but also listening to my inner voice and trusting myself and looking at Eastern versus Western medicine and which one do I choose, and when is it time to choose one versus the other. And he really questioned me a lot about what
he does that, doesn't he?
Yes. Really provokes, the question of what is it really what's my truth, what's my connection with source, with God. And, and I started learning how disconnected I was from God, and how disconnected I was. I wasn't trusting myself. And eating properly and taking the right supplements and exercising, it really helps to clear out the emotional component that's been stored in the tissues.
The issues are in your tissues.
Yes.
That's our combined saying. Yeah, for sure.
Yes. And so when I place my hand on someone and work with them, I can follow, I get very quiet and I could follow what's going on inside their body. So now I was doing that for myself in a much deeper way, and really getting clarity, and as you and I have talked, it was finding my yes. What am I going to say yes to on this path? And the choices that are coming to me of, do I choose X or Y in my treatment plan? When is it time to shift? And so when you have cancer, there's so many choices that you have to make, to get healthy. And which was going to be my way to lead me on the path of health and longevity. And what I found was that I really had to find gratitude, in every day, and trust the process, and not want to abandon it when I had anxiety or when I had doubt, and know that the doubt and anxiety have been in my life for so long. So sometimes the doubt and anxiety would come up for me to say, okay, I got to let this go. Or the fear would come up, and I'd be so driven with fear that I had to learn how to let go of that fear, because the fear stopped me from moving forward and making the changes, because I was too fearful of what was going to happen. And I noticed different patterns in my life with my emotions that were stopping me from truly living. And so the choice is, am I going to live or am I going to die? And I really had to question myself all the time of what choice did I want to make.
I can hear when the first time you said this, and I was in the car, one of those times going back and forth as we were wanting to do, to have our conversations on the turnpike, and I could hear Jimmy Stewart in that "It's a Wonderful Life." I want to live again. And I remember when you came to that conclusion, it was just a phenomenal experience for you to share that with me. And I could tell energetically on the phone, you said, I want to live again.
Yeah.
And living is what you're doing now. And living, and I just got to say, excuse us, we're just going to have our girlfriend moment on TV. Even your radiance is different than the last time I saw you. You're on your way.
Thank you. I feel it. I feel like saying yes to this project and working through the difficulties I had was me saying yes, me saying I've wanted to do this. I don't want to quit. I'm going to do this. And I found my way. I found more things in my life falling into place.
Yes.
That was helping me get better. And I feel better than I have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel better than I have in years. I feel like I've turned the corner, but I know that part of it is saying yes instead of being scared and saying no and quitting. And it's, yeah.
And instead, and you flipped the coin. You flipped the coin, and I remember another time when I was having my infamous avocado toast, and yes, it's one of my favorite things. Having avocado toast, and we met. And don't tell anybody, but I still have, because it's now on Traverse TV forever, one of those pivotal conversations that we had at Houston's. I still have that spoon we took.
Oh gosh.
And I kept that spoon because that was a pivotal time. It's like my power quote that says, miracles occur every day, beckon them in. You beckoned your miracle. And I remember, then I want to get into your quote, Carrie, when I said to you, everybody writes their story and they say, oh, I'm in remission. How about writing a story when you're going through it? Going through it. And that's what you chose. So on cue, if the production staff can bring this quote of yours, that's so great, back up on the screen. The healer's true strength lies not in their ability to fix others, which you have done for 36 years. And bravo for that, but in their willingness to be vulnerable and embark on your own healing path. That needs to be tattooed on your bumper sticker. Please expound on that quote. That is just one powerful statement.
Well, I've always known that I'm not healing anyone. I'm giving them the opportunity to find their way I'm holding space for them to look within and peek around the corner, you know, of where of those thoughts that they don't allow necessarily to come in, that they've been putting at bay. And I'm very good at that, you know, and yet I went during this journey, I really found that I was so good at holding space for others, and I was good at holding space for myself, but truly I had to become more vulnerable to myself. I, you know, and I recognized that my whole life has always been afraid of being vulnerable to others, but I had to start with myself and be there for myself and hold the space for me to open up and say, okay, I'm going to be vulnerable. Okay, I'm going to have this conversation with you, you know, live. And where those are always things that I ran away from. And now it's really, you know, knowing that that's where I need to heal and be vulnerable to myself to be on my own healing journey.
That is so poignant. I always, at times when I speak like a keynotes and whatever, and I will use this word, listen to the whispers of your own wisdom.
Yes.
And those are the whispers of your own wisdom. You found your yes. As I go on, I said, you find hope. You find hope. So in knowing that you found your yes, would you like your Bernie quote?
Oh, I would love it. Thank you.
This is so you. Dr. Bernie Bitts, something to snack on, my dear. Your past does not have control of your thoughts. So when you let go of your past, your truth becomes apparent to you.
Yeah.
Out of the 257 that I had, that one, because we're so interconnected, Carrie, that one popped off the page for you. It is number, if you want it again, number 23. And okay. I'm going to say it again. Your past does not have control of your thoughts. When you let it go, your truth becomes apparent to you.
That is so true. That's a beautiful quote. Thank you.
That is now from Dr. Bernie to you. That is your quote. So what is that one word? If there, and I will just say, you're a perfect example with Jamie Matheson being a backstage, being one of our Healthopedia ambassadors, and that is doing backstage work today. And she had a situation, as I call it, I don't say a disease. It was a situation. Get over situations, okay? I call mine, but my situation with melanoma, I always have. A stage 4 is just a situation. Jamie got over her situation. Jamie Kerr came on and he was on day 1 and he thanked me publicly, which was kind of a tearjerker because I helped and assisted his mom's body to get over triple negative breast cancer last year. And she worked with me from Scotland, you know, remotely. Isn't that amazing how you can do this? But that the situation, a woman finds she has this situation. What advice, what encouragement can you give to that woman right here, right now? Somebody needs that.
Well, I mean, I didn't look at this as a situation initially. You know, I looked at it as, oh my God, I'm going to die. And it took me a long time to turn the page. And so it's trusting the process. You know, what I'd say to anyone is trusting the process. Sometimes those negative emotions will come in, you know, and we have to tell them to go away because that's just the negative stuff coming up. It doesn't mean that we're going to die. If you choose, it's all about the choices. It's all about, you know, getting a vision and a mantra and looking towards the future and creating a future for yourself and taking it one step at a time, one moment at a time, sometimes. You know, and telling yourself it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. You know, looking in the mirror and saying that to yourself and just trust the process. And if one thing isn't working, then take a moment, pray for direction, pray for the next thing you're supposed to do to come into your path easily and effortlessly, and show up in a way that you can understand it and accept that message, to be able to make that next step. And that's that's trusting the process. It took me a long time to get there. I thought I trusted the process until I really started realizing what process I needed to trust, and I felt it.
Okay, that you've been slick. That one's not going to get by. You trust the process until
Yes.
you trust the process you were needing to trust. That
Yeah.
one is good as a Bernie bit. That's a Carrie bit. I'd write
Thank you.
I'd write that one down for real, and truly with prayer and meditation. You know, prayer is praying twice, meditating once. I know that you do that. You've got that in your steps. Oh, I'm so glad you wrote that down here. That's that part of the Carrie that I love. If Carrie, you wouldn't have a piece of paper there and a pen, it wouldn't be you. It just wouldn't be you. Thank you for trusting the process. I know you had a few technical issues, but it all blended perfectly. Renee came on early. Dr. Mike was no problem. Daniel had a run, and now we had you. See, that's trusting the process. It's all going to work out perfectly. I am making a statement right now. The wounded healer is being healed. It shows in your message, it shows in your radiance, and you're showing it in your life. Thank you for giving us inspiration and hope, Carrie. Thank you.
Oh, Jody, thank you so much for including me. I so appreciate your support and those little nudges that you would give me that were just enough for me to continue to say yes. So thank you so much. You've done a really remarkable job.
Oh, thank you. I know some of the times the nudges you felt like I was kicking the boot all the way from Orlando, but it's all good. It's all in love, letting others looking at opportunities, valuing everything. That is love. And you have the opportunity to change the trajectory of how women look at this disease so that they will say, as Les Brown says, your diagnosis is not your prognosis.
Correct.
I love you, Carrie Fisher.
Yeah. Love you too, Jody. Thank you so much.
Ciao for now.
Bye-bye.
So let's take a break. Let's take a break and look at what Healthopedia has in store for you when you scan the code. Look forward to what Healthopedia can bring to us with this live seminar. Can you even imagine seeing and being around Carrie Fisher's energy and her passion and her heart passion? Yes, it is February 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. What I got on the printout is we've got 42 tickets sold. We only have 150 that will fit into this room with a one-of-a-kind experiential transformation. So you will have tools you can use to not only change your life, but then change the trajectory for another. Let's watch about the history and the promise of Healthopedia.
While being mentored and studying with the iconic pioneer in natural healer, Dr. Hulda Clark, and experiencing her life-changing practices and protocols, a goal card was written and dated in 1984 stated, "I will write the Eastern medical version of the PDR, Physician's Desk reference. The universe delivered a sign to actualize this goal. Now in 2023, we are experiencing vision and mission into fruition. Healthopedia has arrived, led by the iconic 20th and 21st century icon, Dr. Bernie Siegel, MD, author of Love, Medicine, and Miracles, along with 42 extraordinary healing world changers that will motivate, educate, inspire, and propel you along your own path to wholeness, wellness, and abundance. Every compelling story will uplift you to your own epiphany of health isn't something you do, it's what you become along life's journey."
Well, it's what you become along life's journey. What have you become listening to these amazing, amazing stories? What have you become as I'm sitting here getting my little bit of energy? They're called energy bites. You'll be having those in February. It's a special combination of a process that really will just invigorate you so that you can go to the next step in vitality. They're by Dr. Jim, by the way. So I thought I would just say, what is she just finishing up in her mouth? I just needed an energy bite. But sometimes you don't need an energy bite when you're around someone who really, a speaker that, to be quite honest, just stayed in the wings with Les Brown when we first met in COVID, when we had these classes. It went on for a year, and it was just amazing. First time I coached with Les, now it's been 3 times. Jamie Kerr was in that class. We heard from him and his mental IRP method. And Dan Gilman was there, and he said, I really like you. I remember when he put it in the chat. I really like you. I would like you on my podcast. I thought, well, that's nice. Little did I know, not only that invitation, I came into Dan Gilman's life. I'm so blessed that he came into mine, and I came into his. We were connected on a visceral level. He has helped me backstage now. I think this is our 5th seminar that we've done together. Can you believe it, Dan? He is gifted in graphic design, in production. He is the co-producer, and you'll be hearing from his co-host a little bit later, Anna DeVere. But he is a Discover Your Potential co-host. He is on iHeartRadio. He is everywhere. He produces Kimberly Meredith's show. Kimberly was there and spoke on Wednesday, an A-lister. So he does her show on Blog Talk Radio. He's up. He's producing this. Now you're going to get to see the man behind the scene come in front of the screen. And this is why this is so amazing, because he does both of them extraordinarily well. But before I bring Dan up on the screen, I want to take one round to say, it's because of that. Well, you want to be on my show? The next thing you know, he said, would you like to meet Gary Sanchez? Well, Gary Sanchez is in the book, The Why Institute. I knew of him because I spoke in one of the same summits that he was in, but I didn't know him. Dan got him to be my guest. The next thing you know, you heard the story. It's kind of like that song. Next thing you know, he brings in Bernie Siegel. And he says to me, would you like to meet Dr. Bernie? I'm going, is the Pope Catholic? I said that on day one. That's what Dan did. Now, Bernie Siegel went ahead and wanted to interview me before he thought that I made the cut to be a guest on my show. I mean, my goodness, it was amazing. From that, you knew from the day before that we're chronologizing his memoirs. Then he asked me, could he do something for me? And I said, well, can you be a part of this Healthopedia project? He said, yes. I said, you sure you've got time? And he said, well, I'm 90 years old, and my friends that didn't take my advice, well, they're all dead. Yes, I have time. That's his self-deprecating humor. And because of Dan, not only did I get to be on a guest on his show, because of Dan, I got to meet Gary Sanchez. And because of Dan, I got to meet Bernie Siegel. He was so much a part of this book. And Dan, I want to thank you and I want to honor you just being, as we always called my grandson, Dan the Man. You are the man. Welcome to the front of the stage, Dan Gilman.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. It's great.
Well, and so why,
as I'm doing stuff backstage, sorry.
Backstage, everything you're doing this and the other. So yes, and you've been running it smoothly. No one would even know that these air legs are there. So now this is your second time that you'll be an international best-selling author. You also are in Ignite Your Faith. I got you going on that one.
There you go.
I know that was a big deal. Why did you say yes to being not only a part of Healthopedia, but for being one of our Healthopedia ambassadors?
Well, one, because I love working with you, obviously. That's great. And you elegantly got Dr. Bernie Siegel involved and so many legends in this field, and it's quite extraordinary. And just to be a part of something that is extraordinary, like what my mother left behind as a legacy of healing and intuition, is just extraordinary. And I wanted to be a part of this, and I thought it was going to be it's going to become a movement and really interesting. And just my mother was always in tune with healing and helping others. So it just seemed like a great fit.
it's a great fit. Excuse me, I didn't mean to talk over. I just get these ideas, and we have been doing this for almost 20 hours, so it kind of just comes out of my mouth. So forgive me, but it's such a tribute to your mother. You wrote about her in Faith. You wrote about it here. This is more a Dan Gilman story in here. How, as I talked about, going ahead and putting the next generation of healers. You are that next generation. You are that next generation of healers from your mother who has passed. And I think truly there, I'm going to give you 2 Bernie bits, and then the floor is yours. I thought you deserve, since you brought Bernie to me. Number 1, let your heart make up your mind. It's heart passion. That is so you. And Bernie bit number 2, let your untrue self die and give birth to your true self.
Oh, and that's happening right now. Thank you.
Yes. I wanted to pour that into you because that's exactly what's happening to you right now in everything that you're doing personally and professionally, what you have created in Healthopedia. So just for the next, I'd say next 10 minutes, just share with, no, excuse me, it's 8 minutes. We've got 2 commercial breaks, then you're backstage.
Right.
For the next 8 minutes, just share your passion and share as only Dan can do from your heart. Will you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. And today I would like to honor 2 significant figures who have shaped my life: my mother, Cindy Gilman, and my mentor, Mr. Les Brown. And my power quote was, "Our true paths unfolds when we honor the greatness before us while tuning into our own inner rhythm." My mother was an energy healer and a spiritual guide. And growing up, my life was rich with incredible experiences, like meeting music legend B.B. King and watching dolphins connect in a unique way with special needs children. These weren't just moments. They were lessons in the magic of life's possibilities. Now, however, life isn't without its valleys. I experienced anti-Semitism in school, a scarring episode that tests my faith and identity, but my mom's unwavering support got me through it, embedding in me the values of resilience and compassion. And while my mom guided me spiritually, Mr. Les Brown shaped my perspective on personal development. He mentored me into recognizing my own worth and my own potential. He famously said, "Your network is your net worth." And I felt the full weight of those words when I took the reins of my mother's radio show called Discover Your Potential, continuing a legacy of spiritual and personal growth. In a world that we're facing divisions and conflicts, the wisdom of figures like Elie Wiesel and Dr. Martin Luther King serves as a timely reminder. It's on us to keep that flame of love and unity alive. So where do we go from here? Well, I suggest there's 5 steps. I would say 1, you commit to continuous learning and never stop being a student. 2, I would say let your curiosity guide you. It's your inner compass. And 3, build connections with healers and intuitives. Their wisdom can enlighten your journey. 4, don't keep your experiences to yourself. Share them as they can guide others. 5, I would say let your actions reflect your values of love and faith, and be the change you want to see. Let me repeat that on number 5. I think this is an important one. Let your actions reflect your values of love and faith, and be the change you want to see. And as I step into my new role as a healer, I'm not walking this path alone. With the support of this community, we can all become guiding lights for those seeking their own paths to healing and self-discovery. And I believe I'm almost at 8 minutes. But I want to thank you for sharing this moment with me.
Oh, you could take 9. I mean, it's just like you're stepping into your greatness. This is that part of Healthopedia. You will now be that health Bible where Cindy left off, your mom left off. She has given the reins to you, just like I've talked to Serena Brown Travis the same way. So let's have Toya put up your quote, and just take one more minute and just key into your quote, would you please?
Sure. So, you want me to repeat that? So our true path our true path unfolds when we follow in the footsteps of greatness while listening to the unique beat of our own heart. And I feel like I'm doing that.
Oh, please. No kidding. You're coming into the paths of greatness, because oftentimes unsung heroes, there's a reason I wanted you to say that again. There's something about people who are unsung heroes. I always said that about my son, Carl, that he didn't say much, but when he said it, people listened. That was a beautiful message, Dan. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for connecting and collaborating and being in this part of my world, being in the Manny Lopez world, being in the Healthopedia world, the Traverse world. You're just really in my world, and I think the world of you, Dan. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Backstage, we got some commercial breaks to go to. There we go. So as we're going in to our final lap, I feel like we're on the Daytona Speedway. We're going on to our final lap. We're going to listen and take a look and just give honor to MYB Publishing, who is the publisher of our book when it comes to the power of a woman. Take a look, take a listen. Yes, that was beautiful, Dan. Thank you. Thank you so much for just letting people know inside of you, because there's so much. I can truthfully say that where we are right now with Healthopedia, the book is going to launch. You can just feel it right here and right now. You can go ahead and know that what are we doing? health-a-pedia.com. We have got a download right here. You can fill out the form. You can get this QR code. It'll be live September 26th. We're going live. We'll go international bestseller. Our plan, and I'm saying this because this is an OTC across the globe channel. We're looking to be international bestsellers in all areas that we have. We have Amazon, which would be and will be obviously America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Pacific Rim. What is that? The Pacific Rim is Japan and Malaysia, where we have Amazon, India. Then you go into Europe, the UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Portugal, France. And then we just know that we're going to, like I said, we'll come right around and see about it is Australia and New Zealand. So let's just make that circle. And then we'll go down to Latin America. How could I forget that? Since MYB Publishing's wife is from Colombia, and we've got Brazil and Mexico. Who do you know in those countries? You can get a free download. Just go to your Amazon it's usually your country, like .com is the US, CA is Canada. There you go. You do Amazon.com in your country, it'll pop up. Healthopedia, putting together the puzzle pieces of your health and putting together the puzzle pieces of everything. It's a really great time. I want to just go, as we're waiting for Dame Doria Cordova, I knew there would be a time that I could come in and just give honor and homage to all of our authors. First of all, to the iconic Dr. Bernie Siegel in The Spiritual Pillar. You'll love his story. Followed by Jay Nolan, medical intuitive, Kimberly Meredith, Dr. Peggy Woods, our editor-in-chief, Bobby Kowalski, we heard from her today, the death doula and Reiki master. Dan Gilman, you just heard from Dan. Who knew he was a healer? I knew, because I could feel his passion. Then Linda Huff, my darling Linda, and Anna DeVere, who you'll hear from in just a moment. And as the ticker tape is rolling, why is this important to give that contribution? We'll get back to that after the authors, because it is so important. The physical pillar, Dr. James Marinakis, the iconic Dr. James Marinakis. We heard from him and his wisdom today. Myself, I didn't even say what I was doing in the book. Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm talking about Pristine Clean, the thing that detoxifies you from the cellular level. It's called, my chapter is The Path to Healing and Wholeness. That's what I found for the first time through Dr. Hulda Clark, that changed the trajectory of my youngest son. And actually, it changed me as well. And I've been passing that on to everyone I know now for 39 years. Dr. Mark Chavez, healthcare to sick care. Shannon Roper, day one, Roper's Health Oasis. She's just an oasis unto herself. And Suzanne Finder, knowing you've got that anchor in there for your nervous system. Your nervous system doesn't lie. And wonderful Ivan Jacobs. Goodness gracious. He is the son of Kimberly, I should say Kim Jacobs. The apple doesn't fall far, far from the tree with his 120 pounds lost. And Trey Urban, Reiki master, energy healer, global manifestation person, and woman, Native American, got that touch when it comes to that. And mental, talk about our mental pillar with Screen Actor Guild, a mentalist, trainer, NLP trainer, master at so many things with Life on Your Terms, Rex Sykes. Dr. Michael Pierce, you know him after you heard him. You're going to say elimination diets can be a game changer. You will find your way. Renee Brown with Next Level Healing and the Next Level Recovery Housing, one of its kind in America. And then Jamie Kerr, that mentalist, doing what he does. His brand is the Mind Kite. Takes off like a kite. Get a bigger jar because you'll know how to manage that jar. Noah Crane with her 3G effect, knowing that you are worth it. Jamie Matheson, the Hopeologist with her Hope Rocks. Lee Forster, the Spice Years, being the Spice Girl. And speaking of spice, the Creationaire, Kathy Strauss. So grateful that Kathy could be the wisdom behind the scenes as chief editor-in-chief. And I want to back up to Jamie one more time and give Cole Matheson and her son big kudos for the design, the main design cover that we have. Then emotionally, we go into Dr. Gary Sanchez, who the Why Institute was gracious enough to give our authors the Why test so that many rewrote their chapters because he believes when you know your why, everything is clear. I hope he's having a great time with his wife in Portugal where they have no internet. What a concept. And we just heard from the amazing Carrie Fisher. True hope inside every word. Carol Darrigan, her turning obesity into triumph is just a riveting story. Cynthia Hamill-Knipe was on Wednesday talking about music. Music is a frequency. Listen with your heart. And then to our other Coloradoan, Jerry Tucker, making something from nothing to have everything. Winding up our emotional pillar is Karen Rudolph, knowing how she had to be an advocate for her daughters and then an advocate for herself, turning this overcoming emotion into passion, and being an intuitive coach, doing brain and heart mapping and empowerment for all. Social pillar, Serena Brown Travis, making peace out of the broken pieces. Her story in the social pillar, it's fitting because she's a youth minister. And as I said, my mission, being unretired, has been to go ahead and pass wisdom on to the next generation. That's what Les Brown has done with his daughter, Serena Brown Travis, being the CEO of all of the Les Brown Foundation. Dr. Nefertina Serrano. And just make sure you dial in to the Serrano Show at 8 p.m. on Thursdays. I certainly did when I got done after our taping with Bobby Kowalski. It was just amazing. The synergy between she and her husband there, that they're doing work with marriage, but what her chapter is all about, even having a doctor of divinity and being in social work, is one that is extraordinary because she does it through the community because they make marriage work. Making it work is Melanie Summers, health coach, homeschool coach, and my bestie, writing about paying now or paying later, telling her story of her weight loss. It's pretty amazing. Get the book. You'll see the picture. Same t-shirt, 100 pounds later. Rob Santa Bear, as he's known, goodness gracious, 150 pounds later, he's now got to use a pillow in there. Yes, he does. And his weight loss story of how he got to his weight loss through just lifting his trauma of the past. And Debbie Armentrout, how she healed her family with her lotions and potions, but she healed so much more. She is that person who, Debbie is just a social family woman. And we heard from Debbie Armentrout today. Amber House is one we heard of from today. And what did she say? She went ahead and talked about going from thriver to survivor. In just a moment, we'll hear from the Dame Doria Cordova. And of course, her Money and You program. That's where I met Jason Estes, AlignedEarth.org, and his business partner, Jeremy Hoffman. Those are ones who it's that next generation of that legacy will make all the difference. And we're rounding out our authors in the financial pillar with Sue Kostick, who is on day 2, and she has a program of absolute peak performance through longevity. Don't we all need that? And don't we all know somebody who needs buddy? Our buddy, our live freely, our bestitarian buddy. But speaking of being the best, I met Dame Doria Cordova in Clubhouse. It was the One Percenters Club. And I just would hang on to every word. Those are the days in COVID, back during the height of the pandemic, we were on there for hours, but I would hang on every word. And then I had the opportunity to go to her Money and You program last November. It has changed the trajectory of everything that I've done. It's taken it to a new level because she believes that the greatest people in the world, when you have sufficiency and you have access to cash, which she'll talk about, you really have the ability to change the world. Being such a global entrepreneur, she's always available for me, which I find astonishing. She was a big part of many of our programs that we did with Summit. She was a part of Hurricane Ian, which, by the way, when we raised our $1 million for the people that were affected by Hurricane Ian, It was September 26th last year. Here are book launches this year on September 26th, and we're going to be able to give a portion of these book proceeds. Got to buy the book, so we need the physical money. It's going to not only Kim Jacobs and Gabe's Heart Foundation, but it's also going to Maui First through someone that Dame Doria connected me with that is a native Hawaiian, Bumpy Kanalehe. This is the kind of servant heart leadership and work that Dame Doria Cordova does. And as the ticker is going around, before I bring up Dame, I'm going to say, any of my patrons, any of my contributors that you contribute money to the Healthopedia channel, to our programs, you can use any of these cash apps. All the money will be going this month. And I have many sponsors this month in September, and this month coming up in October will be going to Maui First. Dame Doria, they really threw away the mold when they brought you up. And when I read the beginning of your chapter and you actually mentioned me, I cried. I really did. Thank you, Dame Doria, for being that servant leader with Money in You, the Accelerated Business School. We have got a real treat for you. I don't know how she's going to do it, but she always does the Ho'oponopono prayer. There's so much. I've talked about the Aka cord energy, Dame Doria, that there was that Aka cord energy that was between my unborn child and myself when I got into health coaching 43 years ago, because I wanted to make a change with the Leche League and their protocols. And it really made all the difference. They're still using my nutritional protocols. Then with my youngest son, I knew I would find Dr. Hulda Clark, and it changed the trajectory of my health coaching forever. So I don't know which you're going to do first, the prayer or whatever, but I'm telling you, you have got the next 30 minutes is yours. So the floor is yours. I'm going to say aloha, and I will be here for you. Let me know how I can be of service.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that I look okay. So am I okay? There was some comments going on.
You look beautiful. You always look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. There's pixelated conversation in the background, and I'm going, I wonder what that means.
It just means that you have pixie dust all over, and your honey was taken care of, but you look beautiful. And I'm so grateful that you wrote in our financial pillar. Let's talk about health and wealth. It's not what you think.
Thank you so much. Aloha, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And wow, the beautiful, beautiful masters that I've had here. And so what I want to do is I just wanted all of you to just kind of let go of everything that may be in your way for me to contribute to you. If you could please just the film is not correctly right, it's perfect, forget it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to of yourself. Hopefully I will be able to reach that unconscious, because what is going to happen is that you handle finances. You need to handle, because there's nothing that will stress a human being more than that. And one of the things and for those of you who are very young, it may not be a deal for you for help, but let me tell you something. Once you start turning 40, 45, all of a sudden health is wealth. And I know some very bad stories of people that were wealthier than God. We're talking billionaires, and mistakes were made, and their cancer advanced. There was no solution all over the world. And one of our beautiful big supporters and friends left this world at 45 years old, leaving behind 5 children. And I remember that her husband did everything in the world to try to help her. We're talking about going to the top, researchers and doctors in the world. There wasn't enough money. So I just want you to get that handling your financial independence, handling your ability for you to be fluid is going to be so important for your health and every day. So I'm going to take it from the big picture, and then we're going to take it to the little picture. Okay. So the big picture is I'm going to just fire through this. All right. So the first thing is that access. Most people don't realize, particularly in in countries like the United States and many of the countries that were being mentioned a little bit earlier that are economically developed, we have more like economically developed challenges than people who are in emerging nations. We don't call them third world nations anymore. Some people still call them other things, but we call them emerging nations because it's an affirmation. They're coming up. Okay, and remember, Lynn Twist, our beautiful teacher and friend, says there's no such thing as poor people. There's only resource poor people. So when you don't realize all the access that you have, when you don't realize the beautiful, beautiful people that you have around you, I mean, just being in the summit alone, it created so much more work for you because all of these contacts, all of these people, of you in this live, make sure that you comment, create comments, you know, and keep sharing about beautiful summit. Even if it's afterwards, people can go, it will be recorded and they can watch it and recommend it. When you come from a place of sharing and having a generous heart, actually that's another like hey, I am wealthy and I am willing to share the wealth that I do have. So one of the things that you'll read about me, I have quite a background. I run a whole organization with over 200,000 graduates. I'm one of the OGs in the industry. I learned the word OG in Centers Only Room, and thank you to Jay and Lena and Mo and all the leaders and all the beautiful people that I met there. And what happened for me was that my wealth grew exponentially because of the access that I had to these beautiful people. Later, you can go to Access to Cash book and you can go ahead and take a look there. I always give free gifts, but go to Amazon for $9.99, I believe. You can download the book. The latest version is the gold version, right? And it's not what you think. So true wealth is all the things that we're covering in the summit, all of the different aspects. So it's not just financial, but I'm going to talk about financial right now. So very quickly, what is your financial independence number? It is very important for you to create that because just like when we go out sailing, you know, we got to have a direction, we got to have a destination. Otherwise, we're just going to be floating all over the place. Not even the yacht is going to be able to support us because we have no destination. So make it up. It doesn't matter if it's outrageous, you know. It could be, I originally started with 20 months. I remember when in my what I call my past life, because I've been doing this work now for 44 years, in my quote unquote past life in the legal system as a court reporter, and I was going to grow up to be an attorney, I heard the word 25,000 per month, US dollars per month. And I thought, oh my God, that's such a fantastic figure. That's $300,000 a year. Wow. $300,000 a year is still wow. So what you want to do is like make it up. And then once I reached that, I made another one and I'm working towards that. It's almost like the whole universe is kind of conjuring and going, got it. Now, are you in the process of making money? Are you in the process of keeping the money that you managed to make? Or are you in the process of growing the money that you managed to keep? There is a big jump between making it. Actually, that's one of the easiest. And one of the things that you want to do is you want to work on your deservability. So for me, $25,000 a month was this huge amount. It was in the 70s. That was probably like $200,000 a month. It was just a huge amount. So the more that you make it outrageous, what's going to do is going to bring up all of these feelings for you that are in the unconscious. And we're going to talk about the inner family when I move into the spiritual part of my conversation. I'll save it for that. But right now, what you want to do is you do want to activate yourself. You do want to get uncomfortable. You do want to bring up those beliefs and those embedded beliefs that you are getting from a world that believes in scarcity, that is steeped in scarcity, that and the economic, all the economic systems around the world are based on the Malthusian theory of economics. I believe I speak about in access to cash. I definitely talk about it quite a bit in different articles that you'll find. And it's like the Malthusian theory of economics is so ancient. In the early 70s, we had enough food, enough water, enough resources, enough electricity, enough electricity that we connect with, that moved into a place of sufficiency. But because governments, banks, institutions, and even surrounded school systems, university, traditional school systems, what they do is it is to their advantage to kind of like keep you an employee. And my old partner, Kiyosaki, who wrote the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the second book, are actually based on what he learned in being with us 17 years in Money and You. He was an instructor, he led my business school, and that particular book hit such nerve around the only literacy book, 35 million books around the world. We're not comparing it to Think and Grow Rich or any of those. We're talking about the ones where he's talking about what we teach, which is that you have been trained to literally be an employee, to not create wealth, to not understand wealth. So no matter where you are, no matter how successful you are, we always have deservability. Like right here, we have like this glass ceiling of how much we should earn, how much we should have. And that's where the happens between making money, keeping the money, and then growing the money. So, and one of the things that you want to do is you want to build your deservability. Later, not now, you go to fridayswithdoria.com. And by the way, we will be having tonight live will be Fridays with Doria. We're going to have a financial, super amazing Anicia Acker, who's going to be talking about all of the different things that the models that there are to create tremendous wealth. This woman never has to work again in her life, but yet she's absolutely committed to teaching people financial literacy. And by the way, they just did a study, and people that have been learning for 20 years, they did the study, have been learning financial literacy. It became a failure. Only a very small percentage of people put to work what works. And other things, and that's why my work for 44 years has cleared so many people, because we have these deservability issues. And what happens is it gets in the way of us creating, of attracting, of connecting, and not understanding access and not understanding our deservability level. So you have to get in touch with the beliefs in the unconscious that you have. And we're going to do a clearing on that in a few minutes. And so allow it to even come up right now that you feel uncomfortable, so that those things do not stay in your unconscious and you get all activated whenever a bill comes. When you get a bill and you're paying a bill, you just say, thank you God for creating and having the ability to be able to pay it. Oh, I don't have the ability. How can I create it? What do I need to do to create income generating activities, to leverage? So the two key need to know in order for you to be really successful. So now we have, you go to fridayswithdoria.com, and under resources, you will see magical exercises. You do those, do exactly. It is so simple, but you are not going to do it just once. It's going to be part of you. You brush, you eat, you sleep every night, you eat, and you work. You do your financial literacy work. You do the work on a daily basis. Self-mastery around finances will support you in having the best, most wonderful health that you could ever want. Because even if you are dealing with something that's really tough, you need to do money clearing, because it could be connected to you not feeling sufficiency, to you having been made wrong, for you having made mistakes in your businesses, in your organizations. You may have fired the wrong person. You may have hired the wrong person, and we need to do forgiveness. And that's what we're going to be moving into. So just to recap, access, make a list of all the access that you have. And at the top is this particular summit, the beautiful people, all the amazing masters and experts that have been brought. Then you make of all the assets that you have. Assets. I mean, even if it's the most simple thing, make a list. You need to really come home to you on how resourceful, how much you really have, particularly in economically developed countries. And then you figure out exactly what is your financial independence. And once you hit that, then you go to the next level. And financial independence is what the Chinese call net, what's going into your pocket after the internal revenue has been paid, taxes have been paid, you have your team is being paid, your attorney, your accountant, your consultants, and all your supplements, all the beautiful, beautiful supplements that our wonderful Jody, provides and has, and you have access to that will keep you really, really healthy. You put that on top of your list always. I could have very little resources and I am going to buy those vitamins and what keeps me young. I'm 73, no surgery. And I know the lighting is helping a little bit, but trust me when I tell you, I'm staying young, vibrant, youthful, and ready to go, right? So that's what you want for yourself, if I can be a little sample for you. And so then now you clear your deservability. You go from making money, keeping the money, growing the money, and all three of them actually need for you to create a mindset of wealth, but also to have an economic engine that you can wrap around your beautiful, beautiful personal or your life purpose. And if you go to my Facebook, you will see many programs that you can do there, but more than anything else, I want you to find I have many Facebook groups, at the one DC Cordova, Ordained DC Cordova. I have two different ones. What you want to do is you want to download that question, and I'm going to leave you this and move it into the beautiful prayer that's going to support us to clear many of what has come up, which is you ask yourself the question as you develop product and services. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation without any ecological offense nor the disadvantage of anyone? That is so important. You never ever want to hurt anyone in any way, shape, or form. If you have a system right now, if you have a business right now, if you have something going on right now that could potentially hurt another, stop. Just stop. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You're doing anything illegal, stop. You'll get caught. I used to be in the criminal court system. Every day I saw it. Stop. Do only things that add value to humanity, and something magical will happen. And that will be the beautiful, great spirit who used to, Buckminster Fuller, our mentor, used to say, when you commit your life to the betterment of humanity, you can be guaranteed that the great spirit will take care of you. So that is my portion. And when we have talked, and now we're going to start accessing a little bit of our spiritual side. Anything anybody wants to come in and say? Any questions before I move?
I want to come in with this before you get into the spiritual side. You bring spirit and finance together like none other. And I want to give you your Bernie bit, something to snack on. Everybody's gotten one. I'm going to give you yours, Dame Doria, because this fits. When you devote yourself to helping others, you will be amazed at the coincidences. That, my dear, is you.
Thank you. So happy to be here. I love to do this. I
know you love to do this. So let's just do the rest, shall we?
We shall. So very quickly, same place, fridayswithdoria.com later, not now. You will see under resources Ho'oponopono. And what I love you to do is I love you to go there and read about the history. And the Ho'oponopono prayer, as I learned it in 1983, is a combination, is a hybrid of beautiful Hawaiian teachings. I'm doing the short form, so it doesn't get into it that much. And there's also there is tremendous Christian teachings in there, because Morna Simeona, the beautiful kahuna that was given to bring Ho'oponopono out to the world in the 70s, actually she was just so beautiful, but she had been born Christian, so you can actually feel some of it. And what I'm going to do is at another time, you come and do the hour-long program. I'm doing a live one on the 29th of September at 5 p.m. California time. So with that, and it's on Fridays with Doria, you'll get the links for there. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a very short version. And what I like you to do right now is to bring up all the feelings that I might have kind of like instigated in you when we were talking about finances, when we were talking about money. But I also would like you to bring up any fears that you have about health, any fears that you have. Like very quickly, I have a 98-year-old mama who in COVID, because of isolation, her dementia came on so strong, so quickly. It just took us all by surprise. So we ended up putting her in a beautiful home. And trust me when I tell you, we did not want to do that. It's a long story. But that was an assumption, never make. My mother has never been so happy. She loves that nursing home. She loves all the people, all the nurses. And they have young people at a rehab place. So she gets to really contribute, and she loves it there. But one of the things is that they have young people there that have had strokes, they have had accidents. And I didn't even realize how much these fears I had of strokes and things. I'm becoming a strokes expert so that I can really make sure. And I found out that, yes, there are ways to prevent it. And I'm going to go ahead and, Jody, I hope that you do a whole program on that for people like me. Many people are terrified of that. So I immediately started putting that in Ho'oponopono. So what I like you to do right now is to bring up any fears that you have had, or if you are not feeling well, if you don't have the energy, if you are like just completely like, it just takes you to your knees. I mean, when we don't feel good, it's such a bad feeling. And we don't want to get up in the morning or do anything. Who wants to be involved in any projects when we don't feel good? So all that tiredness, I like you to bring up. All the fears that you have had, all the people in your life that have been hurt, that have died from diseases that it could have been prevented. I want you to think about doctors and hospitals. I'm still, in a little bit in reaction about a friend of mine, one of my best friends who died from cancer that happened, that it could have been prevented, but he was given the wrong information. He believed it. There's this whole thing. So I have had to do tremendous forgiveness with this segment of the health population that could have not said that to him, but did. And he could have gotten other help and didn't. So you can see I'm still working on that. So I like you to bring up institutions and insurance and cost and money. Again, we go back to money. And what I'd like you to do is we are now going to be aligning the inner family. And the way that Mona taught to us, that father, in Hawaiian, the word is makua. But she called it the amakua, which is the father the ao means to bathe, to swim. So we'll be swimming, literally bathe in the Holy Spirit. This is what she taught. Just remember, I didn't create this. I'm actually a practitioner since 1984, and I do parts of it exactly the way that she taught us. I'm doing a short form today. Then that is the amakua, the father, the great spirit. Then we have the mother, the uhana, the conscious mind. That's the conscious mind that we're going to be aligning. And then we have the unihiipili, which is the inner child. The inner child is the unconscious, the one that holds all these memories. And we have all of these feelings that just kind of come up, and they're like absolutely like so just so hard to deal with because they show up at the worst moment. And remember, also, never ever make a major decision ever when you are emotional, ever. So what we're going to do is we're going to forgive ourselves. So the version that I'm doing is not quite the one I did the foreword for Joe Vitale on his book At Zero. I also love Zero Limits, his first book. I really recommend it from Joe Vitale. And in there, he jumps into it real quick, which is like, I say pretend. He just says, you are 100% responsible. When I first heard that when I was 26 years old, I had to pretend that I was 100% responsible. So we can take baby steps and pretend that we are 100% responsible for everything that happens to our lives. So that's why he learned from Dr. Haleakala, who was standing next to Morna Simeona, with whom I learned in November 1984, the phrases, you know, I love you, please forgive me, thank you, you know, I'm sorry, okay? And you can do those in whatever word. But he teaches to always say, I love you. And when we're saying I love you, it's actually talking to yourself. You're not talking to anyone else, because the conflicts that we have, the resentments that we have, and let's all keep taking a deep breath, the upsets, I mean, those hurts and those horrific things that have happened to us, to many of us. If I were to tell you the stories of the loss that I experienced so young, I would have you in tears in 2 minutes. We're not going to do that. And we all have enough trauma and upsets. I know very few people that haven't, and they are just angels that work so hard in another life. They came here just to cruise and have a great time. But I could count those in my hands, all right? The rest of us, we go through stuff. Life happens. So I want you to start bringing up those things. And that as you bring them up, we're going to be releasing them. I'm not going to leave you in the lurch here, all right? But from now on, when something comes up, just go, I love you. I forgive you for all these feelings. I love you. That's what you do on a moment to moment. But right now, what we're going to do is a little conversation that happens between the mother, the talking to the child, and then talking to the and then the Great Spirit talks. And this we're going to do quickly, and then we're going to jump a couple of the parts, and then we're going to do a beautiful, we'll wrap it up where we put everything on this beautiful indigo bowl. So interconnection, the Ho'oponopono process. Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son, and One. Oh, my child, will you forgive me for all my errors in thoughts, words, deeds, and actions? I have accumulated and subjected you to over eons of time. As your mother today, I forgive you for all my errors in thoughts, words, deeds, and actions. I have accumulated and subjected you to over eons of time. And as your mother today, I forgive you for your errors, fears, resentments, insecurities, guilt, and frustrations. Let love flow from me to you and from us to the Father. Let Divine Creator embrace us in the circle of divine love. And then the child responds, I am a child of God, allowing divine love and intelligence to move and express in and through me. My affairs, both personal and universal, balance, perfect ideas, perfect relationships, and perfect right environment at the right time. Don't you just love that? Perfect and at the right time. I am and will always be in my right place and time for my own individual growth, personal success, and happiness to allow me to fully use my talent in this lifetime for my good and others. How beautiful. You are in the right place right now. Thank you, Jody and team. Thank you. Thank you. Right conditions, relationships, and ideas for a constructive future can and will achieve through my complete acceptance, enthusiasm, faith, and humbleness of mind for my divine creator, Father and oneness of all life, my Alpha and my Omega. I will know and truly understand and experience life and fulfill life, for I deserve to have the water of life to sustain me now and always, for I am peace. So take a deep breath. And by the way, you can, when you go to fridayswithdoria.com and you go and see Ho'oponopono, there's a recording there from when my beloved and I, Chris, my gorgeous, beautiful mate, brought me a big, strong German to protect me. And he and I did that at the top of the Haleakala, which will make sense in a few minutes. This is the Great Spirit talking to us. Opening prayer, I am the I. I come forth from the void, I am the breath that nurtures life. I am that emptiness, that hollowness beyond all consciousness, the I, the it, the all. I draw my bow of rainbows across the waters The content of mind is what matters. I am the incoming and outgoing of breath, the invisible, untouchable breeze, the undefinable atom of creation. I am the I. If we were doing the whole prayer, we will go into the repentance prayer between us and the Creator, but we are going to skip through that, but not a problem, because we're going to put it all here in a minute in this beautiful indigo bowl. But I am being given to do the one because this creates a lot of bad health. And that is when we do not release those who have passed. And I know this. I'm an expert in this. Well, let's all take a deep breath. Those people that we have loved so much, that we love so much, our relatives, our parents, our grandparents, our aunties and uncles and friends and babies and miscarriages, things that have happened to us. Those really, until I started healing that, my health improved so deeply. So we're going to do a quick little prayer to release them to the path of pure light. Ho'oponopono mahiki. Cleansing and releasing of negative vibrations from persons, entities, atoms, and molecules. Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son as one, I, and say your name out loud. Dorisa Carmen Corda Michelle. Our families, relatives, and ancestors wish to do a ho'oponopono of premises, persons, objects, transactions, atoms, and molecules, families, relatives, and ancestors. And if there are any earthbound spirits and or negative vibrations within, on, or around them, or if the following deceased persons. I'm only going to be quiet for 1 minute. Usually we do it a little longer, but please begin to bring up all the people that have left this world, all the people that you have mourned. And we include all the people that we may have seen on television, on Facebook, on everywhere. And anybody who is now leaving this world right here, we're releasing them to the path of pure light. So just for 1 minute only, I'm going to be quiet and you bring up those people. Keep breathing. Okay. Oh, I love being with all of you. You have beautiful energy. You know, there's no space and time. So I'm feeling you, even those of you that are watching the recording. Thank you. If any of those deceased persons are earthbound, we humbly ask that they be cleansed, purified, and released to the path of pure light. No longer will they be earthbound. We release them to the path of light as they release us. We include premises, persons, objects, rituals, transactions, atoms, molecules, families, relatives, and ancestors. We are all set free, and it is done. They are now on the path. And you can be a little light worker when you go to cemeteries, you go to hospitals, you go to the ER, whatever, you just say, ho'oponopono. Everybody say, ho'oponopono, ho'oponopono. And just release into the path of pure light. When I first did a ho'oponopono in my mother's nursing home that's been there since the 70s, I could almost see the lightness of all these beautiful spirits leaving. It's okay. We are good people. Now we go into the last part, and my favorite part, which is that imagine the mountain of Haleakala on the island of Maui. And then, of course, we've been doing ho'oponoponos to release not only all who lost their lives, but all the sadness, all the pain, and everything that happened on Maui. I still do that. I will do it forever. So Haleakala, 10,040 feet tall, gorgeous mountain. And on the very top, the most beautiful crater, Haleakala crater, 24 miles long. You must go someday and go on full moon, get there around 6 o'clock and watch the beautiful full moon as it comes from behind the crater and as the sun eclipse is happening. The most gorgeous thing. It's a wonder of the world. So above it, I want you to imagine this huge indigo bowl. It's huge, it's huge. It's your own. And we're going to be silent for another minute. And you're going to put everything that has been brought up into that indigo bowl. Everything, everything, everything. Everything we have said, all of the fears, all the money stuff, all the health stuff, all the relationship stuff, everything that is this your peace. Okay? So let's be silent for a minute and just put it all in there. Thank you. Keep breathing. And put in there all the political strife, all the divisions that happen around the world. They don't just happen in the United States. The whole of the world is not perfect, and the US is the only one. You see it everywhere in the world. We just live on planet Earth with humans, but we love them. We love our people and we love nature. So let's include everything that disturbs your peace, even a little teeny tiny bit included in there. All right. So we placed all of our problems, including with self, family, relatives, ancestors, pets, land, animate and inanimate things, into that indigo bowl suspended over the center of the Haleakala crater. They will be moved from indigo to ice blue to white colors, and the divinity finishes the treatment. So I have 2 more minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and do the release. Release. Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son as one, I, and say your name out loud, Dorista, Carmen, Golden, Michelle. Our families, relatives, and ancestors mentally detach ourselves from all involved in this case. We cut all Aka cords. We are set free, and it is done. The cleansing. We mentally bathe ourselves from the top of the head to our toes with the following colors: indigo, purplish, bluish light 7 times, emerald green 7 times, ice blue 7 times, white 7 times. Transmutation. Let divine intelligence approve the release and transmutation of all toxins and negative vibrations to pure light. Let divine intelligence manifest harmony, love, wisdom, order, balance, perfect and right relationships, ideas, sources of wealth, sustenance, and energies. We humbly ask that we be surrounded with a gold band or circle. We are set free, and it is done. And lastly, you can remember this, your unconscious will remember this, and this is for you. Can use anytime around your children, around your cars, your homes, airplanes, everything. The peace of I, the I am. Peace be with you, all my peace. The peace that is I, the peace that is I am. The peace for always, now and forever and evermore. My peace I give to you. My peace I leave with you. Not the world's peace, but only my peace, the peace of I. Let's all take a deep breath together. And we are in the divine creator's embrace. Just remember, we didn't invent the universe and we're not running it. So let go of control, focus on what you can really do, which is to transform your own consciousness, your own thinking. Read all the beautiful books, stay healthy with all the beautiful support, and your life will be so exquisite. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, everyone, for having me here.
As your life will be so expressive because you absolutely embody. We just got on the bottom ticker, meetdoria.com, fridayswithdoria.com. You really want to stay connected because having access to this cash means that you're a servant heart. Of course, Jay, our beautiful Jay, is going to be closing out tonight. And what he said, good people do good things with their money. And Doria, you are, and you've created this entire global community that are doing good things with their money. Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
My goodness gracious. Didn't that just speak to me, speak to me, speak to me? Because she does speak to us. That's Dame Doria Cordova. And what a beautiful transition to bring our next beautiful, beautiful author in. For the next 15 minutes is yours, and a storyteller, co-host with Dan Gilman in Just Discover Your Potential. We're going to discover not only her gift as an author, but she's going to finish out her 15 with sharing her gift of music. And I will say, welcome, Anna, to our wonderful Healthopedia, soon to be launched. And frankly, your gift, and I'm looking for it here. I had it up, but then it just kind of disappeared. So one thing I will say, as a storyteller, as a healer to yourself, you're going to love this. The Bernie bit that I picked out for you said, keep your mind open to the mystical, and you will be a receiver of life. That's your Bernie bit, something to snack on. So the next 15 minutes, including your music, is yours, my dear. Take it away.
Thank you, Jody. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling very blessed to follow Dame Doria. Didn't realize that when we planned, but her prayer and everything about the story that I will share with you is so edified by her, and just thinking about how I came to be part of this beautiful Healthopedia community. It feels very miraculous to me. And Jody, thank you immensely for putting together this remarkable group of people, which I am very honored to be a part of. I remember my journey into Healthopedia when I first appeared and met Jody. I was thinking about all that I had gathered as a holistic health practitioner of cranial sacral, of energy work. And I thought, but I really want to go back in time and tell a story from the very beginning of my life. And I'm speaking now very intently to anyone who is at a crossroads in their life, anyone with a health crisis, anyone with a financial distress, or anyone that is in the need to seriously refocus and repurpose their life. Because I want you to be assured that what I've learned is that we're always in the middle of our story. You will not finish your story until you're done here on earth. And I want to go back to the very beginning, how I discovered my own purpose. As a child of 5, someone explained to me about karma. They said, you know, we're here to work out our past dysfunctional lives, and this is all about making good on things that we need to learn and lessons we need to learn. And I looked them right in the eye and I said, I am not here to work out karma. I am only here to love people. And that got me the nickname of Little Buddha. And for whatever reason that stuck. But I know that that was true. I know I came into this life with a great awareness of the power of love. And the next memory I have is of being in a Christmas pageant. I was 5 years old and I was backstage in my little snow fairy outfit going on to I was following Santa, which is really big. And Santa had a full sled of reindeer. And I had only one thought in my head. I'm going to look into the audience and connect with my parents and smile at them. And I was fully convinced that this was going to happen. But what I didn't realize is what 20,000 people felt like. So as we drifted into place and the lights were down, I was overcome by the energy of 20,000 people. Some people didn't like it. Some little girls tripped. Some little girls wet their pants. I remember this very clearly. But I took in the energy of 20,000 people, and I grew to the size of that auditorium with my smile and my intention. And what I was met with was that vibration of love. And that feeling has never left me. And it serves me to this day, as I've learned all throughout my life, that we are never alone in our story, in our life story. I'm glad that Jody reminded me of that mystical quote, that I have been more open throughout my life to what is out in the great beyond. If I look up now at the stars, I cannot help but feel connected to something much, much, much greater. And I've been qualified through my life with these experiences, and they often come when I have been in a crisis. So I want to tell a little bit more about my life, and my life as a healer came at a moment of crisis when my father was sick and had no health insurance, and needed me to take him into my home and care for him as a hospice nurse. That was not my training at the time, but what I was given throughout that crisis was a great measure of grace and a perception of something beyond helping me. I would come to know that as angelic intervention. And again, at the time of my dad's crossing over, this was a very powerful and riveting experience. And I will tell you, I felt great wealth beyond anything I'd ever experienced in terms of inspiration. But this was a time when I was losing my home. I would go on to have a miscarriage after I lost my father, and you know, we were in great earthly crisis. But what I was qualified with at that moment was a great heavenly intervention, and I've recognized that throughout my life. As I've needed that extra boost of inspiration, I've been given that. So now in my world, I get to tell stories, as Jody pointed out, and that has corresponded with my life as a holistic healer. Again, I have this great love for people, and I have this great love to uplift and empower people. So about 5 years ago, I went back into the world of media, had a theater background, and was again looking for a pivot in life, and was given the opportunity to start a podcast. And the content for that podcast was a daily kind of uplifting message, which was a pleasure, a sheer joy to go and write and then voice and then co-host in that situation. And we were lucky enough to get many awards, and the awards came in for, recognizing that we were doing a great social good. And that made me proud, that I felt like we were definitely hitting that mark with inspiration. But at the time that I met my co-host now, Dan Gilman, I was at another crossroads. I was really understanding that at some point I would go back into holistic health. I was really understanding that there was more under heaven and earth than I was getting to do in my daily life. And I was recognizing that there was something I was missing. This is very fresh for me. This is a really new transition for me. But it goes perfectly into the song that I want to share with you. Because something again spoke to me in that moment of transition, right when I needed it. And that was a sign from Dan's mother, Cindy Gilman. And Cindy very carefully and clearly came to me in a voice that was distinguishable and let me know that I was not living my true purpose, that I was so much greater than I understood, and that I needed to focus completely on what Dan was presenting in front of me, which was the show, Discover Your Potential. Only a few short months after that, I would release the earthly job that I had built so carefully. That inspirational show had served its purpose. But I recognize now why Cindy had come to me was that I was to step into the role that I'm in now as co-host of Discover Your Potential, because at this moment in time, my feeling as a holistic healer is that I need to step forward and accept these gifts and to look up again at that inspirational feeling I had when my dad crossed over, and to say, this is the time where I need to encourage others to discover their potential. There are more things in our mind-body connection that we are just scratching the surface, right? We all have an inherent divine connection. We are all capable of asking for divine intervention. We are masters of our own story. That's another thing I teach in Seeing Like a Storyteller. As I've looked at my life, I've seen all those moments in time when I've received great inspiration. And now, as the co-host of Discover Your Potential, I get to infuse my life with people like Dame Doria, like Sumaya Brown, who we interviewed yesterday. Oh my goodness. To be in league with Kimberly Meredith and the people that we have on our show, I am receiving more than I ever thought possible. And I am just stepping into my role as a holistic healer. So now I want to introduce this song that I feel expresses what I was always meant to express as a storyteller, as a songwriter. I wrote Interstellar as a nod to a hero, Neil Armstrong. I am a child of the 60s. And at the time that first lunar landing happened, I was actually in the womb. I was just moments away from being born in October of that year. And my parents looked up at the sky, as the whole world did, with great hope. And a moment that just brought everyone together was this moment when a very small crew took a risk and went up into outer space, not knowing if they would come back. To me, that is a pioneer. That is the definition of bravery. And that moment was inspired by a movie preview for the movie First Man. And I was sitting in the dark theater watching the retelling of that story of Neil Armstrong. And I connected with this person in a way that I remember crying tears in that movie preview. And I connected with that person, even though we never met face to face. And so I would love it if you would bring up the audio of my song Interstellar, connecting with that hero. But this is my promise to you, that you have a purpose in this life. You can connect to your heroes. And this song embodies it. Today, I feel more connected than ever to the people that have crossed over, including Cindy Gilman. I pay tribute to her and thank her for bringing Dan and I together for that purpose, to continue that legacy. And Dan, if you would bring up Interstellar, and we'll just let that roll out.
Can you imagine that I stood where you are now? Though a galaxy is between us and 1,000,000 years or so, can you imagine that you're with me while my heart is beating madly as I try to face the fear of the unknown? Well, I don't quite understand the way it works, and I'll never see the tapestry that's written in the stars. All I can say is I'm the future, and I'm very glad to meet you. I hope that you will join me for the ride. Something inside, it makes me strong. Something that's been there all along. You say a hero throws a stone, though you never know where the ripples go. Well, I imagine that your throat is now gone dry, As the distance grows between you and those you kissed and bid goodbye, can you imagine that I'm with you while your heart is beating madly, and you take the road so gladly where it goes? And there is something in your courage that remains. It's the tie that binds the folks who never meet here face to face. Can you imagine that you're with me, staring deep into the ocean of the universe that's suddenly less wide? Something inside, it makes me strong. Something that's been there all along. You say a hero throws a stone, though she never knows where the ripples go. Upon the sky with the fever of a child who knows no limits to her dreams. The way you walked upon the moon, and one small step became a stone that you skipped for all mankind. Something inside it makes me strong. Something I hope I can pass along. You say a hero throws a stone, though she never knows where the ripples go. Ooh, where the ripples go.
Those ripples have gone out with the storyteller and you, Anna. The ripples have gone out so that we will feel this forever. The storyteller, the singer, because music is a healer. Thank you, Anna, for bringing us into your life. Thank you for just the gift of music. As Cynthia Hamel-Knipe, you would enjoy what she said. Music is a healer. Listen to your heart. Thank you. Thank you for sharing us with your gift. And now we're going to share the gift that I have spoken about, how my mission and vision has come back into unretiring so that I can give my wisdom to the next generation. And Ivan Jacobs is one of these, a young man that belies his age. The wisdom you can just see in him. He is Kim Jacobs' son. He is the owner of Major PT. He's getting his degree in physical therapy, exercise science, and so much more. But his story of resiliency, how he took his weight loss and kicked a disease which he does live with, but he doesn't really have to live with it, is cystic fibrosis. And it is with great honor that I bring not your 100 pounds of fat lost into view. And oh my goodness, Jacob, Mr. Jacobs yourself, you have a beard and a mustache. Don't you look distinguished? My goodness.
I appreciate it. I've been trying to grow it out.
Oh, I mean, and your story title and whatever. I just want to say thank you for trusting me to not only be my guest on my TV show, but to grow your story into our book, because it will really speak to so many people that the body put in any condition can and will heal itself. That's your message in there, Ivan. And frankly, as I said on your mother's show earlier on today, I've been really talking a lot today. And I said, Ivan Jacobs wins the award for least edits on his story. So way to go, Ivan.
I really appreciate it. I thought, since it's like my first time, I was hoping that, it was going to be good, and I'm glad it turned out well, honestly.
So what was your experience like, Ivan? What did you like best, and what were some of your challenges?
Well, of course, it's always, when you look back and see what you've done, I would say it's weird because when you're in the moment, you're in the moment, So when you're actually outside, you're externally looking back at it, you realize how far you've gone and how resilient you are in the situation. So honestly, being able to go back and tell my story to inspire other people who may be in those tough situations is always it's wonderful to be able to do that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share my story and to be that light for people who are in that dark situation.
And you are that light. You are so that light. Your family has adopted me. So I'm definitely Auntie Jody, as they all call me. So,
Yes,
so those dark places, would you go into that a bit? What exactly, we've got the disease up here that says overcoming cystic fibrosis. Let's tackle these one at a time. Cystic fibrosis.
Well, okay, cystic fibrosis, it's an invisible disease, So even though on the outside you can't really see most people struggling with cystic fibrosis, it can creep up on people, like especially in the African American community, people who tend to not really have that disease. It can be really, honestly, excruciating. It can be painful sometimes for us to try to navigate through life with that disease. Going through school, I would assume that everyone would have the same conditions that I did. I was diagnosed, late. I was diagnosed at 17 and a half. So I didn't know I had cystic fibrosis until almost 18 years old. So as I was going through school, I assumed everyone would struggle breathing sometimes, would cramp up if they were playing sports, would sweat profusely and have to try
And
to
you were an athlete. You were quite the athlete. Yes.
Yeah,
So
now I'm training people and stuff, so I still have to, of course, replenish myself. But yeah, as an athlete, I was sweating a lot. With the football gear on, you have a helmet, shoulder pads, and stuff like that. I couldn't control how much I was sweating, and I didn't know how dangerous it was for my body until I got sent to the hospital, and I was told that I almost passed away from dehydration.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it can be a silent killer.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. And it is throughout your family. I mean, so does Jeremiah have it as well?
Yes, ma'am. So my older brother doesn't have it, but me,
Right,
my
Junior
little
does it.
sister, yeah, my little sister and my little brother have it.
So who knew? I mean, Jayla had it young, and then this happened. So did they just hydrate you up, and then the accident happened? So now you've got cystic fibrosis, just about died, and then the weight came.
Yep. So the obesity was it was a different situation. Of course, with cystic fibrosis, it didn't help. Cystic fibrosis is it's a lung disease that affects other systems in your body. So being obese is never a healthy situation. I had a lower back surgery actually from playing football. So I didn't do the proper stuff when I needed to, and I was in a slump for a long time after that surgery. So then I wasn't moving as much as I should have been moving, and I actually couldn't really walk or do it. I keep saying,
okay, sports, near death. Now he's obese, can't walk. Now there's a resume.
Yeah, it's looking back, it's like, wow, I can't believe. Like, it was really embarrassing, honestly, because I was I used to be on campus at a school called Barton College. It's not too big of a school compared to where I'm at now, but it's just like I would have to walk around campus with a slipped disc. So I didn't know I had that problem. I was playing football for the team, and despite the issue that I had in my back, I would basically still lift heavy weights and
oh my,
still walk around the campus with that problem. And I started feeling weird, of course, but
Sure.
I was told to just like push through it, and they say like you have muscle knots or something like that, and they try to massage you through it. But I didn't really know the actual problem, and no one really told me that, So yeah.
We don't push through pain. You just don't do that. That maybe it'll go away is not a good idea.
Exactly. So honestly, getting the right help was what really made the difference for me. Once I knew what it was, I could kind of start building back up. I didn't get physical therapy, so I just kind of self-taught myself how to strengthen my back and keep going.
Well, you strengthen your back. You kept you, as Carrie Fisher said, she was already a healer. She healed other people as a cranial sacral massage therapist. You were doing physical therapy. You were training yourself to be the physical therapist
Exactly.
that you are and fitness trainer, right?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
And by the way, I'm going to make an ad because you've got to buy the book, because Ivan, your big picture into your now picture is right before the appetizers with this vegetarian pictures. We have you, Ivan Jacobs, Carol Delrigan, Melanie Summers, and Rob Baird. Collectively, 1,300 pounds are represented being lost in those 4 pictures.
That's wonderful. That's crazy. That's crazy to think about, honestly. It's wonderful.
Yeah, yes, that's you just think about that truck that they say the weight limit is over. That's
Yeah.
it, and that's represented to be your bestitarian, and you're one of these. So how, as Jason Estes talked about, getting over the ripples. So you do live with cystic fibrosis. It comes up every once in a while,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so how do you manage that with doing what you're doing with physical therapy? What have you found a way to manage and mitigate what's going on?
Well, actually, I was about to grab it right now. I can grab you one. Can I get 1 second?
Oh yeah. It's going to be a good one. If Ivan has that little gleam in his eye, it's going to be a good one. Okay.
So, okay, this is what works for me. And the doctors, they send a lot of these to my house. So this actually helps me a lot. So it's just like a Pedialyte.
Sure.
It's kind of like a baby drink, but
right.
There's a lot of electrolytes like potassium, sodium, stuff like that is sweated out of my body, but it doesn't come back into my body. For most people, whenever they sweat, the sodium stuff leaves their system, but then it kind of comes back in, right?
Mhm.
Whenever I sweat, it doesn't come back into my body. So that helps replenish what I lose from training people and training myself, of course, So I know how much I sweat now and how I need to prepare for the activity that I'm going to be doing.
You listen to the wisdom of your own whispers. You listen to your body talk and everything else. So I know that that you have transformed, as it says, your quote, transforms life challenges into stepping stones.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel, and how did it feel losing that 110 pounds? How did it feel when you got to the other side? And you got to buy the book to see the picture of him and the muscles. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, it felt rejuvenating. It felt like I was in control of my life, and that's what I think everyone needs to feel. If you're not in control of what's going on and you feel like you can't gain control, it's just like, if you don't gain control of it, it'll gain control of you, So
Say
I
that
think
again. Don't let that one go by. If you can't be in control of it, well, tell us the rest.
it'll gain control of you. So
Yes.
you don't want whatever that is on the other side of that statement, to gain control of you. So just having the reins on that, it's just really liberating.
And liberating, so then you can take your message to other people that you can liberate, just like I used to do. Ivan, I was so happy to hear in your fitness training that you go on a virtual tour of the grocery store. You do all that because you are your food. As my quote says in front of the book, as we have the bestitarian and have all these these wonderful recipes that we put in by photographer Meg Kukel, who touched up your photo, and we've got my signature green miracle drink, but it says no food tastes as good as health feels. You feel that, don't you?
You do feel it. It's just weird to say, but like, you feel healthy whenever you purposefully try to eat healthy, or you feel the difference between when you're just like throwing anything back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You feel the difference for sure.
So Ivan, I mean, you are composed as a speaker like your mom. You have that gift. You have a gift of writing. You have a gift of motivating people to train with you. So talk for the next couple of minutes to your generation and what you can offer them in like we said, this is Healthopedia is our health Bible, to use it for health before we use not health care, what Dr. Mark Chavez said was sick care. Just speak your heart for the next 2 minutes, because it's going to be good. It's from you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. If I was speaking to my generation, I would say to prioritize your health now, because you don't, or not now, forever, of course, but learn how to heal yourself, and structure, of course, your diet and your exercise earlier on, so that it's not like a last ditch effort whenever, those health and, bills and stuff like the hospital bills come later down the line. I think it's important for you guys to honestly learn that. And that's why I try to do my best personal training, helping people build muscle, and of course, giving tips on diet, because the better you feel, the better you can be in other people's lives. The more you can inspire other people, the better you'll be for your children, for your friends, and your parents. I feel like the healthier you are, the better you are, and I want you guys to feel great. And I feel like everyone should feel the best, I don't want anyone to be like I was when I was 300 pounds, or, sickly. I couldn't really move over. I couldn't move my body. And I like to say this a lot, but I tried doing the dishes and I couldn't bend over, So I feel like that's no way to live, whatever that is, whether it's for you, it's like picking your child up. If you can't pick your child up, then what kind of way is that to live? So I feel like, honestly, you want to be as free as possible, and, structure training, and your diet accordingly. So.
Beautifully said, because when you can be healthy, you can live full, as probably your adopted uncle says, Les Brown, so you can die empty. Thank you, Ivan, for saying yes. Thank you for your story. Your wisdom and your message and just your heart belie your age. As I said on Kim's show, your mother Kim's show today, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. It was real low hanging fruit. Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we've just started. So yes, we are wrapping this up. I feel like we've just started, but we're going to have one more go around with our message, Healthopedia, changing the trajectory of foundational health, one puzzle piece at a time, before we bring up our EndNote speaker, the one and only Jay Nolan. Take a look, take a listen.
While being mentored and studying with the iconic pioneer in natural healer, Dr. Hulda Clark, and experiencing her life-changing practices and protocols, a goal card was written and dated in 1984 stated, "I will write the Eastern medical version of the PDR, Physician's Desk reference. The universe delivered a sign to actualize this goal. Now in 2023, we are experiencing vision and mission into fruition. Healthopedia has arrived, led by the iconic 20th and 21st century icon, Dr. Bernie Siegel, MD, author of Love, Medicine, and Miracles, along with 42 extraordinary healing world changers that will motivate, educate, inspire, and propel you along your own path to wholeness, wellness, and abundance. Every compelling story will uplift you to your own epiphany of health isn't something you do, it's what you become along life's journey."
Yes, health isn't something you do. It's what you become along life's journey. And what I've become along life's journey, just being in the air, in the presence, in the coaching and mentoring and training of Jay Nolan, has been the best decade plus of my life. Thinking that I started out the day with my guru and teacher, James Marinakis, I'm ending up with Jay Nolan. And in between all this day and day 2 and day 1, and we'll wrap that up, of course, after we get our EndNote speaker, a way to just bring this all home. I'm pinching myself. It's a great thing to be Dr. Jody, and it just keeps giving on. The gifts keep giving on when I am around Jay Nolan. For those of you that haven't experienced Jay Nolan, he's a former professional, retired baseball professional. Yes, he was a pro, not just in college, but he was a pro in baseball. They called him Lightning. You will feel the strike of lightning through him with his frequency and his message. A mega and global preneur. I will say he just probably has 10 present, just up and running companies. He takes ideas and makes them flourish. I gave him his Bernie bit, and it goes like this. The Bernie bit, something to snack on for you, Jay Nolan, is miracles happen. Yes, they do. But miracles happen when you make miracles invited into your life. I like that, because you have to invite miracles into your life. He invites you to feel the real for him. And Jay, I have one more at the end. But frankly, more than anything else, right now, you can see him with the shortcut. By the way, those are hands or something else. The Power of a Woman that we've had in display in honoring MYB Publishing. Unfortunately, I do not have my favorite book of yours, which is The Science of Getting Rich. We did make it, at least the picture, because it was one of those things that somebody borrowed it and hasn't given back to me. It's one of those books. And I can say one of those books with The Science of Getting Rich, get yourself under the universal copy, because Wallace D. Wattles made the first, but this book has language you can relate to. It's language that will mean something to you. And now the next book that will be published, I'm so thrilled to say, on Tuesday, September 26th, by MYB Publishing, will be Healthopedia. It was with great honor and great love, as this was our word, Jay Nolan, for today, looking for opportunities, valuing everything. That's what you've taught me in my life, to love the opportunity, to value everything, and to look where others don't look, and to know that everything is a miracle. Just as my quote says, miracles happen every day. Just beckon them in. Jay Nolan wrote in The Spiritual Pillar this time, which just fits everything. There are no coincidences, that Bernie Siegel always says, and he calls himself the controversial Bernie Siegel. Let's bring up the one and only Jay Nolan to share your expertise, your love, your joy, and your everything. Jay Nolan, bring us home with an absolute home run hit, will you please, and bring us home on our 3-day fest. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I tell you what, Jody, I'm sitting here and I just realized that I can stream this out to my audience in different places. So I want to make sure to do that. I'm going to put that out like right now. This is such a monumental project that you have going on. So I'm excited about it. So guess what I did? I just shot it out to one of my big channel with thousands of people that are following. And I'm telling you right now, you already know when it comes to Dr. Jody Baer, you're dealing with one of the most authentic, real life people. You know, some people, they get up and they go about life. Jody Baer gets up and she literally lives life. And I can remember spending some time with Jody. We went to this show in Las Vegas one time, and it just tickles my soul to this day, everyone. This lady, we're talking about in her 60s. Literally, we're at the Blue Man Group show, and it's just Jody and I. We're in there enjoying that show, and I happen to look over, and I see these feet up in the air just going like this, not even touching the ground. And I look over, and I think to myself, I'm like, she is enjoying this just like a little girl would enjoy it. And that just tickled my soul, because I think, Jody, so many people miss that little feet moment in their life by just letting themselves live. So I just want to thank you for blessing me with that moment. I cannot get it out of my spirit.
And not only was the toilet paper all over, you know what? I'm going to put that picture on social media so everybody can see that moment. It was a moment like none other. But this moment that we're going to just do into our next level, when I texted you and it said, Jay, thank you for trusting me with your brand, MYB Publishing. You didn't know that we would publish, Well, now you do, because you trusted me. And I remember sitting at your dining room table in January, and I says, so you're really going to do this? And she said, so how many authors are you going to have? And I said 40. And that eyebrow went all the way up to, really? So
Yeah.
here we are. And I will say, you're going to bring this home. I want to give you your Bernie bits, as he put it. He had to have a whole thing. Dr. Bernie bits, something to snack on.
Yes. Yes.
Yours
Yes.
is, I just try to live my sermon each and every day. The next 20 minutes is yours.
You mean to tell me he spoke to my soul through that quote? Man, because you know, when I'm said and done and I expand away from this particular physical body, I have to hear from my Creator, well done, my good and faithful servant. So I want to live my day every day, that if I get caught dying in this physical body that day, I will be able to approach my Creator with full confidence of knowing that I gave it every single bit I had. So that Dr. Bernie bit about living my sermon every day, I fully embrace that. And I just think it's so important. You know, the one thing I like to be able to share, you know, vision to spiritual awakening. You know, when we're talking about Healthopedia and this phenomenal collaborative project that Dr. Jody Bear has put together and brought all these incredible powerhouse authors in with her, I'm just honored to be able to have a little piece in it. And so she asked me to write about the spiritual pillar. You know, there's 6 pillars of health that I've been training on for almost 28 years. You know, I'm 55 years old at the time of this particular cast. So half my life, I've done it as an entrepreneur. Half of my life, I've done it as an entrepreneur. And like when I sit here and think and I look back about and look at my life and see what my life has come to, I can remember before I became an entrepreneur. And this is why this is so important when it comes to the 6 pillars that I've been teaching and we've been sharing. And now I'm watching it expand. I'm watching it expand. You've got your financial pillar, which is what most people wake up every day and focus on, whether they want to say it or not. Because most people are too busy trying to pay rent and car payments and mortgages and bills to really maximize the other 5 pillars. But here's what I've learned. If you take care of these other 5 pillars, that financial pillar usually just falls right into place. So most people are living backwards. And the foundation of the 6 pillars, in my opinion, because I always say in no particular order, but what I want to say here is, I believe, this is my personal belief, the foundation has to be the spiritual pillar. And why is that spiritual pillar so important? Because it's going to challenge whether or not you believe what you truly believe without being completely influenced by someone else. Now, you can never take away all the influence from other people. Otherwise, you'd be alone on this earth by yourself. What I'm saying is, what about you owning your thoughts? So that if someone did have some influence over what you believe, what about you being able to go test those things to see if they actually be true to you, and that you accept them not from someone else's words, but you accept them because you decided to believe. Now, I can confidently look at you today and I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that I believe I own my thoughts. But what I had to do to go get my thoughts to where I own my thoughts is something that very few people I found in my 55 years on this earth are willing to do. What is it? It's to go find, why are you here in the first place? How many people do you know that before they do anything else, they go find out, why are they here? If there is a creator, because some people believe there is and there's not. If there is a creator, did you go find out if
is true or not? If there's not a creator, what did you do to go prove that out to where you can confidently say that? Well, back in 2004, around October 2004, I went on one of the deepest dives you could ever imagine. Why? I was frustrated and to the point beyond any belief of having people that I trusted in my life break my heart. And a lot of these people were, quote, religious folks. And I got tired of it. I got tired of going, well, I believe this because I heard my granddaddy say this, which I loved with all my soul. Was the closest person to me ever, was my grandfather and my grandmother. Unbelievable. Anybody who's been around me, they know how important those two were to me in my life. But I'm telling you right now, I went in October 2004, and I'm challenging you when we're doing this Healthopedia Summit. This is about transformation. This is about impact. This is about change. This is not just about rah-rah and show up and let's clap because we got authors that's got their words in a book. Those words got to come out of that book and become flesh. And how we do it, how we make these words become flesh in our life, and we experience the power of the thinking stuff. You see, now I go deep here. It's the thinking stuff from which all things are made. Whether you believe there's a creator or not, there is a thinking stuff that created everything. Did it bang into existence or was it spoken into existence? Pick one. It's one of the two, right? It had to come from somewhere. But wherever it came from, the point is that creative energy that created all things did not get used up in the creation of all things. We know that because, take a deep breath, we're still breathing. And the reason I had you take a deep breath, take another one. Something about taking a deep breath. Why I tell you take a deep breath? Because what did you breathe in? You breathe in the air. And the air is where the thinking stuff resides. The creative life energy, it resides in the air. Now, my question to everyone listening and watching is, can you escape air? Can you escape air? No. That means that you're going to have to deal with the reality of the purpose for which you were sent here, or you will die not knowing it. And to me, that is a travesty for you to have been given breath and life and you never took the energy. You allowed car payments to get in the way. You allowed electricity payments and mortgage payments. You allowed bills and payments to get in the way, if we're going to be truthful. So what I did was I worked my tail off for several years, put myself in a position to where around 2004, I was able, through different strategies. So a lot of people think, well, you had a ton of money laying up in the bank. No, it's not about that. It was able to leverage to where I could take the time. Listen to what I'm going to say carefully. I could take the time to, when I woke up in the morning, I went and studied and researched and dug with all I got to find out, why am I here? Did somebody create me? If they did, who is it? What can I know about them? And I became what you would call an etymologist. Etymology is the study of the origin of words, in case you don't know that. Many people do. But in case you don't, that means it's not some fancy term going, what is that? What kind of religion is that? It's not a religion. It is a science. And I literally became an etymologist, and I said, this language called English that I'm speaking, how old is this language? And I found out it's one of the newest languages in the world. Oh, there were languages before this, right? Oh, yes. There was a time, believe it or not, if you get into the multiple, 5, 6, 7, 800, maybe go over 1,000 years ago, you start getting into the thousands, there's no English being spoken. So what were those languages? I had to go find out. What were those? Was anybody leaving trails from that? Could I learn those languages? And I began to learn. I began to dig. And after 3.5 years, over 3 years, I was studying 6 to 10 hours per day for 3+ years to find out the questions that I brought up here to you. And towards the end of 2007, going into 2008, I came up for air and I said, I own my thoughts. I can't be manipulated spiritually, religiously, mentally, emotionally anymore. I can't be manipulated. My happiness does not reside in another person. It fully resides in me and this air. In me and this air. See, this is between you and the air situation. That's why Healthopedia is so awesome. It's going to work you into a spot to where you go, I got to deal with me. Now, once you deal with you, now you start to build on that. Now, I want to bring this home with this. Back when I signed with the San Diego Padres, I was about 19 years old, all the way back, about 19 years old into the late 80s, right? And I was in spring training in Yuma, Arizona. I think it's the hottest place in the United States of America. It's so hot. And I'm in spring training. And after we got done practicing, training, we come back, and of course, we'd want to go get something to eat. And there was this restaurant across the street. And I went over to this restaurant and got me something to eat. It was a nice little restaurant. And I never will forget this because the owner of the restaurant came out and greeted me after I was set down by the hostess. The owner came up and greeted me and said, hey, I want to welcome you. We love having your business here. Tell me a little bit about you. Just took an interest in me. And we started chatting. So it made me feel warm. And plus the food was delicious. That don't hurt, right? So I wanted to come back again. And so multiple times per week, I would go in the restaurant. And then one day while I was in the restaurant, after we really became pretty close friends, I called him a mentor because he was probably 10 years older than me. Check this out. He says, I rescue greyhounds. I said, really? He said, yeah, I rescue greyhounds. I said, that sounds awesome like that. He goes, and I got this one named Zach. And Zach, I like to take him out in the desert, and he loves to chase jackrabbits around. It gives him great exercise. It's a sight to see, too. Would you like to go out with me? I said, oh, absolutely. So it's all right, great. When you get out of practice tomorrow, come by, get something to eat. We'll grab the van, we'll get Zach, and we'll go out into the desert. And we'll watch him chase some jackrabbits. And I said, all right. So sure enough, I go over, we grab Zach, get something to eat. We grab Zach, we go out to the desert. Sure enough, Zach jumps out of the van. He's chasing these jackrabbits, man. It is just flying. It was so fast, and it was so awesome to watch this happen. Well, while Zach, after a while, he gets done running, and he's just kind of out in the desert, just sniffing around, I guess trying to jump more rabbits. This man looks over to me, and he says, let me ask you a question. You notice those plaques back in my restaurant? I said, yes, sir. I says that you're doing good. You got these awards. He goes, yeah, I'm the #1 in my entire county for restaurants, big county in Arizona. He said, Yuma County. He says, you know how I got those plaques? I said, well, you had to be doing a phenomenal job. He goes, no. You can't focus on what I'm doing now. You got to focus on what I did to get where I'm at now. And I really feel led to tell you this because you're young, you're about to embark on your career, on your life. And if you remember what I tell you now, this will impact you for the rest of your life. And he was really big time spiritual. He said, there's a scripture that says that if you are faithful over little things, I'll make you mighty over big things. Who's ever heard that before? If you're watching this, you got chats going on somewhere, put in the chat somewhere if you've heard this before, that if you're faithful over little things, I will make you mighty over big things. He said, the reason I got the #1 restaurant in all of Yuma County is because I was the best busboy that I believe this entire state or country's ever seen. At least that's what I believed in my mind. It shocked me, y'all. It shocked me when he said I was the best. Who would ever think that this multi-million-dollar restaurant owner would say to me that he got the plaques because when he was a busboy, he was the best busboy that anybody could imagine knowing. Who would imagine that that would be the answer? It shocked me. He said, see, I was faithful. And because I treated that with honor and respect and didn't complain like I see so many young people doing, he goes, I treated that with honor. I did it as if I was doing it to the creator of all, as if he was watching me to see how great I would do. And if I would do great, I would get a promotion. And I said, my goodness, okay. He goes, now, guess what? He goes, that's not the only reason I got to where I'm at. I got a promotion to dishwasher. And family, he said this with such pride that he was the best dishwasher ever. And that's why he got a promotion to waiter. You see the thought process? We're not looking at things right. We're not looking at things right for most people. We're looking at them wrong. You want a promotion life, the air literally is paying attention to what vibration, what energy you're giving off to the world. And what I love about the air is you can't escape it, which means even in your quiet time, it's listening to how you think. So that's why you got to be solid spiritually, because that will allow you to have the strength that will build strong mental character, strong emotional character. You'll be amazed at your social impact and influence. You'll be amazed. Your physical pillar will start to come into shape because you will not let yourself get way out of shape. You might slack off from time to time, but because your spiritual so strong, it will literally talk to your physical pillar and say, hey, let's go. Get back over here. Get in shape. That's why Healthopedia is here for you. It's to say, hey, get back over here. So the little small part I'm playing in Healthopedia in my chapter has a lot to do with, hey, these other pillars. You want to have a great financial life? Let's get the spiritual pillar straight. I can help teach you how to think the way you want to think and not the way your mom or your dad or your sister, your brother, your uncles, your pastor, whoever else wants you to think the way you want to think, because you know what's best for you. It's down in you. And so, Dr. Jody, I hope that brought some heat and some power to this incredible opportunity that you've given us to be able to share with the world that this thinking stuff from which all things are made, everybody can grab it at any time. All you got to do is go, and it comes inside. Dr. Jody, that's what I had to say today. I think you might be on mute because I was on mute to start it off. I think we're duplicating each other.
Well, that figures. We were going both feet on Cirque du Soleil. We might as well go ahead and do the same thing with our mute. But Jay, frankly, I know that it's like that. It's all about energy, and energy is everything. What is that energy? That's what you teach with Confidence Tones. And I've got to say, and I want to honor you with one more thing, jnolan.net. I remember when we met. Now, some people just shake a hand. You ain't never had a handshake like Jay Nolan. He shook a hand and then he put his other hand on top there. The energy that I felt, I thought, I must work with you. How many times? That's why that word is for you. When you can say, I live my sermon. Because even right now, I can say, I will work with you. I am so blessed that Healthopedia is coming to birth with MYB Publishing on the 26th of September. You put 9 together with 8. 9 and 8 together is 17. You put 7 and 1 together in numerology. Motivate is great. What is that motivatable number? It's moving forward with health. You didn't see that one coming, did you?
That's a good one. That's a good one. And I want to encourage everybody to really participate. This is not just a book launch. This is a book life.
Yes.
So there's going to be life. Like, this is going to be an experience. And the beautiful part is everybody's involved. They get to see all the other fire that MYB brings. Like, we got a big project coming off of the heels of this project that Dr. Jody will be involved in. And I'm telling y'all got to put your seatbelts on, because we're going to impact this world because we understand the thinking stuff. Thank you, Dr. Jody.
Thank you so much. And where can they find all this social media press that we can feed off with all the authors with Healthopedia? Because you said yesterday on Clubhouse, it's going to be everywhere. Join us on Clubhouse at 3 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. But where can they find all the buzz around your media push with MIB for us?
Well, the hub for it right now really is what we're doing with XP Mentor. So if people just go over to xpmentor.club, they can join our community. That will tell you everything that's going on. It's like and it's got so much impact in it, so much heat in there, so much influence in there that it's kind of like an announcement portal for everything we do. We got a private Facebook group. We got all kind of great things. So just go to xpmentor.club. And then, you can join our free Facebook group. You can join our monthly membership, but we will pour out to you and get you all kind of information. And of course, if you just follow my Facebook page, it don't stop on my Facebook page.
No.
I mean, literally, it's Jay Nolan. This is my name. Go to my Facebook page. That's where I'm going to be doing a lot of jam right out of there. Why? Because we've got to make sure we are touching this world. And there are now literally billions. It's like getting into the multiple billions on that platform. So stay with me. I'll hook you up.
We'll hook up. There's my heart from me to you. I love you. This is what you do. You put your heart on your hand. You can feel your heart beating, but the other one you lay over and the pulse is stronger. That's why you gave me 2 hands with that first handshake. Thank you, Jerry.
Appreciate you. Love you. And I appreciate everybody. Healthopedia to the top. Here we go.
Here we go. We got the air. We got the air. We do. And in closing, I just want to thank all of our sponsors, MYB Publishing, Roper's Health Oasis, Gravity Ball, and PPI, Personal Performance Institute. All of these are author sponsors, Confidence Tones, Vibra, and our main sponsor, Live Freely. And I want to say a special thank you to Tom Chesser of Rise Up Marketing and Media, who got our word out to 380 newsworthy stations and media outlets with our Healthopedia Bulletin. That's going to be keeping and going and going and going. And Martin Pratt of Unidial Media Group. And of course, the team at Traverse TV for making this 20-hour broadcast, these live broadcasts happen, but you can't have a broadcast without a team. Melanie Summers, Kathy Strauss, Jamie Matheson, and every day there was Trey Urban. And of course, Toya Glenn and Dan Gilman, they are the best duo team around, and it rhymes. How about that? And all of our authors that I mentioned previously that gave their time, their expertise, and this was their little gig job at the end to write and pour in. And like Mr. Jay Nolan said, this is a Healthopedia movement. We said, join our journey because it's energy, vitality, longevity with Live Free. It's energy that this movement, that frequency is everything. And now we know it's in the air to create a prevention. As Kimberly Meredith said, things are happening just that fast. And you want to be in that room. You want to be in that room February 22nd, 23rd, 24th. You can go to my website, drjody.com/upcoming-events. Scroll down. We are now 43 tickets of our 150. This will sell out in the next few weeks because it will not just be like a book that you're going to sit on yourself. Oh, is that purple pretty? It's going to be a resource for your life. This summit will be the same thing. It will be that thing that will just catapult you, that you will have your own health epiphany that will change your trajectory of you, your relationships, in your circle, and eventually the world. My quote when I say you take care of you and your world first, the world around you is empowered forever. Don't you want to feel that? You do, don't you? And that happens every day and every way with your breath. So take my personal power quote with you. Miracles happen each and every day. Beckon them in with these 3 words that we made these 3 days of gratitude, to grow in relationship and action towards inspiring together in unity for daily endeavors. That is an acrostic for gratitude. And today's was love, looking for opportunities and valuing everything. And I leave you with this final thought and bring it all 6 pillars: spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, social, and financial. I come back up to the spiritual. Our Creator said, build a better world. And I simply said, can you show me how? This world is such a cold, dark place, so complicated now. I am just one so passionate, yet helpless, for there is so much here to do. And then I felt His Spirit, His loving touch and voice when He spoke to me and said, so build a better world, my dear one. Give others healing and hope. Start with this one, then go to 2. And then, my child, you have begun your life's work to build a better you. The formula is hope. Go down into yourself. You know who you are. Go up an opportunity for your true north. Come in to be and possess the positivity of the law of attraction, and go out in the law of attraction to empower, to change the world. It starts with me and it goes to you. And then you touch another you. This is Dr. Jody Bear, Health Coach Jody, knowing and imploring you that you know, as Les Brown says, it is necessary for you to know that only you can do what you can do. Go about it as though your life depends on us. It is necessary with your health because it does. So listen to the whispers of your own wisdom. And in those whispers of your own wisdom, there is life. There is life. There is life. And in that life, there is hope. So this is Dr. J saying, have, until next time, a healthy Healthopedia day. Ciao for now.
About gravity.